Right. Hello, everybody. We are live here. Sorry for the short delay. We are looking to head right into this game. Should have the prize pool up here in a second. I believe we're looking at one of these lower brackets before we head off into the playoffs here. Let me get that correct. And of course, this is the prize pool distribution. 25K for first place, 8,000 for second, 5,000 for third place, and 2,000 for fourth place. So a pretty hefty prize pool, especially for that first place slot. Any team is aiming for that, which is why all these games are going to be so important. Of course, we do have a round robin group stage. It's 10 teams split into 2 groups. Top 3 from each group will advance. For the group stage here, we'll be casting the last little bit of that. And then, of course, when we head off into the playoffs, we'll have a double elimination bracket. It will be best of 3s with 8 teams, 2 the direct invites, and 6 qualified. Pretty excited for that. You can catch me and Beomolf later in that and all the rest of our wonderful duos. We are looking at Passion UA here. Of course, Crystallize on the one, Body, QBFY, Krekker, and Moonlight. Scary squad in their own right. They're going to be facing up against a pretty formidable team here. And that will be, of course, impossible. We got Rubicon 155, Rain, not the one on Virtus Pro, but Rain nonetheless. We got Alum, Koval, and Hatred right here. So should be a pretty exciting match. I think we should head into it pretty soon here. Of course, we are again sorry for the slight delay. Shouldn't mess with things too much. It's going to be a head-to-head here, and we've got 62 matches on Crystallize, 72 on Rubicon. Is this the win percentage? I suppose would be if it's 35% versus 41%. So not the highest win rate so far, but a very similar KDA. Could be some pretty tough matches that they're facing. Some very good teams in this early group stage. So looking to save their tournament lives in this lower group stage. All right, and this is Group A here. So, of course, you've already seen some of these matches. We're going to be casting this best of 3 here of Passion UA versus Aim Possible, which, of course, will determine that next best of 3. And then, of course, there's Quantum versus Nemica, which is going to be a barn burner of a series. And then between those two, we'll see who proceeds to the playoffs. We're going to have 2 different teams coming out of this Group A, going off into that playoff spot. All right, guys, sorry for the short delay here, but we're heading right into the draft, and it's going fast. We've got a first pick Shadow Shaman. We're straight into the first pick Naga Siren, going extremely fast. These teams got somewhere to be. Some quick bans coming out. Looks like these teams might know a little bit about something, or maybe they've played each other in scrims. Two pretty high-value supports picked up in this first phase. I'm really curious to see what they pick up in the second phase here. Could always be something nice to pair up with the Naga Siren. It can be played 4 or 5, similar to the Shadow Shaman in that vein. Big fan of both of these heroes. Shadow Shaman, of course, was already strong in the last patch, did not receive any nerfs. heading into this one. Even got buffed on the big ward, which is a pretty funny facet people have been starting to lean towards taking. Huge damage once you get level 6, and the first slowdown in the draft is this second ban phase, always very important. Got some interesting heroes taken out in the first phase here from Aim Possible, so opting to get rid of the kind of Death Prophet and Lina that we've seen rise a little bit to popularity. Take out a Doom as well, which I think makes perfect sense. And now they go for presumably what will be their support duo, which is the Tusk. Kind of wondering if there's something they could do that's a little bit disruptive on Passion UA to kind of respond to this. I've always liked Disruptor in terms of the kind of the static into the Tusk. I've always thought that that goes quite well into it, but that's a little bit early, maybe potentially awkward. Could get something that's potentially strong in the lands here to maybe mitigate the impact of the Naga Siren. This is a pretty important pick for them. Of course, they've got 2 picks here to respond to the support duo here. Something I think disruptive with some decent magic damage might fit them nicely. Taking again their sweet time. So they knew what they wanted for the first half of the draft. Now trying to really think on a good pick here. I almost see these heroes and think something along the lines of a Leshrac or the likes. Just high magic damage. Jakiro kind of fits that bill. Match support for support does quite nicely into the Tusk. Was nerfed in the latest patch, but still is quite favorable. Always has a very strong lane. And now we're going to see presumably what is the first core of the game from Passion UA. Barring any shenanigans with a Jakiro. Taking again their sweet time. This is a very important phase of the picks. I'm not exactly sure what these teams have been favoring so far. In fact, I can go ahead and pull up their last matches. We're very capable of that here. Because, of course, Passion ended up in this position because they lost to Quantum 0-2, and Impossible's in here because they lost to Nemiga in a 1-2. So some very formidable opponents. Nothing to scoff at here. Wow, going down to 30 seconds of reserve time. Really giving me time to think. Even for the Brewmaster. I think a pretty nice response, and Impossible waste no time. Maybe trying to pressure them a little bit on the time, seeing how Passion UA really thought on this one. Morphling can be a little bit dodgy into the Shadow Shaman, was also nerfed in the previous patch. Brewmaster's a great vessel builder, so it's not the cleanest morph game, but it's going to have an excellent lane. And it's not a very high damage lineup so far from Passion UA, so I don't hate this. I'm trying to think if they want to go for maybe... I think they might want a little bit of tempo now on Aim Possible. I could potentially see something like... I mean, a Centaur or the likes from an offlane, but maybe we're looking at like a Void Spirit or an Axe. Axe is a decent one. We've seen this hero rise a lot in value as well. I think Brewmaster and Axe are kind of starting to rise a little bit above in the meta, receiving some nice buffs in the recent patch. And now Passion UA again. I mean, I wouldn't hate seeing a kind of hero with a little bit of jump. Axe for Impossible is nice. So they go for Ursa, going for the comfortable lane matchup. So this makes sense to me. I'm just a little bit worried if they don't get some form of kind of mid with decent catch on Passion UA, like the Void Spirit. Honestly, for both these teams, I think they really need some tempo coming out from this mid picks on both sides. Ursa, of course, will do great into the Axe. But overall, can be kind of dodgy into the rest of Impossible. Very good at kind of messing with the Ursa. Down to the last bans here. So I'm wondering what the bans are like, because at this point you have to know a little bit about what the enemy mid laner favors. Tiny is a perfectly reasonable one, I think, for Impossible. They ban it out on Passion UA, and then you also kind of need to know what you want to play. There's a lot of mind games in this last little banning phase if you're picking for the same kind of position. I personally think Void Spirit looks great for both of these teams. I'm not sure if they're going to favor it like that. Passion UA, I believe, does have the first pick, so they essentially get 2 bans here at the cost of Impossible getting a counter matchup, potentially. Sitting pretty low on time on Passion UA. Impossible really trying to push the tempo here. All right, not much time left for Passion UA. Again, not entirely sure what they're looking to play on the mid lane here. Of course, it's going to be some kind of mix of comfort, but I want something that can potentially make stuff happen around the map. So thinking for Batrider, I mean, I think this is very reliable for doing stuff around the map. They ban out the Quap, which is, of course, one of the best counter matchups into it mid. Now Impossible have to choose between, do they want to go for a comfortable hero for their draft? Something like the Void Spirit, I think, would fit their draft very nicely, but it could run into the issue of being weak into the Batrider. So decent pick from Passion UA. I'm wondering if Impossible will want to go for something. They have the opportunity to go for something a little more unique, like Abaddon mid, Legion Commander mid, these kind of heroes that purge. But that can always backfire on you, of course, because then you have Abaddon mid. So an interesting decision they have to make here on Impossible. I personally would still probably go for like the Void Spirit. Ember can be tough into Batrider, but it can also be quite good. It's very much a skill matchup. There's not really anything left that... I mean, there's not the Quap, of course. There's not the Puck, which would be kind of the 2 goes for me instantly. Well, they've got a full minute to think on it. They did most of their draft pretty fast. It is a very good game to be purging things. So I'm kind of wondering if there's something left in the pool that's good at purging, but doesn't have to be a committal purging hero. Not a lot of them. Again, really just what they're comfortable with as well. Not every mid player is totally comfortable playing some of the oddball mid heroes. Which in most cases then you just need to take it at face value and pick a less track. Again, I don't hate this. It doesn't necessarily make as many moves as I hope for Impossible, but it's very comfortable farming. It does pretty well in the middle of a team fight, and it adds a lot of damage to their lineup in the mid game. So I don't hate this at all. Should lane fine into the Batrider. Overall, looking at these drafts before we head into this first game here, I am Rojo Fireflu, in case any of you do not know who I am. Going to be my first game casting here on CCT, which I'm very, very excited to do. I'm very thankful of. I apologize for the short delay, but very excited to catch this game. And, as I said, heading into this draft, I actually think that we have a fairly even game here. I think there's a lot of heroes that are emerging out of the meta that I think will kind of earn value. So these teams are, I think, kind of on top of it. Specifically, I think Passion UA, this kind of Brewmaster, Ursa, Batrider, I think these heroes are going to see a lot of play as we head into this kind of TI season. And I think, of course, the Axe and the Naga Siren, we've seen them, but definitely have looked strong in all the games that I've been watching throughout these qualifiers. It's all about this execution here to see if Impossible can take this one. And yeah, it's an exciting game. We are heading straight into the game here. All right, and it's time to see kind of if these teams have anything interesting that they want to bring out in this game. No level 1 smokes yet. Holding on to it on the Jakiro. Maybe a late smoke. We could definitely see a brawl here. I think that would favor Passion UA if they decide to go for it. And yeah, I'm excited to see kind of what idea emerges here. I honestly do really like kind of the ease of execution that I see from Passion UA's draft. They've got a lot of damage with a lot of survivability. Moonlight did notably go the Arsonist facet. So for those who don't know, that's the Batrider. You don't really have a facet until you're level 9, where you get level 5 in the Sticky Napalm. But every time you attack, you apply basically half a stack of Sticky Napalm. Was a little bit of packet loss. So just a quick pause. Gets back to it immediately. Hopefully that's settled down. Don't want any of the players having to play like that. And it was a late smoke out from Passion UA from both teams, really, and it looks like they might meet in this top side. Looks like nothing really happens. Get the smoke broken. Don't want to push anything. Both teams playing careful, so a 2-for-2 trade. I do have, I believe, the ability to talk to chat here, but it's, I believe, a 5-minute delay or so. So I'll be quite delayed on if I'm speaking to you guys, but let me know if there's any heroes that you guys have really enjoyed in this kind of new meta. Obviously, it's a lot of the same strong heroes, but Batrider is one of them for me. I personally like taking the other facet over Arsonist, but Moonlight, he's gonna go ahead and get a little bit of right clicking done this game. Goes for the Napalm level 1. This mid lane. And yeah, I mean, I'm not expecting anything too crazy out of these lanes. They're overall pretty passive. 10 seconds and Napalm's a decent bit of damage. That's still only level 1. A little bit of trading in the top lane leaves Sekiro pretty low. But still not going to die yet. Same for Rubicon on the other end. QBY and Batyak got a pretty decent combo down here with that Cinder Brew level 1, the Ether Shock. A lot of damage into these kind of high armor, lower HP heroes. And yeah, lane's going relatively calm, as expected. Just going to be a pretty decent farm up here for Crystallize. Mid lane going quite well for Rain right now is probably the biggest worry. Sometimes my worry with the level 1 Napalm Batriders, sometimes you end up feeding away a lot of stick charges without very much kill threat. And Rain is just playing it very nicely on the edge. Testing very well in this lane. But again, pretty tame lanes overall. Getting some decent damage in the bot lane, but nothing crazy. Not a lot of kill threats on either side, so we're probably going to be looking at a relatively slow game. This means there's going to be a little bit more excitement in terms of how people want to move around the map. Especially in a lane like a Tusk Axe. Really got a misstep on the Jakiro or likes. There could always be a kill, but again, it's just about playing it careful enough. Cracker did take this game the Icebreaker facet on the Jakiro. Is a little bit notable. We do also have the Chicken Fingers on Shadow Shaman. They're not necessarily the most savvy choices. Cracker taking a decent bit of damage in this top lane from the tag team. And the snowball is there. Looks like they're going to bring him down. Can he get the denied to neutrals? It doesn't look like it. First Blood is going to head over to Alum. A nice pickup for him. And again, you got to be really careful about the positioning, especially Axe doesn't have the greatest kill threat early in the game, but if he can, he gets to such an accelerated start. Not a great start. And in the bot lane, we actually see Naga Siren go down as well. Nice kill for Botyak. He did get the courier, so he's going to go ahead and say worth. And I didn't even actually notice, absolutely my bad, that the morph went down as well on Rubicon. So it should have been slow, but just a little bit of missteps, it looks like, giving away these offlaners some pretty decent kills. This lane can actually get a little bit hard for, of course, this is the nerfed morph. Mid lane recovering a little bit more for Moonlight. Still having an excellent game on Rain, but not so bad now that he's finally got the levels on Moonlight. And yeah, this is Alum. He's just going to be between the towers. He's 0-2-2. Crystallize and Grecker just chasing away the melee heroes from their wave. Don't want them messing with it too much. Yeah, Crystallize is a little bit of an angry bear so far in this game. Thankfully, he's the one thing kind of keeping Alum from being fully unleashed in this top lane. All right, and it looks like we're going to be looking for Batyak at a full Radiance Rush. This is one of my personal favorite builds. I mean, I don't play any Brewmaster because I think this hero is disgustingly strong. Batyak is playing it quite well so far. Once you get that Radiance, it does feel really powerful. Oh, Blood Grenade out from the Naga Siren. Just for fun. Alum walking between the waves again. There is a TP coming up from QBFY. Crystallize is doing enough damage. He is going to bring him down, and QBFY has the Hex and the level 2 Shackle. So it looks like it's going to be another kill. This one goes over to Cracker. So overall, a little bit of over-aggression in the top lane from Impossible. End up giving away 2 kills. Definitely not something you want to do to this Ursa, because again, as much as Axe can get off to a very strong start and kind of snowball the game with those early blinks, the early blade mail, Ursa is very much the same. Sitting pretty comfortably on the top of the net worth, 3,000 at 6 minutes. Moonlight does get the Arcane Rune in the mid lane. Great rune for the Batrider. And so far, we're not looking at very many stacks at the moment. I'm assuming that in the next few minutes, these will start coming up. The Naga Siren has shifted towards the top side. They see it on a ward. Not the scariest hero on a rotation. Wisdom Rune's coming up in 30 seconds means that there could be a little bit of a squabble. Perhaps why they're bringing kind of 4 heroes towards this top side. Do not want to get invaded in that way. Actually going on to QBFY. It's decent damage with the tag team, but the Shackles is keeping him alive. Arcane Rune is very strong for Moonlight. Rooted in place, taking a lot of damage. He's going to go down. Does use the lasso early, but not enough to bring down Koval. The Blood Grenade from afar does not catch, but the Blood Grenade and the Deluge is just enough. So it's going to be another kill for Alum. 2 for 1 there. Was absolutely the correct decision. A very nice read by Impossible to bring 4 heroes into this top lane. Really what they needed to do to make sure that they get this Wisdom Rune. And they're really in this way, or maybe, Moonlight shutting down his own game, but having just kind of a tough one so far on the Batrider. Actually ends up being smoked along with QBFY. I guess that was either to get out of base or maybe try to catch Rain on the last track. That's personally a little bit why I do like having this other facet on Batrider. They're actually looking at Rubicon, who is hexed and shackled before he can even get the full morph off. Really nicely done by QBFY. So he just gets a freebie on Crystallize onto the enemy carry. Not what you expect. And Ursa in the bot lane at 8 minutes here. It might cost Moonlight the rune if he's going to get the DD, but it's so greedy by him. He gets netted in place, and now he's going to take all this damage from the Diabolic Edict, and he goes down. His greed absolutely sickens me on Moonlight. Of course, he didn't want to just give up that rune for free. Probably was the better call overall. Having a very tough game himself, but Batrider definitely has the ability to do a lot down in net worth. But yeah, just another misstep here by the Passion UA mid laner. Rain pulling quite a bit ahead in this mid lane, almost 1,300 gold. Crystallize has been beating down this bot tier 1 for quite a while, finally manages to get it with Botyuk. I will say the one thing that Passion UA really has going for them is this Radiance timing is going to be absolutely insane, and they actually do get the lasso on the Tusk. So nice freebie for Moonlight. And they're sticking around mid. Rain is TPing in full HP. Reelin could do a lot here. And now it looks like a dead QBFY. Can they catch anything else in return? Moonlight does a lot of damage with his amplified damage, and he's actually going to get enough onto Rain to get that kill. Has the Deluge on the Naga Siren. Really nice snowball from afar. Tag team is just enough to clean him up, so Kyovo gets that one. They do lose the mid laner on both sides. Rain is obviously a much more valuable trade, so we'll absolutely take that if we're Passion UA here. And again, I'm also very happy from Passion UA because if I'm Botyuk, I'm just absolutely free to farm. He's working towards a relic. He hasn't bought a single item since he's gotten these bracers. So he went bracers into Radiance. Very, very strong build. Brewmaster probably the only hero in the game who can do this absolutely ridiculous build. No wand, no nothing. That would be weak. Kyovo picks up the shield rune. There's a little bit of a squabble in the mid lane. Has the snowball to delay things. They're actually kind of looking at fighting. The song is nicely placed. Gonna kind of stall out these heroes. They don't want to fight this though, of course, with Botyuk right there on the Brewmaster. So they just back up. Very nice heroes to disengage on Impossible. But the bad part about disengaging is you do ultimately end up giving away that kind of area. And Crystallize has been making a lot of moves around the map. They've got this level 3 Liquid Fire. We got a catapult here. If they could take this tower, they would love to. They don't want to overstay their welcome here because in the top lane and in the bot lane, there's 2 cores getting farmed that they are absolutely happy to collect. Crystallize is getting quite low, but overall, it's just a trade. There is a Sacred Relic on the Botyuk. Caster, can you turn on game sound? I will keep it in mind. All right, looking on to Kyovo here, who's level 4 on the Tusk, really struggling for levels. Pretty desperate. Ends up going down to Cracker again. 2 kills on this Jakiro so far. Pretty unfortunate. You really want levels on this Tusk. That 3rd point in tag team, of course, that Walrus Punch, really necessary for getting much accomplished on this hero. Kind of well, he can. Another TP up, TPing out on QBFY, not able to catch him. They just get the support, but of course they're looking to take a little bit of pressure in the top lane so that they can actually catch this tower. Moonlight was looking at the morph, wasn't able to fully get a kill, and let's do a Botyuk check, everybody. About 500 gold for that shiny, shiny relic. Takes a brawny dormant curio as well. So scaling very nicely. I'm working on getting those game sounds up for you guys. Moonlight taking some stacks of his own. Well, not really stacks. Just trying to get these few camps. He is level 9 now, which is when the Bat Red really starts kicking into effect. And there's a little bit of a squabble on the top lane, but we're going to go ahead and use the Kobold Cup. We've got 2 of them on Impossible. Naga Siren, of course, very good at being annoying. So far, not that great at getting the net worth like we're used to seeing in those carry Naga Sirens. And actually going on to Quoval
It's not enough damage to bring him outright, and Moonlight is actually going to go down here to the damage of Rain if he's not careful. Deluge is nice, and they're going to get a double here, so really far extended on the mid lane. Beating away a few snakes as well. A double kill to Rain. The top lane, they're looking at Crystallize. There is a blink from Alem if he wants to go here, but don't think he has the damage. No, certainly not, because he's got that Vanguard phase boots. No blade mail on this axe. Looking at Cracker, misses the call just slightly. Actually getting turned on himself this time, but TP out is nicely done by him. Batyuk does, of course, finally finish up its Radiance. Not the highest net worth in the game, but it is a very pivotal point for Passion UA. It's going to speed up this farm so much on Brewmaster. Make him actually quite dangerous in the team fights. Battle Fury likewise for Crystallize. So they have a lot of farming items coming out for Passion UA. They just have to be careful not to fall victim to the Yule's timing from Rain or the blink from Alem. Managing to dodge it for the moment. Smoke out from QBFY and Batyuk. Trying to make slight moves on either team. Moonlight's just been kind of catching up slowly in this mid lane. Does have that Dragon Lance looking towards a blink next. They're again on this mid wave. Will this work out for them this time on Passion UA? They open onto Kyovel, who does not get the snowball off. Hex is nice, but the stun is really nice for the split earth. It's a primal split to kill all the illusions. Kyovel is in the same spot he was before. No song to try and save him, so they lose him, and they're going to try and get out here. Batyuk chases a little bit. What the Panda is not able to amount to really anything. So hovering in this mid lane, they do finally get one kill, but it's just Kyovel this time. Taking some really nice stacks, though, in this triangle. They steal the Shrine of Wisdom as well. It's quite nice for them. Theirs is still up. Rubicon probably can't get it. Hoping that these are game sounds up for you guys. And a call onto Batyuk. He has no primal split. Nice split earth. And the dunk is going to come out. Doesn't even need it, actually. Yule's onto Crystallize here is quite nice. The Enrage is going to do a little bit, and it's actually going to be enough to bring down Rain on the last track. The lasso is nice onto Alem. It's another kill there, and they're kind of cooking this fight so far. There's no song for 2 seconds. Kyovel is going to go down before it can come out. The stun is just in time for the Naga Siren. Not able to get it, and that's a 5-man wipe. A triple kill for Moonlight, who really just has a Dragon Lance. Really accelerates his game. Crystallize CVs to the bot lane. That is nicely done by Passion UA. This is what happens when you just allow the Batrider to free hit a full fight. Easy to underestimate its damage. Very, very easy. And now they've lost a lot on the map here for Impossible. Particularly Rubicon's game is not as good as he would like it to be. Quite a bit behind where Crystallize is. All right, and they're hovering in the bot lane. This could actually be scary because there's a blink out for Ursa. Rubicon, he's really low HP. Ooh, he does get the morph off in time, but is it enough? He doesn't have the waveform, so it looks like he's just going to go down. Ooh, Rubicon is really struggling. Bottom core of the net worth right now, and again, it's not the easiest morph game. There's a lot of things to annoy a morph in this game. Really needs to get into this Manta. Still 1,000 gold. And they're going to easily take this tower. These are two supports who are great at taking towers. Of course, you have the snakes and the liquid flame. Almost a BKB fully finished for Moonlight. Opting to skip that blink. I think this is a really nice decision. Now that he is so far accelerated. He was struggling a lot initially, and now he is sitting third net worth. And again, Batyuk is very comfortably sitting in the second spot. The two bracers into Radiance build. Then you get boots, then you get wand, guys. Remember this one. They're sitting on top of a ward. They smoke on top of a ward. It's not their best look, but it's pretty hard for Impossible to catch a fight. Again, this is a relatively low damage lineup between Naga Siren and the Tusk. Morph doesn't really have a lot right now. There is finally a blink on Alum. So they know vaguely where Passion UA is. Passion UA, nice scan. Try and catch something. And they're actually looking towards Rubicon. And a really nice hex onto him is just enough. It's going to be a kill again onto Rubicon, who is just time and time again caught out. Even if they see the smoke on Vision, Rubicon still gets caught by this cheeky little ward just out of sentry vision. And on the spot side, and it's heading into Roche. Two swords who are also quite good at doing Roche, so very kind of easy to execute lineup so far for Passion UA. Chips falling into place for them very nicely. I really want to see Impossible kind of make a move with this BKB, or this Blade Mail Axe, which they almost got Alum in this top lane. Extended the BKB on Moonlight, so that is his 9 seconds, but it is also the Blade Mail reveal. And haven't really had any chances to get active on Impossible. I almost wish they did a smoke of themselves, or just tried to get a little bit something else off the map. Still 500 gold away from the Manta on Morph. Not easy so far. Alright, and it's going to be a Tormentor, so heroes that are also quite decent at taking Tormentor. Shaman Shard, not the strongest in the game, but quite nice to get kind of that little mini Aeon Disc, microdosing Aeon Disc. And actually, right into the mid lane on QBFY, he's going to try to catch Killville, and Naga Siren not really privy to using the song to try and save him. Has it blink out if he can get it, but it's not far enough out of the loving arms of Crystallize. Nice blink cancel. Maybe he can play this, but doesn't look like it. QBFY and Crystallize finally bring him down. Again, they're stuck in kind of trying to get small things out of the map on Impossible. This game is very difficult for them to just kind of cope right now. Finally, Manta on Rubicon. And they just walk straight at him. Very necessary item in this game for him to get a little bit of farm. They're trying to defend this Wisdom Shrine. Rubicon will get it. There's very, very aggressive wards for Passion UA here, which I really do like. I feel like Krekker and QBFY have just placed some really excellent vision. They have to smoke in essentially their own base. Crystallize does break their smoke, so they see them on that ward. Even a smoke next to their tier 2 is not enough to catch anything. Very nice to just kind of hold this high ground for Passion UA. A very difficult spot on the map to walk into. You can catch your relevant waves, and Batyuk happily just has these travels and kind of slowly chipping away at the other side of the map where he's essentially unkillable. I'd really like to see them kind of catch Batyuk in this bot lane here. They're pinging him, but the move is just too slow. He TPs to the top lane. And they're hovering top again on Passion UA. Very nice positioning by them. Feels like once a team kind of gets a hold of this high ground, it's very hard to break it. Trying to think of what the next best item is for Impossible. Looking at a Dragonlance on Rubicon, which isn't exactly the perfect fighting item. Still need some BKBs. Yule's on the Naga Siren is quite nice against Ursa, but not particularly enough. They're TPing into this, and this ward trap onto Killville, hopping under Rain on Crystallize with a lot of damage. Killville's going to go down on the backside. They're just trying to chase for more. There's still a song available, but of course there's a BKB on Crystallize. The Hex is really nice, straight into the Ice Path, right at the very edge. So they're going to get this Naga Siren. No time to song, just sacrifice yourself. Give a further netward lead to Passion UA. It really is kind of playing the map together. Regardless, I mean, I think they're playing the map in the correct positions, but they're also playing together, which is very nice. Not really getting caught up by anything Impossible. That one smoke they tried wasn't able to accomplish anything. And again, we're not really seeing the value of this axe in this game. Alum just not really able to get any blink blade mail calls. I think since he's gotten this blade mail, he's maybe maybe he got one that we didn't even see on screen. It wasn't during a team fight. Just not getting a lot of value out of these heroes. And again, it's kind of low mobility, not super high damage if you can't get the Leshrac. And they're even hunting for him. QBFY is super aggressive on the blink. Rain just barely managing to get out of dodge. And the position on the map is so saddening for Impossible. It's kind of just these corners and their own base at the moment. Best they have is the Naga's Iron for kind of slowly split pushing waves. But again, with Deluge, that's a little bit of a delayed process. Well, there's that blink call. No blade mail because it's a little bit uninvited, but they do go on a QBFY, which is a really nice kill if they can pick it up. Rain finally gets in the middle of a fight. They have to use the Primal Split, which the main Panda is actually immune to. They use the BKB on Moonlight, which I think is smart, but now he's kind of alone. Turns into the Bat Rider. Crystallize jumps onto Rain. Really nice Yules, but he's still taking a lot of damage from the Primal Split. Yules onto himself from Rain, gets dispelled. It's really nicely kiting Crystallize. They get Alum on the backside, so it's just the Ursa alone here. I'm not able to accomplish anything. Batyuk is eventually going to go down to Rubicon as the Bat Rider. He doesn't even want to be Morphling. He wants to be Bat Rider so that he can stack up that Napalm and finally bring down Batyuk. So the fight that they actually needed, I feel like the most important thing here was the Yules were really on point, just keeping the Leshrac alive. It's really about Rain, I think, at this point, if they want to play around on Aim Possible. Hope we didn't lose sound again. But overall, I mean, signs of life for Passion UA. I think I didn't quite get to catch the full fight of Alum versus like 2 or 3 heroes, but he lived a very long time. Kind of let Crystallize, not getting a lot of value out of his BKB. Well, it's a butterfly for Rubicon. He's looking at the big ticket item. Finally, I mean, after that fight, he caught up a lot in gold. Getting a kill on the Batyuk is a lot of net worth and a lot of XP. Butterfly would be absolutely massive for him in this game. Could dream of a shard as well, just to be a little bit safer. There's finally a blink on Moonlight as well, so blink lassos are a little bit scary. Very comfortable position still for Passion UA, but it's nice to see that Aim Possible can get a fight if they want one. Just walks a little bit past. Oh my god, Crystallize just absolutely murders Kyoval. The Basher is pretty good, and he's in he's in enemy territory. He's infiltrating them. He just walks, he gets one assassinated, Hitman style, and then runs away. QBFY was so close to catching Alum. Still running after him. Probably can't catch anything. But Alum might be greedy and stay. Nobody with QBFY. They're just kind of dreaming right now. Crystallize so aggressive on this Ursa. And actually dreaming of his own MKB before there's even the butterfly out yet. Rubicon will get to it at some point, but if the net worth keeps up from Crystallize, which he farms incredibly fast, he might get this MKB at a very similar timing to the Roche spawning and to the Morphling getting butterfly, which would be kind of devastating or impossible. They're really hinging on having at least a few good items to get a fight. Alum is quite a ways away from his BKB. In that last fight, he unfortunately kind of took the fall by being the target they went on, so he's still a lot behind in net worth and in XP. I want to jump onto QBFY. Nicely done by Kyoval. We'll get the mini Aeon disc, but it is a kill. Moonlight has a nice lasso. The initiation's a little bit awkward with the song. Crystallize is hunting, but he actually ends up going backwards. They can just play for Roshan here. End up getting QBFY for not very much commitment, but of course you have to use the song. Batyuk has his own Manta, so still very much a lead for Passion UA, but these small kills are very important for Impossible, especially to getting Rubicon to that butterfly. If they kill his courier here, that's quite annoying for him, and they do. So Rubicon's got to find a way to get to that secret shop to actually get his item. He's playing really aggressive on it. Nice Yules. Ice Path is going to do a lot here. Oh my god, getting the Macropyre on the 3 heroes. Crystallize is in the middle of everything. Still has that Rage and the BKB popped. No BKB for Alum. Moonlight has an amplified damage, which is a lot of damage. Alum is trying, but just spaced very nicely by Crystallize. Really nice Hex by QBFY here. Brings down the Ursa. Or brings down, sorry, the Morphling who was turned into Ursa. And a nice catch by Batyak. It's going to be a kill onto Rain here. He does have the Yules, but it is not enough. He can't get it off through the Hex. The Shackles are going to keep him in place. Amplified damage is an easy triple kill. And again, Batyak, he just says go again. I believe this is Winter Soldier from Marvel Rivals. He gets one after another. A freebie onto the Naga Siren. Roshan is spawned, but they don't care about it because they're just going to hit the racks. Again, these are supports that are pretty decent at dealing with the towers. Of course, QBFY doesn't have quite the snakes yet. Crystallize a little bit low. I'm a tiny bit afraid that this is going to mess with their Roche timing, but it's almost a full MKB for the Ursa. Gem out on Krekker is quite notable. Blink even for the Jakiro, so some pretty rich supports from Passion UA sitting at a 15k net worth lead after these pretty dominant fights. Again, Alum just kind of being a little bit of a victim in these fights. Level 15, but still no BKB. Rain, and no real way to get into the fights. No BKB yet to kite out the fights. And Batyak again, the early Radiance has really accelerated him into the mid game. Now he's basically a second carry. Dreaming of an Octarine. Dreaming of a second Aegis here for Crystallize. Full MKB is finished, so the effect of that butterfly is pretty much mitigated, which Rubicon in that fight never even got to the secret shop. Never got to finish the butterfly, so Crystallize has the MKB before there is even a butterfly. It's a little bit depressing. Roshan pretty handedly. And Crystallizes loving arms. And it looks like Ash and UA are looking to slowly choke this one out. Sitting right on top of a ward. QBFY TPing out right on a ward, but he's gonna go hunting. He's a little bit of a fisherman in these days. Oh, it feels like these heroes are so tanky and so hard to get on top of. Or impossible. I kind of almost wish that they would do a smoke on this timer, knowing how split Passion UA are. They are kind of looking towards the top lane, but again, Batyak is such a difficult kill. He's got 3,000 HP plus this Drunken Brawler bonus, but they're going to catch them right on the Tormentor timing. But, well, I say catch, but they're the ones backing off. Free shard for Batrider. Nothing really feels better than that. Level 18 as well for this final level in Flaming Lasso. Looking very nicely for Passion UA, but really the supports are the best kind of building hitters they have, along with, I suppose, the Brew now has the 1200 Brewling health with an Octarine. That's always a decent way to get some damage on buildings. And try to stall things again with the Deluge, but it's not the Naga Siren of olden days. Batyak, just about as tanky as an Aegis carrier, I'd say at this point. Yeah, and there goes the Primal Split, there goes the Snakes. Batyak kind of just hovering with the Wind Panda. Did so much in the previous fight and actually just dispels the illusions. There's not a whole lot that it feels like they can do and they're not choosing to. Moonlight actually does a lot of damage to buildings with this newly found shard on the Batrider, which applies sticky napalm to buildings for 35% damage. There's not a whole lot they can do about it. The Primal Split has finally gone down, and the smoke is just so late from Impossible. They have this blink on the Naga Siren. They have the items if they wish to fight, but Passion UA is just not giving it to them. Wait for the Primal Split. Go push out your lanes. and come back. Rubicon is finally looking at level 20, which is the 15 agility, plus a BKB finally. Once he clears a few more camps here. Definitely necessary in these fights, but he can get bursted if he's not careful. Going to be a lot up to how these Naga Siren sleeps go. Alum finally getting that BKB as well. Brain not quite there.
Dire are scanning.
Moonlight is at least not with the team for the moment.
Radiant are scanning.
They're in this bot lane smoked up. This is maybe their one opportunity. Blink Call is actually a ton of damage, and they're going to get the first life onto the Ursa. But again, it is just the first life. Are they going to song and try to get out of this? They're still looking to fight, which is really interesting. Don't actually get the Naga Siren. And on the backside here, Rain is taking a lot of damage from the Ursa. Moonlight on the backside almost going down. The lasso is not quite enough, and Rubicon is actually putting a lot of damage into this fight. Crystallize doesn't have the BKB, and Alum does. So he's actually going to call onto Crystallize. Good damage hitting on Rubicon. He's lifted into the air, which is a huge nuisance for him. So it's just QBFY and Batyuk against the world. Can Killville do something? The snowball is really nicely done. Yules to delay it. And another lift up from Batyuk. He is such a menace in these fights, and when he comes down, he's full HP. Actually shifted fully strength on Rubicon, which means he can't finish off this kill quite. Does have a TP if he wants to get out. Gem still on the deck. So overall, a fight win for Impossible, especially for Rubicon, who's gained 3 levels here. Batyuk doing so much in these fights, but a little bit of a botched engagement from Passion UA means that Moonlight doesn't get the target he wants. Actually ends up going down to the Batrider version of Morphling. Again, still a great position for Passion UA. They're up so much net worth, but we're seeing how things can get done on Impossible. I feel like that was even a little bit of an awkward engagement from them. They got the Urza Aegis, and I thought they were just going to get out, but they were hungry for more. They got a whole lot more in that team fight. Feeling pretty decent if you're Rubicon, who again is finally looking towards that shard, which, of course, if you... those of you who don't know, it's you can use Morph while you're stunned, kind of like the old version of Morphling, pretty long ago by standards now, which is very, very nice in this game. No getting lassoed, no getting... well, you still can get hexed, actually, because you're silenced, but you can't get shackled. None of that jazz. But yeah, looking at it, or I mean, not looking at it, he has an Aegis, or a Assault Cuirass in his inventory. It's a long way from those bracers that he has. Dreaming of a refresher. Tier 4 neutral items starting to come out. Pretty relevant. These ones, we have a Jazoon Blood Right for Cracker. With that timeless enchantment. Got his gem back as well. Crippling Crossbow with some evasion and movement speed for Batyuk. Debuff duration again on QBFY with a Pyrrhic Cloak. Moonlight thinking of what he wants to do with his, and Giant Small plus Vampiric for Crystallize, so pretty good neutrals on the side of Passion UA. Impossible not quite able to get out to the neutral camps yet. Sitting at a slight disadvantage there, and it's you know, you lose one fight and then you wait for the Roche. That's always how it goes. It just could be just what they need to take this third and final set of racks on Passion UA. Haven't smoked in quite a while. I wonder if they're thinking about it. Moonlight has finished up a Lincoln's, which will be quite nice for him, and gets the level 20 talent for Batrider, which is quite nice. It is the plus 4 second Smoldering Resin duration, which is basically just a damage over time from your innate on your right clicks. Very nice for the right click bat. Usually it only lasts 2 seconds, so 6 seconds is quite ridiculous. And they're smoked in the spot side. They see them place the ward, so they know that they're smoked. They presume that they are. The either shock, since it's just about to wear out. Batyuk, he can poke this if he wants. He's thinking about it. They're smoked just on the other side. There is a ward right where Impossible is. This is not the target, but yuck. Little bit of a standoff here. Crystallize is tempting fate. He's one of the targets that could jump, but he's just out of range. Snakes plus Primal Split is so much damage, and so is Moonlight onto the tower, surprisingly. Alum looking for something, does actually get the Ursa, but it's pretty awkward engagement. He gets Yules, and on the way down, he's Ice Path. The lasso is really nice onto the Naga Siren. He's not going to get a song off. They catch Alum as well, so it's a lot of kills and really nice Shackle on Terrain, who never got the BKB off. No buyback as well. This could be game here. Crystallize pops the BKB to get more. No BKB again used on the Morphling. Has it right now if Rubicon wishes. Has the buyback, unlike the rest of his team. Has to use the BKB. Shifted full strength. So they lose this Rax. Looks like this is probably just going to be the game end here. A little bit of an awkward engagement. Turns into 3 deaths without buyback. Absolutely the correct lasso target. He jumps in on Rubicon, a nice snowball save, but it's going to be the G's drop for this first game of the AIM Possible versus Passion UA. Very nicely done by them. A little tiny bit of an awkward early game, but they end up bringing it back with some very nice positioning, some very nice team fights, and QBFY just really getting around the map on this one. Nicely done by Passion UA. And yeah, I mean, I really just like the ease of execution of Passion UA's draft. If I really had to give kind of an MVP this game, I think it would be QBFY, but Crystallize did so much in this game. Batyuk, I mean, his Brewmaster was pretty excellent. The 2 bracers into Radiance, I think, is a pretty iconic build. So annoying to play against if you're Impossible, and they really just weren't able to get off the ground that game. So unfortunate for them. They're gonna have to head back into game 2 after this one and see if they can fix some of those draft issues. All right, guys, we are back into game 2 here. Passion UA versus Aim Possible in CCT, the season 2. And we've got probably a look at the same bands. Passion UA did take the game a little bit convincingly in that first game. A few nice moments for Aim Possible. Rubicon's morph eventually got to where it needed to be, but it's just a very slow early game. So I'm curious to see how they switch up the draft a little bit. They're going to be on first pick this time on Impossible, which I think is nice for them. First pick is quite useful. They end up getting rid of the Shadow Shaman for QBFY. I think that's probably a smart decision overall. He is very menacing on QBFY. And for Passion UA, QBFY, I believe, is kind of the newbie onto Passion UA. I think he's the newest player that they brought in. So, of course, you know, a team like this, it seems like, you know, they're going to try out different players. QBFY is, I think, the newest addition to this roster, and he looked very, very good on the Shadow Shaman. Let's see what Impossible does in the second game. Getting rid of the Death Prophet, so very similar bans, except this time adding that Shadow Shaman. Don't want to deal with that. And a first pick Doom out from Passion UA. So switching things up, we saw, I think both teams picked their 2 supports first last game. This time they go straight for the Doom. Obviously a very, very reliable hero. I don't hate it. The question is now, do you try to get some kind of response to Doom in the game, in the lane? Not a ton of great ones. Kind of just some strong heroes overall in laning. I did get rid of the Terrorblade, which typically would be one of my favorites. They go for Medusa. I mean, Medusa is a great game counter to Doom. They're going to set themselves up for an anti-mage ban, of course. Still a flex potential on Aim Possible, but we've seen a lot of drop-off since there was a few nerfs onto the offlane Medusa that we were seeing very consistently. Still viable, in my opinion, but definitely not as strong as it was. Now we're kind of looking more towards the classic carry Medusa with the Venomous Volley. You get those kind of that Manta Butterfly timing. Now Passion UA needs to kind of think of, I guess, what they're worried about. If they're really worried about anything from that last game. They get rid of the Centaur. Obviously the Stampede is kind of annoying for Doom. I do feel like the Tusk was overall quite good for Kyovel. I feel like he managed to do a pretty decent amount on the Tusk. I think he does the hero that they like quite a bit on Impossible. Could look at something like that, but instead they go for the Pango. A little bit interesting. I almost wonder if they could have wanted Pango, since I find the Diffusal is kind of nice against Medusa. But it's, I mean, you know, I believe Impossible has another pick here. They could have just snatched that one right away. And again, with this Medusa, it's a very slow kind of... I mean, with both these heroes, I'm expecting, again, kind of these tempo heroes to come out. No Storm Spirit Band, of course, Anti-Mage is gone. No Storm, no Void, no Ember. Go for the Tusk again, which makes sense. Kyovo likes it. I think, again, when I was looking at their page briefly, it looked like the Tusk was kind of their dominant hero that they like playing. Kyovo looked pretty decent on it. They had a tough game, but he did make a lot of nice moves with it. Now I'm trying to think of classic kind of... At this point, I think if you're in Passion UA's, you know, feet, you're kind of... Or their shoes, not their feet. You're thinking, who can build the Fusel? Who can pump a lot of damage into Dusa? How do we not focus our draft entirely around countering Dusa, which can sometimes be hard? I think the Ursa looked great for Crystallize, and that can build the Fusel. I don't know if they want to pick it up this early. It's maybe not necessary, but it is very comfortable. Probably want to pick up a decent support here. Jakiro's still in the pool. Cracker played it very nicely. It is annoying for both of these heroes, so it's really up to them. I'm feeling like they're probably going to want some kind of support here that's decent into the Tusk, some form of lockdown to pair with the Doom. A lot of value here is that they could pick up here. Even, you know, again, I think something even like the Storm has some value here, but you don't want to get early counterpicked. Dark Willow is decent. Again, you know, disruptive for the Dusa, which again, I would generally assume is going to be a carry. And then great against Tusk. And just a nuisance overall. I like the Dark Willow. A little bit disabled with the Doom. And again, now they get to kind of decide, do you go for a Diffusal carrier? Do you go for the likes of something that has a pretty good amount of lockdown? Because now you have a support with a lot of damage, which I think makes any kind of hero like that juicy. Wouldn't hate the Ursa again. It's really up to Passion UA how they want to kind of roundabout do this one. So they end up going for the Jakira. Perfectly reasonable. Very high damage supports. Very good lockdown between the two of them. I'm not sure what Aim Possible is really looking for here. It'd be a little bit... The Passion UA has done, I think, something that I'm a big fan of, which is they've drafted a lot of stuns and a lot of just raw damage, which I think makes their draft kind of easy to play. I was actually thinking of Disruptor because I think it's quite nice at catching these two supports. It's nice at disrupting them. Naturally. It's good catch. It's good, you know, you want to have catch with Dusa. You want to be able to bring heroes to her. Kind of counteracts some of the disable when you have a glimpse like that. And now, I mean, I don't know. If I'm impossible, I feel like I'm looking at a Storm. Maybe you go Batrider yourself. It looked pretty good in this last game for Moonlight. A pretty decent Batrider game, I think, in the core role there. Maybe they feel like the offlane pool is a bit pinched. Not the best kind of summons game for like a Lycan or a Beast. Well, they've got a lot of time to make this decision. This draft is a lot slower paced. I think both teams kind of slowing down a little bit since that game 1. I really do feel like something like a Puck or a Storm would put a nice bow on Aim Possible's draft. It's just, there is always the worry of playing those heroes that on the 18 pick, you're going to get cheesed mid by something like a Huskar, etc. Or that they just have so many disables that it's kind of obnoxious to play those heroes. But I want something that can play with a Tusk and a Disruptor. And I in my head, I feel like picking a mid here would make a lot of sense to do that. Even the likes of something like a Monkey King pairs decently with the Tusk. It also keeps the flex open for the Dusa, which I'm a fan of. And it leaves you open for that 23. And yeah, really using all the reserve time here to pick up a Beastmaster. Not what I was thinking. It could still potentially be a Beastmaster made. We've seen a lot less of that since the Aghanim's nerf on Beastmaster. He now gets a lot less stacks when he ulties for the Drums of Psalm. So overall, a much weaker mid hero. A lot of people are kind of favoring the summons build. It's not a horrible summons game. Dark Willow and Jakiro are pretty poor at killing them. And in the later half of the game, but I could see Beastmaster struggling a little bit. This Beastmaster Tusk lane and the Jakiro, they could play the Doom carry if they want. They could also pick a pretty decent carry here. They could pick the Ursa again if they wanted. They go for Gyro. So again, a hero that does quite decently in the Beastmaster. Pretty strong laner overall. You don't want to get into melee range with that Rocket Barrage. So I don't hate it, picking up just a very comfortable carry here. And again, both teams presumably leaving their mid for the last pick. So this pool is going to get a little bit pinched. Another tiny ban from Passion UA. I actually wouldn't have hated the tiny as well either for them. So I feel like Game Possible kind of making a small mistake by leaving this mid for the last pick here. Heading in this last phase of ban. So again, it's kind of funny when both teams leave their mid, presumably, I'm assuming it's mid, for both last picks. Because you kind of got to decide, what do I play that the enemy doesn't play? What do I play that can get countered really heavily? Storm is always a very solid ban in this kind of last phase. I feel like Storm is always kind of getting looked at. I think Void Spirit is still on the table for either team. Obviously banned Moonlight's Batrider. Last time I thought they might go for something like a Void Spirit. They went for the Batrider. It's quite good this game as well for Passion UA. I think I also lied at the start of the draft. I think I said that Aim Possible had first pick. They did not. So they do have at least a nice thing of an overall last pick for the draft, but I just feel like now that this is a mid pick, the 3 seconds of reserve time, they've lost a little bit of oomph. Maybe there's some form of cheese that they can do. It's not a great puck game for either teams. Typically, I feel like at this point you're looking, is it a good puck game? It's okay for Impossible. It's decent. So they banned out the Huskar, afraid of getting cheesed on this last pick again. End up going for the Void Spirit. So I like Void Spirit in specifically drafts that have a lot of damage, especially in their supports. That way you can kind of play through them. It looks very comfortable, this Void Spirit game. And it makes sense to ban the Huskar because the last thing you want to do is play Void Spirit and just get absolutely obliterated in lane. That's the easiest way to kind of lose all pressure on the map. So presumably Aim Possible doesn't have a cheese pick left. They go for the Slardar, which I actually think that's a nice way to round out the draft. It's going to be a Slardar mid into the Void Spirit. Obviously, Slardar does quite well into the Void Spirit. Not a Huskar well, but does quite well. And is going to actually amp the damage of the Beastmaster, the Tusk, the Medusa carry here to be pretty meaningful. It's kind of a low armor draft by Passion UA, so I didn't see the angle for the Slardar here, but I really do like it on Impossible. I don't know if that makes me favor their draft, just because I'm a little bit worried about their lanes. But I think I honestly, when I'm looking at this, I feel like they stand a little bit of a better chance because they've got a lot of more playmaking potential with a high amount of damage, and they've got really good kind of objective pressure, which is something that they lacked in the last game, I feel like. And having Rain be able, just having kind of more playmaking heroes is nice. The Disruptor kind of showing up around the map is a really nice pairing to Slardar, Beastmaster, Medusa. These heroes that aren't typically good at getting on top of heroes in the early game, but deal a lot of damage when they do. There is Rubicon on the Medusa. We're heading right into this game 2. I feel like this one is going to be a little bit closer than the last one, and the last one was still pretty decent. I think there was some good potential there. We got Passion UA versus Aim Possible game 2 here, fighting for their lives in the tournament, as they both lost a series earlier in this group stage. And that's what led them here. Passion UA, I'm sure, hoping to close it out. Aim Possible hoping to prevent them from doing that, and I think they've got a much better shot in this game. I wasn't a huge fan of the Beastmaster at first, but I like seeing it paired with this Slardar. It's just gotta, you gotta make sure that the lane isn't too tough for Alum here. I think that's possible. Late smokes again from both teams. Crystallize waving at Impossible, trying to see if you can bait them into anything. Kind of the same map movements from last game. Very interesting. How are you guys doing in chat here, guys? Of course, I can talk to you guys. I do read the chat as best I can, but it is a little bit delayed. I believe about 5 minutes or so. So be patient with me. I am Rojo Fireflu, if you guys don't know. Baoyuk does get the rune, actually, but taking a lot of damage for it between that tag team. And actually, a glimpse could be enough to maybe bring him down. So he gets the rune. Is it worth your life? Rubicon would say so. He's quite happy you did that. But yeah, I'm glad to be here on CCT. I'm glad to cast this game too. So thank them for having it. And of course, thank these teams for showing up and playing. Hoping that we can get a little bit of a banger here for this game too. Trekker back on his Jakiro. Rain playing something a little different than the last rack, Slardar. Hoping that there's potentially a little bit more pace from Impossible here. And I think the top lane is really going to be something to watch out for. Does Alum kind of... Is he going to be playing for the summons? Does he choose to, stack a bunch? Nice glimpse. Taking a lot of damage on QBFY. Actually uses the Blood Grenade early. And actually gets the kill on QBFY. It's not First Blood, obviously, because Rubicon already claimed that, but gets the XP. I think Rubicon will again take that. Any trade that he can get for XP. And the Medusa is quite good against... I mean, both these safe lanes should be, I think, better than they were last game. Last game we kind of saw... I mean, Crystallize did pretty decently out of the lane, but Baoyuk had a really great game on the Brewmaster. Alum was doing quite well on the Axe, all things considered. Now it's... Alum is going to have a little bit more of a tough game, I think, on the Beastmaster. He has gone the Wild Hunt facet. So that's how many units are in his AoE. Gives him more attack speed bonus to all of them. And of course, Rubicon is Medusa into the Doom. This Infernal Blade does percentage HP damage. Medusa doesn't have a whole lot of that. Could get some good harass onto QBFY, and they're actually kind of turning it onto the Disruptor. Decent glimpse keeps him safe for now. Mid lane so far going the way of Rain, so saving that last pick for the mid ended up paying off decently for them, but every time that you pick Void Spirit, you're not necessarily expecting, I think, a win out of that lane. Hoping to do as much as you can. Kind of similar for the Doom. Baoyuk actually taking a good bit of damage. Not enough to threaten his life. Alum going quite low. So yeah, this top lane is quite oppressive. I mean, they picked it to be oppressive. This is my big worry with the Beastmaster, is that it could potentially have a tough lane. And the Brambles are nice. Actually managed to dodge the Gorgon's Grasp. Good harass onto Disruptor. Gonna get the Lotus here on the Dark Willow. Has a salve to heal up. So quite low on this bot side. Good trading so far by them. A lot of wand charges, so even though they seem low, they're not very low. QBFY saving a salve. This is a fun little trick. Dark Will is innate whenever you become untargetable. You heal a whole lot more. I think he's going to look to abuse that. And actually going on to Rubicon, he has the stick charges and a mango. Nicely done by Meta. I butchered that horribly. I do not speak Russian or read Cyrillic. I'm deeply sorry. We'll call him Meta for now, because that just looks like what it says to me. And nice glimpse to try and keep him alive. Taking still a lot of damage. He's kind of trapped in this bot side. And Rubicon's just leaving him for dead. Oh, poor Meta.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Rubicon kind of as well getting shipped away from the wave. Nicely done by the offlane here. QBFY and Botyak doing a lot of magic down here. Actually even looking for the kill. If he lands these brambles, it could be a lot. They're looking as well on the top lane for Alum, but Crystallize getting turned around on himself. Rubicon has no mana, but Meta is back on the Disruptor. And they actually do get Alum in the end here. Corrector might go down for it. The boars are quite strong in that regard. A trade is not the worst thing in the top lane ever, especially considering the kill went over to the Jakiro. Again, taking anything you can get. Thank you for in this top lane. Rubicon so low. QBFY is just landing these roots time and time again. Really proficient on this Dark Willow. Taking a lot of damage though, actually. Blood Grenade Wand is not quite enough and actually gives a kill over to Rubicon. So as much as he lands roots, he's also landing himself in the grave. Meanwhile, the other massacre going on in the map is in the mid lane. Oh, that's a lot of CS. That's a lot of CS to be down. Rain having a... I mean, he was doing pretty decently in the first game in terms of laning. Goodness, the damage is quite high from him. Has a Corrosive Haze early. Actually kind of looking for a kill window here because there's no points in the Remnant. I think he's going to get it on Rain. Just walks him down. No TP rotation is able to come out for Passion UA. Not only is Moonlight down an incredible amount of CS, he's down a kill now as well. Vanguard's pretty big for Botyak in the bot lane here, though I will say he has that protective aura from the magic resistance creep. He's got 3 points in Scorched Earth. He has a Vanguard. Actually feeling quite nice in this lane, and the neutral creep actually kills Rubicon because Cracker is down here. They rotated all their heroes towards mid on Meta and on Kyovel. Again, a little bit of a low-level Tusk. They've got this Catapult, so this is a really interesting time to kind of pressure the mid tower. Moonlight's just hoping to soak XP. Unfortunately, can't do a lot about this. But in the, meanwhile on the bot side, they did get Rubicon, died to creeps. They're getting a tower of their own. I'm not sure if this trade favors Aim Possible or not. I almost feel like Moonlight is kind of happy losing his tower. I don't know if that's a crazy thing to say, but this opens up the map very nicely for Botyak. It kind of, makes it awkward for Rubicon. Get Farm, who's currently level 4. He got that first blood, and in the top lane, I mean, they're looking at the 7-minute time. They're going to get Alum. His QBFY is here, and they have really no way to defend it. They're, looking at the other side, they got their own rune. Or they got the enemy rune, of course. There's a trade for runes, but they end up getting a freebie on Aim Possible, and as much as Moonlight is struggling, Alum is kind of right there behind them. Still looking towards that Dominator, but not having a fun time. And yeah, Moonlight is kind of feeling fine in this mid lane. I think now that the tower is gone. I think it's nice for him to have a little bit more room to breathe as the creeps come in. Let's see what they decide to do next. And QBFY making a lot of moves onto the mid lane here, trying to get Meta, who's really low, finally takes down. So they give away a kill. It's around this 8-minute rune timing. Moonlight wants to get this bot rune if he can, but he's going to be stuck between a rock and a hard place. Kyovel gets the Invin's rune on the top lane. Keeping the top lane by Rain is pretty big onto Crystallize. This is a Gyro. He does a lot of damage. Actually kind of turning around on Crystallize. The slow is quite annoying for Rain. They're looking, but the glimpse just brings him back into place. Onto Cracker if they can. Rain is taking a lot of damage. The Dissimilate right on top of him. A heal is not enough, and he does go down. Crystallize is quite low, but the Brambles keep him just out of range. Crystallize is fine. Blood Grenade's not enough. Allen was not level 6 for that. So again, this Beastmaster just kind of struggling to make much impact on a rotation like that. Going slightly too deep in Botyak and Rubicon in the bot lane. Handshakes all around, guys. That's the farming lane. They don't care about players. They care about NPCs. QBFY gets some decent vision in the triangle here. And these support levels are going to start to kind of bite them in the ass. I think this is something that Impossible struggled with in the first game as well. It's just Gobo level 4.5, same as well for Meta on the Disruptor. I really almost feel like losing this mid tower was good for Passion UA. It's made it very difficult for the supports to kind of sit mid and soak waves. They've been trying to make moves and ended up kind of backfiring a little bit on them. Still no blink for Rain. It's 1,000 gold away. They get this top lane as well. So mid and top taken. Alum finally has the Dominator, but it's just a mud creep right now. Not the most threatening thing ever. Rubicon is at least having a pretty decent time as the Medusa, keeping just up about with Crystallize. Smoke is out from Passion UA. They don't have a lot of mana to really make much of the smoke, but they are right on top of Rubicon, who is saving a level for the Stone Gaze. Remnant was not placed in time by Moonlight on the spot side, so Rubicon does get away. Nice response by him. He needs to really be on top of it to make a smoke like that miss.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And this map has really opened up for Passion UA. They're going to look towards this top lane with the Dominator, 4 points finally in the Call of the Wild, which is quite nice, but they're losing all 3 outer towers for it. And then going down quite fast. Cracker again has the 3 points in Liquid Fire. Even TPing up top lane, so they're deciding that they might want to make something out of this. Or it's just going to be Cracker who clears the dominated creep. Of course, has the macro power to clear out the full wave, and probably won't stop this tower from going down, but at least gets a lot of gold in the meanwhile. He needs to kind of not die on Cracker, and he won't. Hovering in the top lane. It's a very decent net worth lead. 2k at this point in the game for Passion UA. Well, 1k now. Does not feel horrible. Moonlight's caught up a decent bit to Rain, who's just finished this blink. I'd like to see them try to do something, maybe with the roar plus the blink. The positioning is quite awkward. Alum is in a tough spot. They actually end up getting bot down bot. I did not see that one coming. Rubicon looks like he got gone on by Botyak with the Doom, but again, Medusa is a pretty difficult Doom target. That's why they picked it immediately into the Doom. The small overextension is a pretty big deal overall. And I clean up onto QBFY. And the physical damage is still very high from this Impossible lineup. Even though the early game's gone a little bit awry for them, a bit awkward. This blink is really nice for Rain to kind of bring them around the map. And if the supports can connect with Rain, it's a lot of damage. Crystallize, of course, is in no real fighting shape right now. Same for Rubicon. So we're going to see a lot of creep hitting from these two carries. Wrecker looking to get Kyoval. Nice Remnant. Gonna bring him down eventually here. So Moonlight gets a freebie off of the Tusk. Pretty pertinent kills to be giving away as Kyoval's looking straight into that blink. They want to kill this Dominator, they might be able to. They know that Alum is just kind of sitting in the trees, and he's going to look towards these Ancients, which is a little bit greedy by him. Can he get out is the question. QBFY is not level 6, so kind of low on these support levels. If he gets Primal Roared, he can die. He's hovering, waiting for Rain to come through. They're kind of using everything to kill this creep. I think Cracker could honestly go down here. There's a shield rune as well onto Rain. Nicely done. Remnant is kind of annoying for Rain, but I feel like he's eventually going to clean this one up. A freebie on a Cracker. They get the dominated creep, but at what cost? I feel like they overcommitted a little bit for that poor Satyr. But Alum, again, playing very confidently near his creeps. Knows how strong he is with his team behind him. It's a little bit of a bluff as well. Do they think they're playing behind Alum or not? Definitely hard to know. Finally getting some levels on to the Disruptor. Does have level 6 on both the supports. QBFY struggled a little bit in levels as well, despite being a part of so many kills. Ended up going down a few fair times as well. Kristallai is still holding a slight lead over Rubicon, but not necessarily a significant one, and the Manta is a huge timing for this Dusa. It's Meshta. Thank you, Yorks. I appreciate that. I will make sure to properly address Meshta on the Disruptor, who does have the Static Storm, kind of bluffing a little bit on Batyak, who does have a full Crimson Guard, which is a really nice pickup by him. Going just straight into that, not wasting any time. A smoke up by Passion UA. Moonlight doesn't quite have the Ags, but he's still curious to look at Alum, who is sitting right on top of a ward. Going to be hard to play his way out of this one, especially if the Boglets are going to help him out so much. Yeah, Passion UA has about a Boglet on their team. Alum gets the Roar onto QBFY, but it's not enough. Glimpse is enough to keep them at bay for now. Batyak is looking at something. He has a Kobold Cup. Not able to quite find anything at the moment. So one kill and out is all they get. But every kill onto Alum is a pretty meaningful one. He's actually staying around for the Lotuses on Meshta, which is a little bit interesting. Nice Ice Path. Blood Grenade is enough. And TP is nicely done. Double Astral Step into the Remnant is perfectly placed by Moonlight. And again, the Void Spirit did have a rough lane, but he's sitting at 313, just about the same net worth as Rain. This hero carries a lot of value, and he's not even at his first full item. Crystallize is going to go down in the mid lane, however, to the really high damage output of Kyovel and Rain. They don't even need another hero there. Just the raw damage between those two is enough, and the kill on a Crystallize is huge. It's about 500 from that Ogre Axe to finish out his Ags. So this is a really awkward timing, and they're blinking onto Cracker. I mean, Shard for Rain is so big. The damage output is incredible, and Kyovel and Rain can just play together. That blink is finished on Kyovel as well now. This is really when the starter starts picking up, is that Shard. Start killing waves really fast, do a lot of damage to heroes. And these are supports that do not like being amp damaged. Again, this is a pretty low armor draft overall by Passion UA. We have that Crimson by Batyak, but of course you got to kind of group up to be able to use it. Looking on to Rain, wow, it's a really nice Brambles. The snowball save is decent. It's on to Moonlight, so he knows that this Disruptor ulti is good. Static Storm is so much damage, and that is Moonlight gone. The Fear was just not in time because he had to walk out of the Static Storm, and Rain, again, he does so much damage. Primal Roar even onto Batyak, who has this Crimson but can't use it right now. Necropyre is decent damage onto Alum, but not enough to bring him down. They have Glimpse in 8 seconds, so they got to keep Vision, which they can with that Corrosive Haze. Keeping him at bay with the Brambles. They just need to get something in Rain. A nice crush onto both the supports. Again, it's so low armor, and the damage is just huge from Impossible. Rubicon happily eating up the map because his team is doing everything for him. And now he's looking at Roche on Rain, which I think makes a lot of sense. They've got the Dusa, they've got the tag team. Corrosive Haze is so much damage. Of course, the Beastmaster as well, who now has Helm of the Overlord. It's a lot of damage pumped into this Roche, so an incredible move around the top lane for Impossible. And that's just enough to get them into this Aegis. Again, the timing is so awkward for Passion UA because they were looking towards this Ags on Void Spirit and on Crystallize, not quite able to get it. Batyak wasn't quite there with the Crimson Guard, so no value coming out from him, just a very awkward fight. Now, Rubicon looking this game again at the Butterfly, but this time there's no MKB to counter it. Batyak playing around with Rubicon.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Where's my pension?
And yeah, I like these moves by Impossible. This play around this top side, both teams kind of mirroring each other. But very nice kind of objective taking potential. Looks like these teams are going to try to trade the tier 2s. a little bit stronger push on the side of Impossible, especially with an Aegis. Almost a full butterfly. And they're going to clean up this Tormentor as well, I believe, when it spawns.
Tower is under attack.
Getting some decent vision in the area.
Radiant's
They'll clean up the bot tower as well, but what are they able to do for it? The smoke. If they go through the gate, it could be smart.
is under attack.
Although Impossible might have a read on it because they're just hitting the high ground. They're calling the bluff.
Structures are fortified.
They're saying, use fort,
Radiant's bottom tower
come
is
back
under
to
attack.
base, please.
Dire's
We're begging you.
tower is under attack.
They do come back.
Radiant are scanning.
Moonlight's coming all the way through the gate. Rubicon has no mana, has to use the Stone Gaze, and it's a really nice Bramble. The Fear is really nice. On to 2. Killville, he's looking for a snowball save. His blink is going to be canceled by the urn, so it's a freebie on the bot. Yeah, QBFY just gets deleted by Rain. Crimson Guard is out, so the damage isn't super high on the Botyak. Moonlight coming in from the back, finally paying off, dodges the glimpse, and Botyak is still alive, gets the team onto Rain, which is really nice as he's kind of trying to run away. He's so fast in the river. Cracker trying to kite this out a little bit, gets the last round of spells off. Meshta doesn't have anything left to offer Glimpse in 3 seconds, so Rubicon is going to go down. Not quite the butterfly. Doing enough damage to maybe bring down Botyak. Rain doesn't blink, so the crush is a little bit awkward, and he has so much armor on Botyak that he never goes down in this fight. Rubicon finally falls. Really nicely done. The super long flank from Moonlight finally paying off. Nice buyback from QBFY. Gonna start that engagement, and that was an Aegis push for them, so really nicely done on Passion UA. They get to fix all their map. They get to catch up in net worth here. Alum, again, just having a very tough game on the Beastmaster. It's, you know, humbly the Overlord is all it feels like you really need on this hero to get going, but eventually, like, Creep kind of gets outclassed by a lot of heroes, and this Crimson doing a lot of work on Botyak for the moment, while it doesn't have any really way to get dispelled. He's even looking towards the Shiva, so Botyak in that last fight had 30 armor. Between the plate mail, he's got a Crimson, he has the poor man's shield. Super tanky, and yeah, it was necessary to kind of punish them on that timer. The Tormentor is still alive for either team to take. Kind of posturing towards it on Passion UA. Crimson Guard is great at taking the Tormentor if they want to. It looks like that's what they're going after, and Impossible did want to get this. They're going to smoke with Kyovel, but it's too little too late to get this Tormentor. They're going to have to try and catch them after. That's if Passion UA even want to do the Tormentor. They don't necessarily have to pop the Crimson, but they're just waiting. This is really smart by them. They know the Tormentor hasn't died yet. They have a really nice ward to catch things here and a smoke out. Walking around the backside here. Both teams walking into each other's smoke. Meshta would be a great target to get first. He has the Glimmer Cape. They're actually just taking the Tormentor. So they sneak it right under their eyes, but at the cost of Kyovel and Meshta. So both their supports are really low. They're both going to go down. Rubicon has this Butterfly, which is pretty massive, but it's not that massive. Alum's creep is going to go down, so he's basically a bot. The Doom is down onto Rubicon. QBFY is getting a little bit low from Rain. The Fear is really nice onto 2 Fears, so they're going to lose both cores here. Rain used the BKB, and he just has to TP out. Crystallize with an ultra kill. Well, a triple kill. Botyak gets the final hit onto Rubicon, and a really nice fight by them. Baiting out the Tormentor like that was super smart, and the supports of Impossible were just not quite in the right spot there. They picked the Tormentor, which I think was almost smart on Impossible, but then it was confusing because the supports get caught out. And Meshta is really the big part of these team fights. He needs to get the Static Storm off. He needs to be playing through Rain. And QBFY, that Sister Shroud, really saving him. Saves that for tier 2. Moonlight even kind of... He's haunting Rain. Doesn't have enough damage, though. Surely. No. Not when he misses the Ether Remnant. So he'll bring it back. And yeah, I mean, that kind of fight really kind of sets them back a good margin. That was, I mean, Rubicon, in both these games, he was supposed to be really far. Or he was supposed to kind of have a butterfly timing. He was supposed to be kind of far ahead in this game, and he was at some point. But now he's just fallen a little bit by the wayside, this butterfly timing. Not super meaningful by any means yet. And Crystallize has a full Daedalus, so not opting to go for something like the BKB or the Diffusal, just opting for raw damage. And I do kind of like this. Again, Alum is just having a very tough game on the Beastmaster. Lowest net worth of the course. Finally has a Blink Dagger, which will help him a lot with getting these crucial roars off. I will say I really do like this. The way that Passion UA plays the map is very nice. If I had one thing to compliment about them, I feel like they're generally just together. The supports are in nice positions to, break smokes. And they've always got decent items. They've got 2 Yules this game, which is really nice. They always have that kind of one player who's a little bit tankier, collecting all the farm. Impossible is trying to replicate it a little bit, but being on the back foot as they are right now, it's not quite the same. Yovo just barely getting out from Moonlight's reach there. Alum again just sitting in this top side, kind of getting his morsels. It's the Ancient Thunderhide, but they actually smoke, and they know Alum's here. Alum now knows that Moonlight is here. Ooh, really nice. He's catching him. The silence is enough to stop the roar here. Doing it again. Can he land the Remnant? Nice Manta dodge. Doesn't dissimulate in time. Can Alum get a blink away? Can he get a TP away? Tumbler's Toy into TP is just enough. Making a lot of space there. A very meaningful amount of space to not go down for. And very important that he doesn't. Alum, of course, having a pretty difficult game. And now there's not much to play for at the moment for Passion UA. Level 20 on Crystallize. So he is definitely the strongest hero on the map. Rubicon is sitting right behind him, though, looking towards a Disperser for the moment, which I do like. Get rid of some of those silences. Get away from that Doom if you ever are targeted. Burn the Doom's mana. Batyaki, by the way, bought another plate mail. He's looking at Assault Cuirass for a total of 46 armor at the moment. Against this all physical lineup. Tiny bit concerning for Impossible. Feel like this Doom is going to be quite hard to bring down. They're kind of just poking towards the high ground. Again, they don't have much to play for at the moment. So they're just going to hit the high ground. There's not a whole lot to stop them. Kyovo is finally coming back. Rubicon is TPing as well. This might be their kind of sign to get back. Can Kyovo create any kind of meaningful opportunity here? They press the glyph. So that Rubicon is back. Probably a good notion to leave. Playing again on this high ground here. I did this last game and it felt really nice, especially considering that the Roshan is soon to spawn. And there it is. So about a minute spawn on the Rosh. They could check it. Just barely miss a ward. So they smoked on kind of a ward. Need to find something on Impossible. Batyak is not a great first target, but if you can kill him before he gets much off, a tall order. It is very strong. Still close to that Disperser on Rubicon, so it's a lot of net worth to fight without. 3,200. Crystallize full dataless. Knight has that Manta style. They actually do jump onto Batyak. Again, very tanky. But poking him down is quite nice, especially with the Diffusal here. They're looking at Rubicon. The Static Storm is enough to disrupt him. Batyak gets a huge heal from a Lotus. Rain is trying to get a kill here, but he can't. So his BKB is basically wasted. Primal Roar as well, just to try and make concessions, try to catch anything, try to live. Stone Gaze away. I mean, they're going to lose the Aegis for sure at this rate. To commit so many pivotal spells to not even kill Batyak. Really nice Lotus from whoever used it on him there. So it was probably QBFY, and yeah, it's just comfortably into the Roshan pit. This time, I believe it's not even going to roar since they got the first one on Impossible. So this one is firmly in the hands of Crystallize. He's getting close to a Satanic. Very hard to deal with this Gyrocopter. Finally, Disperser is nice for Rubicon. He actually even gets this this Wisdom Shrine.
bottom tower
Needed small things for Impossible, who aren't behind a ton of net worth, all things considered. But it just feels like Alum is struggling
Radiant's middle
to
tower
really
is
amount to the net worth that he has. It feels like they're kind of unable to amount to the item timings coming out from Passion UA. Very nice itemization again by Botyak.
Radiant's top tower
They place the banner and they're looking at this top racks. There's no fort. BKB on Kyovel is quite interesting, but it's not enough to stop Crystallize,
Radiant's top
who again is so strong. Has a Satanic coming to him in just a minute.
Radiant's top
Jump on them for a little bit of poke. Kill the banner finally, but it is a set of racks. Crystallize just getting bounced around. Quite annoying that he goes down the one time. Kyovel uses the BKB early. Nicely done to get the Aegis. They can't really catch anything off of it on Passion UA, so it's an Aegis for the racks. Not a horrible trade if you can get out here. Now they're going to look towards this mid tier 2. Again, they don't... I mean, this is a Satanic Crystallize, which makes him very strong, but if he gets bursted, it could be scary.
under attack.
No BKB. I jump onto him. A little bit of poke. He's probably going to have to use the BKB on Rain. So he gets the poke, but he does end up ultimately costing his BKB, which is a huge deal. Spamming the Dark Willow ulti on QBFY. Just for the pleasure of our ears. Crystallize taking a lot from Rubicon. It's no joke the amount of damage that he can do. And Crystallize is getting poked down a lot. He's actually going to go down here. They get him early, and the Static Storm is doing a lot. Even the Stone Gaze is catching everybody. Primal Roar onto Moonlight, who's going to go down. It's a lot of damage from Rain. Doom is onto Rubicon, but this is a Dusa. Dusa can live through these. He's not going to take down. He's actually still looking at Botyak, who is kind of just accepting his fate. So a really tough fight by Passion UA. And again, the Satanic is nice by Crystallize, but if he can't utilize it, if he gets punched into the air like that, then it's very plausible that he's just going to die. Rain has so much damage on the Slardar at the moment. So easy to get caught off by it. Very nicely done by Impossible, who are actually taking a net worth lead now. Again, this Dusa is no joke. Even opting to go for the Mjolnir next on Rubicon, which I was thinking of because it's quite interesting into the armor stacking that is happening on Botyak. Again, this Medusa is a very nice pick
Dire's
into
middle
the
tower
Doom.
is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower
Finally pushing onto the high grounds a little, or poking the high ground more like. Feels quite nice for them. Rubicon getting a little bit more as this Dusa finally top net worth in the game.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Drums finish up for Alum. He has Blink BKB, almost has the max level Primal Roar, which did feel meaningful in that fight. You know, Alum is starting, I think, to realize his net worth, and he's sitting about even with Moonlight, who's struggling a little bit at this point in the game to get a ton of value out of Void Spirit. You really need to find the supports, and you really need this BKB so you can't get Static Storm like he has by Meshta. And multiple fights here. Meshta doing a really, really nice kind of disruptor build here. Did get the greedy with the Whisper of the Dread, so he's getting a lot of gold income injected through these neutral items. That means that he has an Aghanims finished. And even Rain, what a nice guy. In this triangle, he's feeding away a little bit of gold on Rain to give the Aghanims over to Meshta. There's no BKB to negate on Crystallize. He's not buying a BKB at all, which I think is interesting. But it means that there's no Yules coming out. There's no BKB for Moonlight when he has it. It's a very good timing to smoke on.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, we've seen that he can die. We know he can die. It's actually a decent stun onto two of them. Rain, he has a shield rune, so he has a ton of HP. They use the Static Storm early. Bioc taking a lot of damage, but they're backing off a little bit. They have vision of him if they want to glimpse, but they're being a little bit skittish. Bioc is just kind of tempting them. Saying, hey, I'm a nice, juicy Doom steak. Come and get me. Oils himself in barbecue sauce. I mean, Bioc, he looks pretty tasty. He does. I'd eat this Doom. But it's a pretty chewy steak. It's 58 armor currently on Botyuk, and he decided to keep the poor man's shield as his tier 3 neutral. We're recovering the map state a little bit for Passion UA. There's another Tormentor if Aim Possible ever decide they want to take it. I almost wonder if Rain can just solo take it. He still has a Curio, by the way, on Rain. You greedy. Greedy boy on the Slardar. We'll have to see what he gets for the tier 4 neutral item. Surely he takes a tier 4 Curio. Meanwhile, looking at an Ags next on Rubicon, which feels great. The Ags plus the Mjolnir is... I mean, this is the most damage you can buy on Medusa. The Diffusal applying to everybody in AoE, I think, is pretty underrated because it's a lot of mana that you're draining. It can be quite annoying. Especially for the Doom. This is the one thing that kind of sucks about Botyuk's build that's, I think, nice by Rubicon is that this Diffusal can become very problematic for the Doom. Even if you don't die, I mean, who cares if you have 58 armor and no mana on Doom? Really nobody. So he might need to be careful with some, have some Lotuses from QBFY like previous. QBFY is looking at a Wind Waker, by the way, which I think it's ambitious, but I like his spunk. I do. Tormentor finally goes down in the bot side. Heads over to, or in the hands of Kyovolk, who's looking for an Ag Scepter. This Tusk kick is really meaningful if he can ever get to it. And the net worth lead is going up for Impossible. They're close to this Ags. Onto the Dusa, onto Rubicon. They're close to AC on Rain, which is really massive. You're close to getting this Curio tier 4 for Rain. I'll make sure we pay attention to that. The smoke is kind of missing at the moment for Passion UA. No scans out from either team yet. The Roshan has the potential to spawn in about a minute or so, earliest. If they can catch Mechta, that's the best possible kill they can get. And one of the hardest is actually Rubicon, because the snowball save is wonderful. The Static Storm onto 2 is great. They have to try and disengage here. Can Moonlight live through this? He is for the moment. He's very tanky. The Doom is onto Rubicon, so it looked good at the start. He has a lot of mana on Rubicon, actually, but he's still just getting kited. Damage is a little bit too much. He has to TP out on the Beastmaster. Rubicon actually kind of making it happen. The Stone Gaze movement speed is a lot, but doesn't have a TP. Botyuk is on his tail. He's going to have to just make concessions here. He never had a chance, QBFY says. And Moonlight. Oh, they don't see him. They don't see him. Oh my god. Well, I mean, hide and seek champion. He's basically playing prop hunt there, Just a tree. Just another tree. Really nicely done by Rubicon. I mean, he has to do that to make that team fight not absolutely abhorrent for Aim Possible. Roshan is a pretty early spawn again. I believe that's about a minute or so before it does. So it'll be a short time. And they actually jump. Moonlight jumps onto Rain, but he takes a lot of damage himself. Not enough to actually be dangerous towards him. A nice punch from Kyovel. And the glimpse onto Moonlight means that he is dead. Kyovel does eventually fall down. The Primal Roar onto Crystallize is nice, but it's not doing a lot for the moment. There's no mana because Rubicon is burning all of it. So much damage from the Slithering Crush. It's going to be just enough to bring down Crystallize, and they have a buyback if they want to use it, but it's very difficult at this point. Rain not dealing a lot of damage to Botyuk again. There's so much armor, but it doesn't matter because he's not dealing any damage himself. Cracker's going to go down eventually. Botyuk, a final hit. The Roshan is going to spawn soon. And Meshja wants to wait in there. A blink for Meshja comes out, and a really, really nice team fight for Aim Possible. That was even before hitting some of their super crucial items like this Ags onto Rubicon. It's just the positioning was really nice, and Moonlight didn't have enough mana to really kind of capitalize on anything there. So now they're going to hit the high ground. No buybacks used. Roshan has spawned. Double damage for Rain is nasty because I feel like he's doing so much damage in these fights, and yeah, when you look at that damage recop, it's actually pretty even, and then about 6.5k for the Dusa, and they're just hitting the throne. There's buybacks for Passion UA. So presumably this is not the end of the game. They actually back up for a second after getting a tier 4. They really wanted to bait buybacks, and they're still looking to bait the buybacks. They're not budging on Passion UA, but there's no fort. They're in pretty dangerous territory. Buyback onto Crystallize. No BKB on Rain for another 7 seconds. Blink forward from Cracker is nice on the Ice Path, but he actually just ends up going down from Rain. The Primal Roar is onto Crystallize, but it's not enough damage right now from Rubicon and Moonlight. He has that BKB. He's looking onto Meshta, who the Static Storm is nice to trap him as well. So they get out on everybody on Impossible with 3 buybacks committed from Passion UA. So their plan worked masterfully. They don't lose almost anything, and the net worth swings how much? I mean, it doesn't show me in that last little bit, but now it's 20k in favor of Impossible. Almost feels insurmountable at this point. They have to get the Aegis, which is so difficult. No BKBs, no item coming out for Chrysalis at the moment. Smoke up from Mesha. It doesn't have the Static Storm, which is quite relevant. No BKB on Rain. But a Nullifier for Alum. Bayuk is in the craziest position. No form of initiation on them, though. Again, just a lot of armor. Not much else. Moonlight, he steps on this ward. They're like playing on top of a ward. Passion UA, they've played in this spot pretty dutifully in the past game. It has not forsaken him this time. But Crystallize is really struggling in this matchup into the Dusa. Again, he doesn't really have items to deal with the Dusa, and nice read by Impossible. They don't bother with kind of staying towards the top side of the Rosh. They just wait bottom very, very patiently. They're going to have the BKB soon for Rain, who's such a huge part of these team fights. BKB soon for Killful, who's still looking for that Ags. Will be absolutely massive when the Tusk can get it. Gem out for Rain. It's a very difficult team fight to take for Passion UA because they're just so far behind in items. That Wind Waker had to get Forsaken for a Blink Dagger on QBFY. What makes this even harder is that the Roshan still has the Roar for Passion UA because they got this last Rosh. Almost feels tough that they ended up getting that Rosh because now there's really no possible way to sneak it. There's no possible way to kind of cheese out a Rosh. There's no way to go into the pit and poke it because you'll take way too much damage from this Roshan. And a full wraparound from Impossible. This could be really good if they catch it again. We do have the Blink Static Storm. Rain onto Crystallize. He takes so much damage. He's just instantly deleted from the game. They use all their BKBs, but that would be worth it, I would say. This might even just be the game. At this point, Nullifier onto Batyuk is enough to nullify him fully. That's 2 heroes without buyback. Moonlight is just trying to cut the waves to get something. Because they have to stop the game from ending here if they really want. They can take the Rosh. Rubicon does decide to TP back. Moonlight cutting the wave beautifully. He really needs to do this. Oh, the Dissimulate. He's going to try to still live. He's wasting their time. He needs to. He absolutely needs to, but he just dies to a single Slithering Crush. What is that damage? Rain is absolutely massive in this game. QBFY. He did manage to get the creeps, but I don't know if that's enough. I almost wonder if they should have gone through the bot lane, but they just call GG. I mean, Rubicon bought a Rapier anyway, so that's for show and glory. Impossible just take a really, really good fight. They bait out the buybacks at the end and completely swing the game. Again, I felt this draft was a lot more playable from them. Really nice by Alum to recover, and man, Rain just did so much on that Slardar, so a great game 2 overall from Impossible. Passion UA not able to take the kind of swift 2-0 I'm sure they were wishing for. Wasn't the same game they had before. And yeah, I mean, just overall much better by Impossible, I feel like, in kind of every role. Lanes were still a bit shaky, but Rain had a huge presence in this game with that early Blink Dagger, with that kind of that last counter to the Void Spirit. So excited to see this game 3. It was a pretty nice kind of game 2. There's a lot of merit, I think, to Passion UA's kind of ideas, but eventually the Medusa was too much, Rain was too much. So really well played by them, and I believe we're going to go back onto another break here quickly before the game 3, so stick around for that. All right, guys, ladies and gentlemen, we are into game 3 of Aim Possible versus Passion UA. Aim Possible taking that last game with the wonderful Rubicon, Medusa, and Rain Slardar. Pretty messy of a game too, but overall going in the favor of Aim Possible. And it looks like it's going to be the same kind of bands coming out from them. Same bands so far, I think, from this last game. So neither team changing anything up too much at the moment. I feel like the draft was perfectly playable for Passion UA, but I feel like that, the first pick Doom into the Dusa was a little bit difficult overall for Passion UA. And then the Slardar, on Rain really proved to be a huge issue for that last pick mid. Really shut down Moonlight's game as well on that Void Spirit. I believe that's the first change up here of the Batrider ban first. Probably reading that Passion UA is quite comfortable on Batrider. Moonlight played it pretty nicely in the first game after he kind of got out of that laning phase, which was a little rough. Been a little bit of rough laning phases for Moonlight in these first 2 games. So hopefully they can enable him a little bit more in this game 3 on Passion UA. Ban out the Dusa, and this time they go for the Doom again. So they changed things up slightly. I don't remember exactly what they banned in the last game. I can go ahead and check, but overall, they decided that Dusa was a little bit of an issue. And it most certainly was. Looking for a response on Aim Possible. So the last time the Dusa was the response to the Doom. Now they got to think of what else there is left in the pool. There still is the likes of, the Ursas and whatnot. If they still want to pick a carry early, I could definitely see them just going with a kind of support here. The Tusk did look great for Kyoble in all those games. Even the Disruptor was quite good by Meshta. Really up to them. I feel like it's probably a support for the side of Aim Possible. I think Kyoble, Meshta on something kind of comfortable. And they do go with the Disruptor. I like it. I think, it does nicely into the Doom of kind of catching him out. It lanes against Doom pretty decently, which a lot of heroes kind of get annoyed by the laning into the Doom. Has decent kill threat. Pairs with a lot of safe lane heroes very nicely. That Passion UA. Thinking of pairings with Disruptor. What kind of heroes might be obnoxious? Do they ban out the Tusk this time? The Kyoble was played in both of the first games. Do they not care about it? I feel like Kyoble played it pretty well in both those games, although he did have a decent death counter, so maybe they feel like it hasn't been too impactful. It's up to their discretion. Getting rid of the Centaur, of course, makes sense. They did that last game. Don't want the enemy stampeding away from Doom, and they go with Pango again. So same kind of bans for Passion UA, except they get rid of the Medusa this time, and I'm curious if Aim Possible are just going to stick to their guns. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, or something like that, I think is probably what Kyoble's saying. If he wants to play this Tusk, maybe he's bored. Sometimes pro players, they get bored. But this is a loser bracket final here. Well, I don't believe it's the finals, the semifinals. So if you're out of this, then you're out of the group stage entirely. You will not be making it to playoffs. So this is a very important game 3. Don't have as much room to kind of mess around or get bored. So hopefully Kyoble and Aim Possible are all locked in for an exciting game 3. Hopefully you guys are as well. Thank you for joining us. Glad to be here on CCT as Aim Possible takes as much time as possible. Leave me to spiel on that reserve time. Hope you're all doing well in chat. I can read all your chats, and I typically do, but it's a little bit delayed. We are all having a wonderful day so far. I believe it. It's pretty early afternoon in EU, pretty early morning for me in NA. But happy regardless to be here, and they're really thinking Aim Possible. They really did not want to play against Brewmaster, which I think is fair. Batyak in the first game played a wonderful Brewmaster, is honestly a big part of Passion UA's win, I think. And they go for the Dark Willow themselves. QBFY played a pretty nice Dark Willow overall. It's a decent pairing with the Disruptor. You can set up the Brambles quite nicely. It's pretty high damage. I don't hate it. Takes it away from QBFY as well. But this does mean we're seeing Kyovel on something other than the Tusk. So we'll see if he performs as well on different heroes, if he performs better. Maybe. Decent as well against the Doom. And now Passion UA have 2 picks here. They have plenty of time. They could do what I believe Impossible did in the first game, where they really pressure the time. Because Impossible doesn't have a whole lot left. They go for the Oracle, which I think is really nice. I love Oracle as a hero. I'm a huge advocate for it. I think the Dispel is really incredible against Impossible. And so far, they have 2 supports who have okay damage. Disruptor obviously not a ton, but decent damage that is entirely magical. They go for a Death Prophet as well, which is really, I mean, it's a great pairing with Oracle, and it's been banned in both of the first games. So they opted to ban the Bat Rider instead of the Death Prophet on Impossible. And they decided to ban the Medusa instead of what, I mean, might have been a Death Prophet ban. So now they have a decent flex on Passion UA. They don't have a lot of Disable, I think is their biggest kind of issue right now. Perfectly fixable with 2 picks left in the draft. And they have a very solid combo of the Oracle Death Prophet. I mean, even with Doom, I mean, so far I really like Passion UA's draft, and Impossible doesn't have a ton of time to cook up responses to it. Ursa's a decent one. Can get annoyed by Oracle, but has really great ways to jump onto the Oracle. Is a lot of physical damage to deal with Death Prophet. Sometimes struggles in the off lane, or struggles in the safe lane against the Death Prophet. Particularly just that Spirit Siphon, the constant poke. Can be annoying, but overall quite good in the game so far, the Ursa. They have very limited time to pick this next pick. Really got to decide. There's still AA in the game, which you imagine is quite good against the heals, but does kind of struggle against Oracle a lot. I mean, they have 2 supports, so I don't even know what I'm talking about. I feel like they probably want a nice offlaner, but there's a lot of them banned in this game, and they've only got a second, so they're really thinking on it, and they go for Darkseer, which is pretty tough. Oracle is naturally one of the best counters to Darkseer in the game in laning. It's pretty much unplayable, so they have a free safe lane. Whatever they want to play is completely free. They could go Midas, Octarine, Refresher in the safe lane, and they'd probably get to it. There's still Kunkka. I feel like Kunkka's not been picked in any of these games, which I think is a bit interesting. And they actually go for Beastmaster on Passion UA, which is really interesting. I mean, it's a pretty good game for the Helm Dom, so I don't blame them. So it looks like this is probably going to be mid Death Prophet, carry Doom, offlane Beast, presumably. Which isn't horrible. I think it has a decent amount of damage. The Beastmaster has okay lockdown in the Primal Roar. The Summon doesn't face a lot of threats this game, so Passion UA's draft is not bad. I don't hate the Beastmaster. I kind of thought they might just go with a carry, but I mean, Doom Oracle sounds like a pretty nice lane, and that is a pretty greedy hero, so getting an early Radiance, having a free lane on that hero sounds pretty swell to me. And again, I mean, well, not again. I mean, Impossible, again, is leaving their mid for the last pick. They know presumably that it is the Death Prophet, so they're going to ban out supports here. Shadow Demon's a decent one. Having 2 saves can be kind of annoying. I'm trying to think of, honestly, it's probably just something with disables. Maybe they want to ban the Tusk themselves. Maybe they want to... I'm not sure what they would want to pair with the Beastmaster. Maybe something like a Ricky could be really obnoxious for Passion UA. Muerta is decent. I was thinking kind of a Silence. Quite annoying to play into for Impossible. And Passion UA, I mean, they're heading into this last phase with, 10 times as much reserve time, even more than Impossible. So they can take as long as they want, or they can really pressure the reserve time for Impossible, because they're drafting a little bit on a deficit here. Again, this is the Game 3. Get into the match to play for the playoffs. So this is a big ticket one for either team. They've got to lock in. They've got to play the best they have this whole series in this Game 3. And so far, I'm definitely favoring Passion UA's draft. I'm wondering what Impossible is really thinking for this last pick. They ban out the Tiny, they ban out the Slardar, which I think makes sense. They need a good amount of damage mid, and they need a good amount of lockdown for Impossible. Passion UA wants to go... Thinking of what they want. I mean, I honestly don't hate Ricky. I think that it pairs decently with the Tusk. I don't hate... Or with the Death Prophet. I don't hate Tusk. I mean, I guess it's Beastmaster. In the offlane. I'm just thinking of, kind of disruptive heroes that are a little bit obnoxious to play against. I feel like you want a really annoying 4 is what I'm kind of looking at. Something that maybe gets in there a little bit, has maybe some disable just to get this damage off from Passion UA. Ricky, I just find that I think would be very obnoxious for Impossible. Even something I feel like Clinks could like really hunt these supports. Like I'm thinking something a little unconventional because there is also a decent amount of 4s gone from the pool. We've not seen QBFY play anything. I mean, he played the Shadow Shaman and he played the Dark Willow, so both of those are out. You go for Lion. I mean, I don't hate Lion. It is disruptive. It is annoying. I don't love it as much, I think, as some other kind of annoying heroes, just because I think it's a bit squishy. But other than that, I mean, it does what it needs to. It has disable, and for the last pick, they pick up SF. The Shadow Fiend last pick for Rain. Another minus hero armor for him. Minus armor hero. I mean, it does decently into the Death Prophet. Probably one of the only heroes in the game that's going to do pretty well if you can kind of stack up those raises. The minus armor is pretty good. Obviously, this is going to be physical damage. SF. I think having a good amount of overwhelming physical damage from your mid lane is nice in this game because they really need it. So I don't hate the Shadow Fiend again, but you know, it is Shadow Fiend. This is a hero that I think is always worthy of being skeptical of if it doesn't have a good lane. Which, I mean, you know, Rain has done quite well in these lanes so far. But if it doesn't have a great lane, then it struggles a lot of times, I think, to come into the game and do decently. And a lot of heroes like Lion, you know, a lot of heroes like the Doom can be really obnoxious just for getting on top of you. So overall, I'm a fan of Passion UA's draft. I think this Oracle game is really, really tasty. I'm a huge Oracle fan, so I'm hoping that Cracker can really play it up to my standard. I'm gonna be harsh on him. But yeah, an important game 3 here, so both teams sure are comfortable and confident with their drafts. Rubicon on the Ursa. He's had some pretty games so far in the CCT. And thank you guys all for joining us. Feel free to interact with me in chat. But of course, you are going to be paying attention to this wonderful game in front of us. This game 3 of Impossible versus Passion UA. Do or die. A little bit of laughing from Cracker, so they're in good spirits so far. Early smoke out this time from Impossible, so it's changing up the formula. Both games we had late smokes on both teams into not amounting into anything. This time they want a little bit more. They might actually get Crystallize the smoke. Oh yeah, Crystallize is going down. Yeah, Glimpse plus the root. It's just enough. Rain gets a first blood. Uses all his mana for it, but who cares? That is 3 Necromastery and a huge amount of gold almost into the bottle once they get these bounty runes. So nice switch up by Impossible. Anything you can do to skew this game is going to be massive. Especially anything you can do to shut down a carry Doom. It'd be really funny if they even stayed, because they did place this ward. I mean, they're really hovering. Crystallize is going to have to walk through the river here. It's probably his best bet. But won't get caught. And I would kind of like to see Alum potentially
The battle begins.
really block this first wave, because he's gonna have to do some shenanigans. Kyovel, not QBFY, the other Q in the game. Alum and Kyovel are gonna have to do some wacky stuff. I mean, this is a Darkseer lane against an Oracle. Alum is a Grandmaster Darkseer, so he knows what he's doing, but this is not an easy matchup. That's not even close to an easy matchup. They're sitting 3 heroes up here. Mesha is sticking around. Maybe wondering if he can... I mean, killing Crystallize is going to be very, very difficult. I think that's almost never happening. So Mesha just comes back to his lane. He'll leave Rubicon a little bit kind of open in the spot lane. Takes a lot of damage, actually, on Rubicon. Just a bit unfortunate. He can glimpse him back into tower on Botyak. It's a good amount of damage, but Rubicon has to be careful. Blood Grenade is a lot, but QBFY has his own. The root onto Ursa is actually enough to stop the Earth Shock. No Blood Grenade, though, so QBFY goes down. Eventually trades basically his own life for Rubicon. Did not expect them to end up getting a kill out of those poor trades for the Ursa, but Feels very nice for him to get that early accelerated start, and we've seen Beastmaster so far struggle in the laning phase. Grecker a little. Ooh. I was watching Grecker on the top lane. He made a little oopsie. He better watch it. I am the Oracle Police, and Meshta is going down in the bot lane to QBFY. The Borslow is so obnoxious. He can't live through this one. So kill quickly onto Meshta. Does have TP back, not a huge deal. We'll probably even bring Rubicon some goodies. A little bit of regen and whatnot. Rain, of course. Sometimes, you know, you got to be careful with the SF. And oh my god, actually, they get Rubicon. I was not expecting that. I was looking towards the mid lane, and absolutely my bad, because I did not think the Rubicon would walk up like that. Need to always be careful from the back from hell on Oracle. And they're looking actually at Alum in the top lane, who has Vacuum, and it's a lot of damage from the Oracle. So Krekker ends up getting the kill with the Purifying Flames. Krillvo takes a lot of damage in return. This is a lot of damage as a combo. You got the Oracle, which just has kind of the nukes, and then of course, you know, we see all these Dooms nowadays taking the Infernal Blade and the Point and Scorched Earth, and level 2 they're very strong. Botyak actually even kind of looking onto Meshta, but not going to be able to do anything. And mid lane pretty even so far. I mean, as to be roughly expected. With Prophet, a pretty good hero at evening out lanes. That stuff with a First Blood is going to have a difficult time losing lane too hard. Ooh, misses the short raise there on Rain. Not ideal. Taking actually a lot of damage on the mid lane. He still has a Fairy Fire, but Moonlight is just chasing him. That was a really nice window catch on Moonlight. Gets the kill. The Brambles are nice, but Kyovo has to be careful. He can actually die here. Well, I don't think he'll die, but he's going to lose a lot of his HP after coming through a TP. And if this lane wasn't hard enough for Alum, he's just getting right-clicked to buy Krekker on the Oracle. Left on for his own devices on Alum. Actually has a pretty good amount of CS, though, on the Darkseer, which is a bit surprising. Typically, you'd think this lane would be very difficult, and there it is. Crystallize ends up purifying the creep, so it has no more Ion Shell. Botyak, meanwhile, having a much better, the best lane we've seen from a Beastmaster this series. Having pretty good CS, topping it off right now at the moment. Rain looking to get level 5 on the SF, because that is an important timer. And in the bot lane, they're actually going on to Meshta. Get another kill as well. So Botyak is just really manning up. This Helm of Iron Will is doing a lot in terms of his tankability. And QBFY, he has enough mana to get an Earth Spike. He has the distance really nicely done. And they even get Kyovo in the top lane. Crystallize has a lot of HP. Alum just not able to really do anything into this lane. So it's 2-7 at the 5-minute mark. That's a lot of kills for Passion UA. They get that First Blood on Impossible, but it's not really amounting to much. Rain playing right on the edge. Going for this kill on the Moonlight. Actually does get it. Just a little bit too late on Krekker. Yovel is here to back him up. So really nicely done on Rain, making something happen. QBFY, though, is just in time to get a return onto Rain. Krekker cleans it up with the Purifying Flames. A little bit of a tax for the Oracle. Did you know where the next rune is going to spawn? QBFY is looking at Meshta. QBFY is going to take a good amount of damage from the Glimpse. Not actually landing the Brambles, though, and the healing is coming out from the Purifying Flames. There is a Spirit Siphon onto Kyovo, who's eventually going to go down here. Another one is set onto him. He accidentally walks into the Bramble Mazes on QBFY towards the end, but that's not a worry. Meshta is animation locked in a funny little pose, but overall not in any true danger unless Botyak can catch him, and he can. Glimpse is just about up, but it's not enough. Meshta will go down to Botyak, who's on a killing spree, having a really, really wonderful time. 4-10. In this game, there's been 14 kills in 6 minutes, guys. We've got a barn burner here. And Moonlight, he's especially the one who loves this because that means that all of his spirits are going to be hero spirits that are really just empowered versions of his ulti. So now he has a really, really powerful exorcism at level 6 here if he wants to pop it. QBFY, really nice scan from Rain, but I mean, he doesn't respect it. So he's going to go down here on Rain, taking so much damage in this mid lane. Yoval as well, kind of tempting fate. Doesn't have enough damage to actually mess with Moonlight. And again, these are all hero spirits, so they're dealing a ton of damage to the tower. Alum looking to get his own Wisdom Rune, but Crystallize is not going to let him do that. He's going to miss out on the Wisdom Rune here. He can't play for it. In the meanwhile, not dying on Mesha, neither on Kyoval, but not really getting much accomplished. This mid lane tower is going to go down to Moonlight. Nice try on the denied by Mesha, but not quite perfectly timed. And in the bot lane, meanwhile, the top net worth Botyak, almost 4k on the Beastmaster, looking really, really well, and he's going to get this tower. 4,000 net worth in 7 minutes is an absurd number. They've gotten 2 towers in 7 minutes. 11 kills for Passion UA, just playing the map beautifully. Mwah. Beautifully, beautifully. In this first game, or in this third game. Gracious. And yeah, it's again, it's a little bit of a struggle for levels on Impossible supports. I feel like every game they've struggled a little bit with kind of having evenly leveled heroes. Rain finally gets to level 7, which is a huge power spike for SF, but he's come out of the lane and it wasn't a confident win, which now means he's relinquished to the jungle, actually looking towards magic damage SF, which I really hope he doesn't commit to. Cracker, all he has to do is play around Moonlight. Obviously, this is the combo that they kind of went for. Yeah, you can put the disruption on him. Yeah, you can glimpse him if you want, but he is magic immune. He's taking a lot of damage from these stacking up raises, though. Rain is going to do the Requiem here. It's a lot of healing onto Moonlight, but it's a lot more damage. Seems like he will eventually go down here. They bring enough heroes to mitigate Cracker's healing. A little bit too far up on Moonlight. Overall, his damage is not incredible. Not incredible on Moonlight yet. He's only got this Ogre Club, so he's looking towards the Aghanim Scepter first item. Overall, a struggle for kind of everybody on Impossible, but not by any means unwinnable. It's much too early in the game for that. This Darkseer is going to have a lot of value as the game goes on. It's really the early game that Oracle mitigates so much about this hero, but eventually having, a vacuum on Oracle can be a really huge deal. Having that Blink Ursa on a Cracker is going to be a really huge deal. It's all about catching this Oracle. Every Oracle game is going to be about Oracle. Can you catch him? Can he cast spells? Can he get to some meaningful items to help him cast spells? That is the big question, but so far, Botyak and Crystallize are kind of feeling like the biggest issues in the game. 3k net worth lead is a lot at 10 minutes. And this ball up from Passion UA, even though Moonlight's not super high level, he's high enough level to go for a gank. And they break onto Rubicon. The Hex is just in time. He does have the Enrage, but he can't get it off because of the finger. And this is going to be a tier 2. There's no glyph. They've already used it. This Helm of the Dominator and the Exorcism is far too much. They're trying to catch mid in the same regard, but I don't even think they can. All they have to do is, I don't even think they have to TP heroes for this. They're trying desperately to get it, but again, the support levels are suffering so hard. Kyoval isn't even level 5. That's 10-minute mark. He's just going to get doomed. Does TP. Nicely done by Cracker. Uses the Fortune's End onto his ally. Kind of interesting little synergy as well that I hadn't thought about, but if you doom somebody, you can Purifying Flames them for free as much as you want, and they'll never heal from it. Which is, it can be relevant when Cracker's this high level, almost level 8 at 10 minutes in the game. Again, the support levels are just really, really making them suffer right now. There is a wall onto Crystallize. The slow is quite nice from Rain, and it's actually a kill window there, which I was not expecting, and I don't think Crystallize was either. So playing alone on this side of the map, you would think that he wouldn't get punished like that, but it was a really, really nicely and kill there, landed everything they needed to, and now they're trying to get his top tower. He has Enrage again on Rubicon, but he can't get it again. Fortunate End is being channeled and they're body blocking him, and he's just going to go down again. Moonlight has no mana, and it doesn't really matter. I mean, he's got False Promise. He has the Fate's Edict, which he doesn't really even need to use yet. Alum doesn't have Vacuum for another 20 seconds. Does he get the ulti onto Moonlight? He does. The healing could be a lot here, and he can just TP out. There's no way to cancel it. He thought about charging the Requiem, but he's going to be fine on Moonlight. Almost feels the whole even. Heals to full. And meanwhile, Bayek is just doing the Roche. He's got this Helm of the Overlord. He has no cares in the world. He's going to get this Aegis. Maybe for, I mean, presumably for himself. I mean, he is quite strong right now. He's level 10 with that Max Inner Beast. He's looking towards drums, has the Helm of the Overlord. This is a very, very strong Beastmaster. And overall, I think one of the biggest sufferers in this game is Rubicon on the Ursa. It's a decent Ursa game if he can get to, I think, especially the Blink. The kind of Blink BKB, but that's a long ways away. Even the Battle Fury is not finished yet. He's still got another 200 gold on that. Not a horrible timing, but not the timing that an Ursa is looking for by any means. Moonlight getting comfortably in his Ags, QBFY. Looking for a Blink when he can, and Mesha is sitting on Arcane Boots. I mean, both the supports are so pulled for the side of Impossible. Goebel's not even level 6. He's level 5. He's using up his ultimate ability. It's 13 minutes in the game. Has been a huge struggle time and time again for Impossible. And Mesha tries to get the TP off. Can he get the Primal Roar? He can't. It was a little bit awkward by Batyak. But regardless, they're in this top lane to chew bubblegum and kill some towers, and they're all out of bubblegum. Alum just trying his best to kind of cope the game up. He's in for Crimson Guard, which again is... This is actually a decent timing for Alum. It's actually a very good Crimson Guard game. I believe that spirits get reduced by specifically the active of Crimson Guard. Correct me if I'm wrong, if anybody knows different. It's obviously great against the Beastmaster, but it is quite bad against Oracle, because Oracle can purge the Crimson Guard from any hero. It's not great against Doom, who has got a Radiance right now. When Crystallize sold his Midas so that he could get it. Tier 2 is gone. And Crimson is also, of course, a very defensive item. It's if you're not really getting any team fights, if Batyak just has this Aegis just slowly pushing down your towers with an Oracle, not a lot to do. This jump is very, very limited for Oracle, which I think is a huge draft mistake by Impossible. Later, as the game goes on, they're going to have the Ursa, they're going to have the Darkseer, but for now, it just feels like punishing these heroes is impossible with Cracker's positioning. Just sitting right behind his teammate at all times. Aghanim's finished for Moonlight as well. It just feels like there's no meaningful item coming up for Impossible that will allow them to fight. This Crimson Guard is... And it's a little bit fake. It's tough into the Aegis. You get purged. Crystallize has a full Radiance. They're just taking so many towers so early on in the game. Rubicon, he has a Battle Fury and a Dream. 5k net worth disparity, and it feels like a lot more in terms of team fight. Alum has to use the Crimson Guard just to slow down the towers, which means it is going to expire pretty fast. He's got pretty much no net worth at this point when he uses it. Primal Roar onto Rubicon is actually enraged. Nice Static Storm is going to keep them away, but Killbull is just in no man's land. He's going to go down eventually for sure, and this tower feels free at this point. He's pretty much all their ultis. Brain as well is also... He went for Kaya Yasha, which I find very interesting. I'm not a huge fan of. Feels like this Magic SF is going to get totally mitigated by the Oracle. And I think they're just going to look at high ground. The way that Batyak is positioning, I think he's saying this doesn't even matter. Rain gets a really nice Requiem, though. That is the Kaya Yasha. Ends up getting the kill on the Crystallize, which is pretty meaningful. But they get Mesha in reverse. Alum takes a Blood Grenade to the face. Not enough to kill him. The stun is nice, but... Oh, the Crimson Guard I thought would be enough, but the Finger is a lot of damage from QBFY. They don't get this tier 3, and they do kill Crystallize on Impossible, but the straggler kills that they're getting are just closing the map ever so much. Full Ags on Moonlight. This game is tough. This game is absolutely tough for Impossible. Again, it's thinking of what items are going to help them fight. The blink on SF is going to be absolutely massive, but it was really only lucky for them. And oh, there's a primal roar onto Rubicon. He does get the enrage, but again, is he able to survive the Doom? Is pump faked. It's not actually on, but it's a really nice Earth Strike again by QBFY to catch Rubicon, who is again the core who's struggling the most in this game. 6.4k net worth. Crystallize needs to get to these items. He needs to get to specifically this blink if he wants any hope of stopping this death ball, because the Oracle is so strong at the moment. Purges the Thunder Strike, which is 3 of the 7 points of Mesh's abilities. And they're just hitting the towers. Wall is nice. The vacuum is really well done with the Static Storm, but there's still an Aegis on the Batyak. And they're still healing from Krekker. I mean, Moonlight's barely taking any damage, it feels like. He's going to heal all the way up from the Aegis. Still has a big Lotus. I mean, I don't think this is going to stop them. It was a nice attempt. It looked good from Alum, but it seems like they're just going to have to keep Crimson guarding these buildings. Rubicon gets hexed. Almost loses his life. One more Purifying Flames could have done it from Krekker. He takes a lot of damage from Rain, but not enough to kill him. Nice sidestep. Good Earth Strike. QBFY doesn't even need this blink, I feel like. He's just landing them all the time. Alum, more pump faking than anything. You never see this many heroes in the mid lane at this point in the game, and Passion UA think the same thing, so they kind of back up at least a little bit. But man, they're just confined to the base on Impossible. All right, rebuys the Midas on Crystallize. Because why not? That's the life of a Doom. Alum, oh, he's in a rough spot here. He's going to get doomed. Yep, and there's nothing he can do here. He pops the Crimson, but he's inevitably going to go down. That is what this Doom is. And meanwhile, they're just playing in the mid lane. Mesha thought he could walk at, but he definitely can't do that. He's going to go down swiftly to Botyak, and this might be the melee barracks finally. You walk out of the base on Impossible and you get punished. That's just the way it goes. Rain does have this blink, which could do a lot. I think Rain is really the playmaking potential they have. They have to, I think, hit kind of the fear, the terrorize into the Requiem of Souls. So one fear into the next if they want to accomplish anything, and it probably has to be on Krekker and QBFY. Krekker's got an Ether Lens on the way. QBFY has a blink. There's an Arcane with a level 2 Exorcism. This Ancient Granite Golem is doing work for Botyak. Is going to eventually go down. Actually, they keep it. Oh, they almost keep it alive on Krekker. Would have been nice if he could have, but ends up getting the Mud Golem. Mud Golem actually does do more damage to towers. For those who don't know, it has the damage type. And it's a Requiem being channeled. They're looking. The wall is a little bit of a deterrent. They don't want to lose the second Helm of the Overlord. That would be quite annoying for them. They don't end up getting this tower, but again, Impossible is just confined to their base. They're not allowed to leave. This is prison. This is purgatory. You are stuck in the Radiant base forever and ever. You will never leave. Never. Unless you're Rain. Rain has got a little bit of swagger, so he gets to walk out of base. Crystallize gets to... You know, he gets a little bit of welfare on the side of the map. They all have to leave in the same direction, or else they're afraid of getting picked off. I guess this SF feels like it does have a little more playmaking with this Kayayasha. Oh, he's walking right into Chrysalis. Turn off that Radiance Chrysalis if you don't want him to know. And, I mean, they saw him. Rain, if there's a blink on QBFY, he shows on the wave on Rain. Tries again for the long Earth Spike, which is really nicely done, but Rain is not making out of this. He tries the TP, which is a little bit cheeky, but that is just not enough. He sacrifices his life for Alum, but ultimately, it feels like they just lead him to the Tormentor. Say, hey, do you want to get a kill on our mid laner and get the Tormentor? Oh yeah, sure, we'd love that. Why not? Botyak even looking towards a really early Nullifier. So if it wasn't enough that they have Oracle to purge all these meaningful spells on Impossible, like the Surge and the Crimson Guard, the Overpower from Ursa. Now they have an Nullifier to do it for them. Ghost Scepters are going to be useless if they ever get to them. Killful sitting on 1700 gold, so presumably a blink for him. Just trying to cut waves. Oh, it's so sad. Smoke up from Batyak. He does have this blink,
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
so he's certainly capable of getting a kill, especially with QBFY by his side. I think they're looking to close out the second lane of Rax in the bot lane. And Roshan is alive, so I think they could just look at the Rosh right now, but that's perfectly reasonable as well, in my opinion, to go bot and then Rosh. I think they're going to do it the other way around. Roshan roars, so they know what's going on, and you know what that means for Impossible? That means they get to leave their side of the map. Bless up. Bless up if you're Impossible. That feels nice. You can breathe a little bit. You can walk into your top triangle. You can let Meshta hit creeps for a little bit, because he's working straight into the Sachinum Scepter. Feels like it's kind of their only... I mean... Even then, it's kind of hard, but the Aghanim Scepter is very, very strong on Disruptor, but he's so far away from it. Similarly, Rubicon is going for the BKB, and he's not even that close to it. Rain going for BKB as well, still. About 1,600 gold away from it. Moonlight on the meanwhile, actually pretty low level on the Death Prophet, but I don't think Moonlight cares that much. He's got a BKB, he's got an Axe, he's got an Aegis, and he's gonna pop this Exorcism and walk high ground. Because why the heck not? They even have a banner this time, so no killing this wave off. You can pull it a little bit. Can't get these range creeps at the moment. Okay, there we go. Finally pulls them. Moonlight just gets purged of all the negative buffs that were ever coming his way. They get a nice D-ward. And they're kind of just forced to watch this happen. Rubicon is going to clean up the Golem, but it forces Enrage from him. They still always have Blink from QBFY. Rubicon has to be careful. Has the Blink. Oh, that's a kill on Nemesha. Not quite, actually. He doesn't get it, and he ends up going down himself on QBFY. I thought he had Mesha, but not quite. The glimpse is a little bit short. Not what you love to see. Midnight is still just going to walk up. Even though they lost QBFY, they think, well, why the hell not? Rain tries to deny his own barracks. A sign of things to come. And it's a pretty tough game for Impossible. It's going to continue to be tough. They're getting something, but 16k net worth is a little bit too much of something on Passion UA. This Nullifier is so strong from Batyak. The only thing that Impossible kind of has going for them is that the levels are pretty decent, considering that Passion UA has been so balled up all game, but it just feels like it doesn't really matter. They're going to eventually walk down. Ooh, Rubicon, he gets doomed. He did get the Enrage off first, so it's a very, very short doom. But he doesn't really have much way to get out of this. He doesn't have a TP right now. Okay. Looks like they're going to let him go, let Rain go as well. But Moonlight is walking down this top lane. He's got Batyak behind him. He's got an amplified damage and 2 minutes left on the Aegis. Might wait for the Exorcism. Might not. He does have that Axe to slowly poke on the high ground. Rain is going to do a little bit of damage to that Dominator creep right away. But Moonlight is very strong with the Oracle behind him. Cracker just has to press a few buttons and he can mitigate all this damage coming towards Moonlight's way. Even has the Shard on Oracle, the Reign of Destiny. They're looking on the backside. This could be really good for them. Meshta has the Static Storm on a Crystallize, who has a BKB. Rubicon pops his as well, trying to stay on top of Crystallize, but can't really get enough. The Vacuum misses onto everything. He actually gets roared. Rain is in the middle of everything with a BKB. A huge fear onto the back. He's getting a double kill. Rubicon has the Enrage, so he's not quite dying yet, but Moonlight is doing so much damage. Still has the Aegis. Gets a double kill on Moonlight himself. It's a buyback for Meshta. They didn't kill the heroes that matter the most, which is this Death Prophet with the Exorcism. But it was still about as good as it's going to get for Impossible.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Moonlight taking a little bit of damage, but still has that Aegis again. Rain doing as much as he possibly can on the Shadow Fiend. It looked so pretty. He got 2 kills, but they weren't able to bring down these 3 heroes, which are really the core of the ball, and that's Batyak with this Dominator, and Moonlight with the Ags. Oracle, of course, is so strong behind Moonlight. Gonna mitigate all this damage coming the way. Actually, buyback on Crystallize, which is really sketchy, but the vacuum is on to 2, which is nicely done. QBFY is going to take a lot of damage from Rain, and Moonlight is in a really bad position. This could be a really smart buyback from Crystallize. Trekker does have the False Promise here onto Moonlight, which he's going to use right away, but it's a lot of damage that he's taking onto Moonlight, and he isn't going to get his TP canceled. Does he live through this? He's bottling as much as he can. Does live, just barely on Moonlight. Actually buys a gem as well. So the buyback on Crystallize was smart, but it didn't end up getting Moonlight, which is really what they needed. I believe they did get a dieback on QBFY, but that's kind of scraps at this point. Rain, what is his next item? He's looking for the Ag Scepter, which makes a lot of sense. It's going to die on his Courier, and Rubicon is actually going to get roared. Does he have enough damage on Batyak to bring him down? He doesn't have... It doesn't have another follow-up stun, but he just has a ton of damage. This Desecrate doing so much 50% base armor reduction on Batyak. I mean, I did not expect that kind of damage from a Summon Beastmaster onto a Ursa, but that's how it goes. Rubicon is now dead. That was a dieback for him. Meshja brings the Courier to the Secret Shop, but he's still 2,000 away from this Ags. This game is getting tougher and tougher. Rain having to make so many stylish plays on this SF. Does sell something to finish the Aghanim Scepter. Could be really big. This return, and it reduces the cooldown. And he tries for it. The vacuum is really nicely done. And they actually do have a kill onto Batyak, who has no BKB. Alum is taking a lot of damage. That's a really nice respect onto 2. Meshja is going to go down. The BKB from Crystallize is too much to deal with. There's a Crimson Guard onto these barracks, but it feels like they're just going to go down. I mean, it's only Rain and it's only Kyoval. And again, the Oracle mitigates so much of these heroes. Really nicely done with the vacuum, but again, it just looks pretty. It's like fireworks, and the Doom is on to Rain, who calls GG instantly after being doomed, which feels fairly appropriate. This game was doomed from about the 10-minute mark. Game 3 goes to Passion UA in a very convincing manner. He said Game 2 was just a fluke. This is what we're made of. A very nice showing from Passion UA. They're going to move on to, I believe, the group stage finals, which is to be determined, but it's going to be, you know, if you're not sick of me yet, it's going to be me casting, I believe, this next series as well for you guys. So I'm really excited to see where that heads. Passion UA gave us an incredible show, so congratulations to them for moving on and for potentially securing a spot to the playoffs, depending on how their next series goes. Thank you guys. Stick around, and we will be back for more games later tonight. All right, guys, it's a pretty short break here, and we are back on CCT. We've got a second series for this day, and it's going to be Winter Bears versus, I believe it's E-Spoiled here. Both these teams, I believe, let's see, did they win their series before? I was just looking at this before, because I know that we were just watching Impossible and Passion UA, who did lose their first series. And it looks like Winter Bear and E-Spoiled are in the same boat as well. Winter Bear lost to Team Next Level, and E-Spoiled lost to Runa Team. So some very formidable competition for both of them. Now they're heading into this do-or-die situation, which they absolutely have to win this series if they want to make it to the playoffs, even to get a chance to go to the playoffs. So it's going to be, again, you know, like we saw with Passion UA and Impossible, I believe some pretty scrappy games, some pretty interesting things that we'll see on this new-ish patch, hopefully, if we're lucky. And, you know, it'll be a relatively close series like Passion UA and Impossible. Excited to see this one. And, of course, I am Rojo, for any of you guys who don't know me. And thanks, of course, CCT for having me, for hosting this. Thanks all the players for being here. And this is Winter Bear here. We've got Reality, GTI, Malloy, Jeezy, and Stoic looking to face up against E-Spoiled. Looking to hopefully beat them if you're a Winter Bear fan. Of course, that's going to be no easy task, as these teams, in theory, should be pretty relatively evenly matched. Perhaps they've even scrimmed against each other. A lot of these teams have a lot of Dota that they play each and every day, just to really hone their skills. And E-Spoiled here is going to be Snowy, Purple Paradise, Waste 21, Ryota, and Aztecor. Pretty formidable roster for them. And like I said, I believe that they lost to Runa Team, so there's absolutely no shame in that. It was a 2-0, but of course, you've seen Runa Team do pretty well. Some of these recent qualifiers, very formidable team, so they'll have a real chance to test themselves in this series here. And of course, they have to, or else they are out of the tournament. They are out of the group stage. Better luck next time to them. We should be getting into a draft here shortly. Of course, we can just take a look at our beautiful players on E-Spoiled. I like Snowy especially. I think he's toting a very wonderful outfit. And here is our head-to-head. Of course, our wonderful Snowy, very dapper, versus Reality. A much shorter amount of matches on Reality. I'm assuming that's on Winter Bears. Similar win rate, which of course they're facing up against a lot of teams that are quite good. So overall, Snowy is a little bit more experienced with a little bit better stats, but these can be a little bit hard to tell considering that, you know, there's a big difference in quality of teams that they will face just naturally. And they could have faced some pretty good teams heading into the CCT. Again, this should be a matchup that really shows whether they are capable of pushing into the playoffs. We saw previously that Passion UA was certainly capable if they're able to get all the things that they wanted. And I'm interested to see kind of how it boils down into both these teams' playstyles. Of course, I have not yet had the pleasure to watch either of these teams fully. Just kind of caught a little bit here there in their group stage matches. We'll get to fully see fleshed out, you know, kind of how they prefer to play. We saw the Passion UA kind of did a death ball in that last game, which was not something we always see. Sometimes refreshing to see some new strategies, even if it results in some pretty quick games. And let me see, I like to see a little bit ahead of time what these teams like. Now, obviously on these rosters, sometimes it will be most played heroes on different players than the current ones they have. Unfortunately, I do not have access to the individual players data because of the most recent update, but looks like Winter Bear has really, I mean, it's been since 2021, so they've had a lot of different players. But they really appreciate the Tiny, which is their most played hero, and then Rubik, Invoker, and Mars. So some very kind of brawly, tanky heroes. Obviously, the Invoker not as much, but they've got Tusk, Beastmaster, and Magnus right after that. So if they're able to get heroes like that, I could definitely see them having a kind of simple game. And Esporl on the other side has a relatively smaller amount of matches. So this is kind of a newer team. This is kind of what all the players have wanted. And currently they're sporting a 70% win rate, I believe, since the time of their creation, which is, again, relatively new. Founded 24 days ago on Espoiled. And they have a 72% win rate on Tusk and around an 80% win rate on both Undying and Pangolier. So hopefully I'm not spoiling anything for them, and I'm not giving any strategies away to Winter Bears. But those are going to be some big heroes to watch out for. Again, it's just kind of, it seems like it's going to be the battle of these really tanky heroes, as we see in so many of these games. Would like to see some. We didn't really see much Undying Prio in the previous game that we watched. Of course, we just cast Passion UA versus Aim Possible, which was an incredible series. If you didn't catch it, I believe there should be a bot available for anybody who's interested. But there wasn't really much Undying or Kunkka presence, which is very interesting. I feel like those heroes are rising really heavily to the meta, and I guess neither team just really valued them very much. I'm expecting those kind of heroes to come out. The Beastmaster is one of the most played on Winter Bears, and that was something that I believe we saw in all 3 games. So it's all about what they're able to get in this draft. It's going to be extremely important for them. And we're just about to head in the draft. I think we're having some very quick technical difficulties. And here is the Group A, just a quick kind of show for you guys. Of course, this is the last game that I am casting here. So we're going to go and enjoy these games while we have the time. I believe I am handing it off to my wonderful casting duo in the upcoming days, which will be Beowulf. You guys are going to love him. Hopefully you're going to love the games that he has to watch. You always get some variety in how fun a game is to watch if, you know, it's a really, really big draft difference, which, you know, we do see occasionally, but I feel like so far we've seen some pretty good drafts out in the last series. I have no reason to assume that Despoiled and Winter Bear are going to have any difficulties drafting up a nice little game for themselves. And of course, this is game 1 of Winter Bears versus Espoiled. We're right into this draft. And again, it's tanky heroes banned out. They're just easy to play. I mean, I don't know what you guys want me to tell you. I don't know how you feel, but every time I see a hero with like more than 2000 HP at that like 15-20 minute mark, I feel sick. I feel ill. I just, I mean, I hate playing against it. It's super easy to play. I mean, not super easy to play, okay, but it's pretty nice to play with. It's very you kind of follow it. You know, usually they do a lot of damage. You know, if they're the heroes that you're banning, like this Undying, this Bristle, this Kunkka, they're very tanky. They do a lot of damage. And, you know, Shadow Shaman is the opposite side of that, where Shadow Shaman's not that tanky, but he's so obnoxious. So I'm a big fan of just banning obnoxious heroes. And that's what Winter Bears and Espoiled are both doing. And the question is, what is this third ban for Espoiled? Because they do have a first pick here. And their third ban is typically kind of related to your first pick. Kind of thing. I mean, we did see before. I mean, the Doom was big prio in the last game. Kunkka is banned, which I assumed was going to be very high prio in this game. And a lot of the typical first picks that we'd see. So they're taking a little bit of time on a Spoiled. Ban out the Dark Willow. Dark Willow is kind of similar to a Shadow Shaman, and they pick up Terrorblade. Another hero that we didn't see a ton of prio on in the previous series. So we were missing some of the pretty key meta heroes, but obviously there's kind of a meta in each different series that you play, and it's Beastmaster. So we have Espoiled picking up the Terrorblade, Winter Bear picking up the Beastmaster, which again is one of their heroes that they're very comfortable with. I've not seen Spoiled, it looks like they haven't picked a ton of Terrorblade, not more than 5 games in their recent 24 days, or their 30 or so matches. But a very, very strong meta hero. It can be flexed, which is, of course, always interesting. I saw Tomato in the NA qualifiers. Now, granted, it is what it is, but he did go some Armlet, Helm of the Dominator build. He had 3 Wraith Bands and the Shard. It was really interesting. I can't promise you it's good. Probably don't try this at home. But it's interesting in the Beastmaster, I guess. You know, if he goes the Dominator, maybe you just steal the Dominator. I don't know. Maybe there's something to be done there. Maybe you just go typical Terrorblade and you go right click and you decimate the whole enemy team. Or maybe you're spoiled and you ban Bat Rider. You ban some pretty heavy magic damage and disable. Terrorblade hates that. Hates something that's going to alley-oop with the Beastmaster and set him up nicely. Naga Siren we've not seen banned yet, which was kind of in the last series. That was something that started to come up. It's pretty decent in these games. No need to ban Axe against the Terrorblade, since they already have this Beastmaster. Well, again, I like that they're spending a lot of time. I mean, it could be a little bit worrisome, but I do like spending a lot of time on the bans. I think the bans are very, very important. And it's tiny that they want to get rid of. So again, that is Winter Bear's most played. It could be across several different rosters, but overall they've always kind of seemed to favor this hero, and for good reason. And what do they want to pair? I mean, in the last few games we're seeing a lot of early supports. Now we're seeing 2 cores at the beginning. I do really personally myself like Terrorblade with Disruptor into kind of like the Beastmaster. I feel like that could be really nice. Oracle still has some level of prio, or at least kind of intrigue, I think. I might end up banning the Monkey King on Winter Bear, maybe knowing something that I don't, or maybe wanting to pick a hero here that they feel is quite decent. And there's still the Centaur for off lanes for a spoiled. Obviously, Winter Bear, I think, want to pick up something like, yeah, the AA is quite decent. Terrorblade doesn't mind AA as much as some heroes, considering the Sunder is one of the few ways to gain health through Ancient Apparition ulti, but the Magic Amp can be really, really obnoxious. So very solid. I mean, these are heroes we've seen for months. I don't think anyone's surprised here. Now, as spoiled, they could go for the Oracle. I do think Oracle is quite interesting into these heroes, or they could, I mean, the Disruptor I think is quite nice. I'm kind of looking at these heroes. I really like a supporting cast with TB. That's what I really enjoy when I pick this hero. CM is similar. Doesn't provide as much utility in my opinion. Same goes for Wind Ranger. I think these heroes can be finicky. But overall, Crystal Maiden is great into the summon kind of Beastmaster. And it's obviously very strong in lane with Terrorblade. Wind Ranger lanes decently into AA. It's not bad. This personally is not what I wanted to see from a spoiled. But I'm not going to doubt them yet. I'm going to, kind of see how their draft progresses. I'm going to see what they put in the pot, what they cook up. Ember Spirit is a natural, kind of nice pick. Again, a little bit ignored in the previous series, but presumably this Chain Gang is going to be really obnoxious for these supports. Whatever item build Ember wants to go, we've seen a lot of the Blade Mails recently. I've seen some Vessels, which it's a pretty decent Vessel game. Obviously not for the anti-heal, but just for the damage. There's a lot of cool things that you can do on this Ember, especially with how prevalent Chain Gang has become. Now they're looking at a 4th pick here. They probably don't want to do anything involving their carry, just because, then they have a last pick, or they have an 18 pick for the offlaner, which they might do anyway on a spoiled. So Winter Bear, I'm sure they're looking at, what other support do they want? I could see something like a Ringmaster, a Shadow Demon. Rubik is not my personal favorite. I feel like Rubik Ancient Apparition can be a bit suspicious. Even a Mirana I would have really liked. And they just quickly go for the puck, so very interesting. Not the heroes that I necessarily expected. I guess it's a pretty decent puck game in terms of their lockdown is pretty difficult to get onto puck. I do think Ember going Orchid is not terribly impossible, and I do think that Ember should have a pretty confident lane into puck. I'm a little worried for a spoiled's lanes at the moment. But overall, their skirmishing should be very strong. They're playing a lineup with essentially no cooldowns. So I'm kind of wondering what they want to ban to make sure that these kind of heroes don't get punished. Obviously, it feels like Winter Bear is just kind of looking at carries, so they get rid of the Sven. They're kind of thinking things that might be good against the Terrorblade. It's still a flex, technically. But I'm assuming that this is just going to be a carry TB. It's not a bad game for it at all. And they're going to pick up some disable in the off lane. If I'm Winter Bear, I'm definitely looking at Centaur. I feel like that hero is really, really wonderful for a spoiled. And then potentially something like a... I mean, Tide could be hard, but it's very tanky this game. Potentially something that builds a Crimson. I'm think of other heroes I've seen recently that build the Crimson. I suppose maybe something like an Underlord. Could even be something... I mean, they don't necessarily even need a Crimson, but it would... I mean, Crimson, Pipe, these kind of auras will mitigate a lot on the side of Winter Bear. Their damage is quite low for Winter Bear if they don't get ahead. My biggest concern for them. So they really need some high damage. For a spoil, I'm definitely looking at kind of Gyrocopter, I would say is probably the most comfortable. Ursa can get kited, but it's a decent Ursa game once you kind of get that BKB, once you get some items. And these heroes are a little bit food for you. So it's all up to what Winter Bear want, what they're comfortable playing, of course, on the carry. Definitely need to take your time. Again, I think honestly, a lot of times I think the bans are almost more important than the picks. So I never mind taking a good chunk of your time to just really think on this. The Centaur is a great ban, I think. I was really worried for these auras on Winter Bear. And they do need something that pairs nicely with the Wind Ranger. Sorry guys, I'm a little itchy here. And of course, Winter Bear are, I think, looking to round out their damage issues, particularly their physical damage issues. I almost wouldn't hate something like a Slardar, position 1. I think that could be really interesting. It's a very low armor game for a spoiled, and you'd be surprised how fast Terrorblade can die to a Slardar once you kind of get that build going. So I think that'd be really interesting. We did see Beastmaster Slardar in our previous series, and it looked very nice. But it's a slightly, a little bit unconventional. Again, I don't hate the Gyro. I don't hate, a lot of conventional carries here. Just something with a lot of damage to pump out. Even honestly, even the Omni Knight carry is kind of interesting here. The pure damage does a lot. The repel is really good this game. I suppose I'll go for Dawnbreaker. So Dawnbreaker is interesting. I do think that part of Dawnbreaker's kit is really the healing and the Ags. So that's not my favorite thing into AA. But overall, it's... I don't know. I don't like it, actually. I don't really like it that much. But it has a pretty decent lane with Wind Ranger. It does a decent job at kind of punishing Beastmaster in particular. I'm not a huge fan of the Dawnbreaker here. But we'll see how they respond to it on Winter Bear. They've got plenty of time. I honestly love Slardar here, but it's their pick to take. They don't want to take something that's maybe uncomfortable for them. Whatever they decide fits the best for them and their draft in this game. Again, just a lot of damage. Gyro is right at the forefront here. Is quite good against Terrorblade eventually. Man, Slardar would be so... I feel like Slardar could do a lot in this game. "17 seconds left. Really thinking on it, which is smart. They've got all the time. They might as well use it. How confident are they in this last pick? There's even... there technically is even a Medusa if they want it. Dragonite's not horrible. It's honestly a pretty good amount of physical damage. Typically, people don't think of Dragonite as a ton of damage, but the bonus damage that you get from Dragonite's ult is pretty significant. Again, I'm not a huge fan of it, but it is going to lane quite well into Wind Ranger Dawnbreaker. I feel like there's not a lot for them to do against this Dragonite. So it's overall, I feel like draft went kind of evenly. I feel like both teams had the opportunity to maybe pick a slightly nicer draft for themselves. I think particularly I do prefer Winter Bear's draft here, just because it looks easier to play. I think Wind Ranger Crystal Maiden supports are very kind of all in for me. I feel like these are supports that can fall behind very quickly. And I do feel like Dawnbreaker is a hero as well that they can do this. So it's very possible, I think, that Winter Bear kind of comes out on top in these lanes and is able to really kind of make something meaningful of it. Furion Storm Rage. Excellent name to be playing the Dragonite. Sounds like a Skyrim character. He was really deciding between the Frost Breath and the Corrosive Dragon. I'm sure he might have asked his team, or he was just really thinking hard on it. I think he eventually settled on Corrosive Dragon. Honestly, I agree. I think it's just too strong in lane. And you don't really need the anti-heal. The slow isn't even that meaningful this game, so I prefer the Corrosive Dragon, even though it might not be necessarily the best into TB. It's pretty good. I think it's quite solid. Double impact for GTI this game, so not going to the Chain Gang. A little bit of voice lining from the side of Winter Bears. A little back and forth. A little bit of smoke from both sides. Not going to catch presumably anything. Quick little word from Ryoida. And again, for all of you guys, this is game 1 of Winter Bear versus a Spoiled. Hopefully this is going to be a barn burner of a series. Our last one, again, I will say, was pretty good. I do urge people to go back and watch some of the highlights of that one. It's pretty fun stuff going on. And this game, I think, has a lot of potential to be kind of wacky, to get a lot of kills if both teams want to play aggressive. And, you know, thank you, of course, CCT for having me. Thanks for all the players for being here. Just happy to be here. Happy to be here with you, chat. Hope you're all doing wonderful on this fine day.
The battle begins.
I know it's just about evening for EU. Hope you guys are having a nice lunch, if possible. And actually going on to Stoic. Stoic is not having a nice lunch. He's actually being eaten alive by Iota, who's even doing a lot of damage on the GZ. So going for that rune really cost them a lot. Trying on Ryota. Oof. It looked nice. He does have that. I believe this is a pretty expensive cosmetic. Oh no, I don't think so. But it is cool. The Stinger. It has a really nice power shot animation. A really wacky, power shot animation. So Stoic TP's back to lane. Always feels nice to get a kill on the Wind Ranger because you're pretty good at rotating around the map. This matchup is quite annoying for AA, who's just taking a ton of damage on Stoic. Oh my goodness, he's almost dead. I almost think with the Blood Grenade he would have died. Fury and Storm Rage forced to take the stun level 1 on Dragonite. Not ideal. Nice little slow bot lane. Stoic has to be careful, of course, since he already used that TP, but about back up to full HP. Didn't block this hard camp, so it's going to be a little bit of a contest here. In the bot lane, and Snowy up top, doing perfectly fine. Pretty even on the top lane and in the mid lane. Again, this is not the easiest lane for Puck, typically, but it's one of those lanes that you can kind of cope. Taking a lot of damage, actually, from Purple Paradise. Actually really doing a nice job of harassing out the Ember here. Using of course, the innate here of Puckish to keep full HP. Ryota really aggressive on the Stoic. Lots of regen on both these supports here. Beastmaster Rubik, not my least favorite lane. I think there are a lot of times where Rubik feels underwhelming, but Beastmaster I think is one of the better heroes, and honestly into CM I think is also one of the better times. Purple Paradise actually coming ahead a decent bit in this mid lane, which is typically not how you want this matchup to go as the Ember. They're going on to waste 21 in the bot lane on Dawnbreaker, who is going to finally go down to the right click of Stoic. It's a little bit of a kill window down bot. This is a pretty strong lane. We've seen the AA so many times. And paired with the Dragonite, it's very likely to get that cold feet procced. Purple Paradise using that puckish very nicely, taking still a lot of damage to GTI. Not necessarily losing the lane too horribly on GTI, but having these early levels go good as puck is very tasty. And this hero scales, of course, very well into the game, sometimes struggles a little bit in lane. Any amount that you can shut down Ember is a good amount. He knows where the ward is on GTI. He got his sentry killed, so he's buying another one. Hopefully he gets it before this minute. And they're actually looking on to Escador. That was a nice telekinesis, but it's kind of turning back onto GZ. He's going to be fine. No way to punish him right now. But Snowy's going to take complete control of the lane while this meta is up. That is, of course, one of the big benefits of the Terrorblade. Just have these early points and illusions. Once you pop that meta, you are super strong. And GTI actually going down. I was not expecting that, but Purple Paradise has been playing this to perfection on the puck. Really, really nicely done. I mean, a kill onto Ember is not something you always see from puck. Really dominating the CS on Purple Paradise. Bot lane a little bit of harass, but actually lands the cold feet onto waste 21. It is going to proc, and there's a lot of bonus damage coming out. If he can get one more hit into the breathe fire, not quite enough on the Stoic. He's actually going to go down to Ryota. Blood Grenade takes him out. Malfurion Storm Rage, very angry. He's going to beat Ryota's ass. Actually gets shackled. Going back in on him. Nice stun. Can he get a return kill? He doesn't have enough mana for the breathe fire. Ryota, oh, he just has to land this, and it's clean. He was not getting his lunch money taken today on Ryota on a killing spree. And in the top lane, it's Aztekor dying on the Crystal Maiden. Even in the mid lane, it's a fight for Purple Paradise and GTI. Purple Paradise gets out of there in time. Not quite getting another kill, and the CM drops in the top lane. Nicely done so far by a Spoiled in the lands. Again, was the biggest point for me is that they really need to do decently in these lanes. Can Purple Paradise die to GZ? Not quite. And he might actually go down himself here from the rotation of Ryota. I don't see why they're not, but they don't quite want it. GTI wants to get this level 6 really bad for the 6 minutes. So of course, there's a lot of emphasis on these runes. Purple Paradise taking a lot of damage. Dodges again. GZ wants to deny this illusion rune. Purple Paradise does get it. And there's even Malloy over here. Purple Paradise playing it really nicely on the edge, taking a lot of damage on Malloy. There's so many heroes in this mid lane fighting on this rune. GTI is on Purple Paradise in the back. The root is just perfectly timed, and it gets him eventually, and GZ goes down as well. So really nice wraparound by GTI and Stoic to finally punish Purple Paradise for all of his transgressions. Malloy wants to get Aztekor. Jackal doesn't quite latch, probably because he broke the trees himself. Has the wand to potentially juke out a little bit. GZ is walking back here. He's annoying, the CM, and he actually has some backup in the form of Snowy. This Frostbite is doing a lot to keep Malloy in place, and it's just enough with the final right click of the Metamorphosis. Ryota is on the backside being chased. He gets a courier. He's so obnoxious, but he is going to trade away his streak to GTI, which is not wonderful. A little bit too aggressive on this Wisdom Rune. Gives away a kill over to the Ember, which GTI desperately needs because he is still a decent amount behind Purple Paradise, even after punishing him. And meanwhile, in the bot lane, Waste 21 taking a lot of damage. I mean, happening over top as well. A shackle onto Jeezy doesn't land, but might be just enough. The reflection is going to eventually finish him off. And in the bot lane, they're looking at Waste 21, but it's not quite enough damage. Lives on 70 HP, so he limps away on Waste 21. Still not healthy enough to stay in the lane. But still just about even with the Dragonite, which is, I think, what a Dawnbreaker loves to see. GTI collects a haste rune for himself. Overall, a very comfortable early game for a spoiled. Not without its merit, I would say, for Winter Bear, but a rather difficult game state. And again, I feel like this is sometimes... Ancient Apparition Rubik is a little bit difficulty. There is actually a coil, and Dawnbreaker is connecting so much magic damage. I mean, if you are able to connect all your spells like that freely onto GTI, this is the value in the puck. Not the greatest lane, but the Dream Coil makes the game so difficult for Ember. And Jeezy is even, I mean, he's just way too far up. Rubiks love to press Fade Bolt. If you're a Rubik player, you got to be careful about how you press Fade Bolt. It will land you in some bad places. You gotta listen to your head, not your Fade Bolt. That's what Jeezy is learning. A middle tower at less than 9 minutes for this puck. Paradise again, just playing this so comfortably. They're trying to annoy him on Stoic. I guess they do an okay job. So much damage between these two supports, and this is... I mean, again, these heroes can fall behind a little bit, similar to the way that Ancient Apparition and Rubik kind of are, where you do need some levels, but level 5 is really strong for these spoiled supports. I mean, it's almost half of somebody's HP. Ryota's going to get a denied ward. And they're looking at GTI. I mean, these two supports, again, level 5 is the strongest point in the game for them. The coil comes out right away. It's so much damage from the power shot, but it's not enough. Echo shot lands nicely. Ascador is here. The blood grenade could be just enough, but he has some healing. Power shot is perfect to finish off Stoic. And around this mid lane, they are so powerful right now. GTI wants to get this Arcane Rune, and he actually will. Might even get a kill onto Purple Paradise. Oh, really well played by GTI. Waits for it. A little bit of a tip out from Malfurion. The power shot is a lot of damage, though. The slow is even more. Can he get a connection here? If he actually could land the power shot or even just the shackle. Oh, nice dodge by GTI. He is dancing all over them. Still a bit of a tough game, but he is recovering it beautifully with these movements. Really, really, really well played by GTI here. Both of these mid laners playing so proficiently. I'm a mid lane player myself. Many of you aren't familiar with me, so I just love watching high-level mid-game play like this. I feel like Purple Paradise and GTI have really skirmished a lot and really played it to the kind of edge of their ability. Ryota is in the top lane, looking to power shot. It's what he does best. If he could hit Jeezy, he would kill him. Ooh, he's looking. That's a juicy Rubik. That's juicy a Stoic. Purple Paradise is here for the objective, okay? He doesn't play any games. He's not silly. And on Malloy, we actually have the Aghanims build this game, so not going for the summon build on Beastmaster like we've seen so many games recently. Stoic does have the ulti. And not easy to land onto a puck, that's for sure. Almost armlet for Malfurion. A smoke out from a spoiled. These two supports again. This is the point in the game where they're strong. They want to utilize that. Especially with Purple Paradise, who's had such a wonderful game. Stoic is showing on a ward. They're just here for the rune timing. Really nice coil. Kind of fakes it out. Waste 21 is here with the Dawnbreaker. The stun timing is perfect. The silence is just enough to catch him, and GTI goes down again. Really nice fake out by Purple Paradise. The shackle shot lands. They have another frostbite stolen by Jeezy, but doesn't feel like it's enough. Power shot is being held for the moment. Ryota wants to get this juicy Rubik. Catches finally onto it, so it's a triple kill. Well, a double kill for Purple Paradise, but 3 kills overall for a spoiled, who are dominating the map.
under
Again,
attack.
these supports, I mean, they can fall off a little bit, but not at this point in the game. They have so much damage. They have so much simple control. And Malfurion and Malloy just aren't ready to join yet. They're going to take a little bit before that Ags comes out for the Beastmaster. Struggling a little bit. GTI not on a full item. In this top lane, trying to mess with Snowy, but it's no more than messing with them. Stoic wants to get something. They would love to kill the CM if they could. Ryota takes a little bit of damage to his face. Really nice snipe by Stoic. The skill shots are landing this game for both teams. Not missing a whole lot between the two of them. Might finally look towards taking this top tower. They do need to be very careful of defending this kind of Wisdom Rune. Purple Paradise doing some shenanigans. You know what? He says, I'm just going to cut your wave. And why not? And he almost has enough damage, I feel like, to kill GTI here. If he wants. Oh, really nice dodge by GTI. He actually would have gone down to that power shot. Top lane tower finally goes down. GTI in the mid lane, he gets coiled. That's not what you want. He gets pulled right back into the power shot. Beautiful execution by Purple Paradise and Ryota again. They're just LeBron James and Kobe. I think that's... I mean, I don't think they ever played together, but
Middle tower is under attack.
they are really just lining each other up, playing perfectly off of one another. Feels so comfortable. There is a Furion Stormrage into actually a Blade Mail right now. He has the armlet, so he's quite low. Shackle Shot does land. Still too much HP for the moment. If he toggles at the wrong time, he could get caught by a power shot. Don't think he's looking to get hit by it. And it's Askaner on the backside. The power shot is off the mark this time. Dawnbreaker ulti is just in time, though. Perfect armlet toggle so far, keeping him alive, but it is his destiny to go down here. Eventually, the power shot is enough to finish him off. Frostbite on Frostbite action. GTI is a little bit low. He has to be careful because Purple Paradise is catching two with the Raining Rift. GTI has no mana to play around with and no remnants anymore, so it feels like he's eventually going to go down to this power shot. There's an Atos on GTI, which means that Snowy is going to comfortably clean this up. GZ is playing around with having the Frostbite. It's quite annoying for Purple Paradise, but no more than that. And it's just... Ooh, it's a coil. So annoying again, dude. Purple Paradise is just getting frostbit and frostbit and frostbit and frostbit. And... Oh, GZ's going to do it again. What a little rascal. Doesn't do much else than that, but still quite annoying. But this is a extremely dominant early game from a Spoiled. They are all over the map. Even their weak supports are about the same level or the same net worth as the enemy mid laner. GTI has not finished Mage Slayer, which is his first item here. And Ryoi does about the same net worth as him, only about 100 behind. And that goes as well for Malfurion Stormrage. There is a Primal Roar onto Ascador, so finally catching something with this Aghanim Scepter. Definitely Malloy is the strongest hero in the game at the moment. They want to go for Roche. Again, a lot of the power of this Aghanim Scepter for quite a few patches on Beastmaster has been the Roche, but they are not in a dominant position on the map. So taking this isn't all flowers and butterflies. A little bit too difficult for the moment, so they have to step out of it. They can play through Malloy if they find a good opportunity. They can play through Malloy, but they just don't really have items to do a whole lot right now. Malfurion Stormrage is really only an armlet. I do like this Call to Smoke. If they can telekinesis him, they didn't use it on Jeezy, so just a little bit of miscommunication. Weren't able to catch Snowy, which was their smoke. Really the only opportunity I feel like they had to crack open this game even a little bit. Purple Paradise is sitting on this Blink Dagger, so if GTI shows, not quite, but if anybody else shows, such as Stoic, you're getting coiled. You are going down. He does land the Ice Blast. GZ gets the Illusory Orb, which is very nice for Rubik, but again, not much more than nice. It's a pretty difficult game for Winter Bears. They're not farming super fast. They're certainly not farming a TB. Still getting choked out of the map. They can't go for the Roshan like Beastmaster would so much love to. Feels like they are just slowly losing this match, especially just GTI is feel like he has played this Ember mechanically well, but the game has gone so poorly for them. And he is stuck with this double impact, which in the kind of mid to late game does struggle to have as much impact as Chain Gang, especially with your low net worth. Not even 20. I mean, it's 18 minutes in GTI. It doesn't even have the cornucopia for his Mage Slayer. It's been a tough game for him. Purple Paradise has had his number all game. Again, probably just going to poke him out. Why not just do half of his HP for fun? And then get the rune as well. That's Purple Paradise, you know? He has been playing with them all game, and this was why the Puck pick was good when they did it. I'm always skeptical of Puck. I'm skeptical of the way the lane went, but Purple Paradise played the lane to perfection. And now he's into this mid game so comfortably. And he's just going to go on to GZ. Can they get a stun? Nope. He dodges the Dragon Tail. He gets hit by the Ice Blast and actually does get roared on the backside. So taking that Illusory Orb was a mistake. I mean, he's played it beautifully, but that was not beautiful. That was not Picasso. He might have ended up giving up Roche for this. So Purple Paradise flew too close. Or flew too far from the stun, honestly. He was supposed to be next to Dawnbreaker. Roshan could be a little bit of something for Winter Bear. But man, these power shots are so annoying. I almost want Purple Paradise to buy back. I almost wish he would have. But not quite. They're not going to be able to catch anything on the backside. I actually feel like it could have been a good buyback, but nonetheless, this is a much safer play. You give away an Aegis, but you're still 10,000 gold ahead, so you know, why risk something like that? So far, I'm kind of wondering what are going to be the anti-puck items on Winter Bear. No Orchids, no Sheeps. Atos is a long ways away for Stoic. So far, no magic resistance. The Purple Paradise, despite his slight mistake, is still going to have a very nice puck game. Can they get the root onto GTI? They do. Can they get the coil? Oh, yeah, that is nicely chained. I mean, GTI, it feels like he hasn't even really had an opportunity. GZ tries to come in with actually the Stolen Solar Guardian and just feeds away another one. You can check +1 to GZ for all your feedings. Tried his best. He did not succeed. So he could take this bottom tier 2 if he wants to. He's just kind of slowly hitting away from it. Tip out from Snowy. He's feeling himself. They'll get the Tormentor, so they're getting some important objectives on Winter Bear, but they're still losing net worth progressively. There's an Aghanims out for Waste 21. For those of you who haven't seen this Dawnbreaker Aghanims, it heals a pretty obscene amount, which again is not as relevant into the AA, but it just does a lot in a team fight. The aura lingers after you land. It's a little bit faster. It is really just a nice item for Dawnbreaker, especially if you can just kind of farm comfortably into it. Waste 21 has so much net worth on this Dawnbreaker. And again, it's all going to be playing through Malloy and specifically this Ice Blast. AA always has the potential to get kills. That is the kind of nice thing of their lineup. The Blink Primal Roar. This hero creates kill threat anywhere on the map. That's why Spoiled has to play a little bit careful, but they're respecting nicely. Purple Paradise is looking at a Linkens, I'm sure well aware of that potential. And the lockdown, I mean, that's another one of the issues for Winter Bears is it's kind of limited. Between its Dragon Tail, Telekinesis, Primal Roar, which are great, but they're kind of low range. They will finally smoke up. They want to make something happen with the last little bit of this Aegis, and they really have to. As the core, it looks like he's going to be the human sacrifice, or the frozen sacrifice. The wolf, actually. Purple Paradise is going to take the space, use it in the bot lane. If they can get this tier 2 tower again, they are making nice concessions to how poorly this early game went. Playing through Malloy has allotted them a lot of space. Getting that BKB could be quite strong. But again, there's this, you know, a 15k net worth Terrorblade working towards a Scotty right now. A tier 2 tower is nothing compared to the tier 4 towers the Terrorblade's going to feel like. Making concessions around the map on Esporld. They're losing some that pressure overall.
Is under attack.
I mean, getting these objectives is exactly what Winter Bear needs. They gotta be comfortable into this mid game because again, this is the point where it does start to feel a little bit like Ascador and Ryota on the Wind Ranger and CM are falling off a little bit. Ascador is gonna walk right into Malfurion. Nice reaction time. He heals so much. You have to get the Ice Blast, but that's only onto the CM. I mean, eventually you're going to go down on the CM. The Primal Roar is nice, but not enough onto Snowy. It's a good Dream Coil on the backside. It's going to catch Malfurion. He's just sitting in it for now. Eventually snaps it, but they have their eyes on the prize, which is Malloy. He can't get the blink off in time, so he's going to go down. Purple Paradise is just toying with them time and again, and it's going to be Malfurion who actually gets gone on. Jiggly's trying to do something, but it's Ryota with a kill shot onto Malfurion. A little tip onto him. Very nicely done by a Spoiled, and that's what a net worth lead will do. Even with a decent go, it just feels like Snowy is too big to fail right now. He's about to finish that Scotty after they get this tier 2 mid. And they negated the Dawnbreaker Scepter quite nicely in that fight with the Ice Blast, but it still had a pretty good effect. Waste 21. A little bit too tanky on the Dawnbreaker at the moment, and GZ, he has a 4 staff.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Doesn't go down. But this Rubik, I feel like GZ is playing these fights mechanically well, similar to I think the way GTI has this whole game. But it's just hard. The strat from a Spoiled has a lot of execute, or a lot of kind of easy stuns and execution, or a lot of kind of random, just a lot of random crap on your screen. You know, you get hit by one Shackle shot and you're dead. You get hit by Coil, you're dead. You get hit by kind of random Frostbite, you're dead. You gotta be really careful for Winter Bears, and the spells have just been landing for a Spoiled. Sometimes they land. And yeah, this is the, I mean,
Dire's middle tower is under
I do like Malfurion Storm Rage's kind of idea with DK, but again, Winter Bears, when they get behind, their damage is pretty lackluster, and we've really seen that. I do think Dragonite can provide a lot of damage, but this is all physical damage into the Terrorblade and into the Wind Ranger, who is currently 4-4-4-0 on Ryota with a blink. Man, he is big. Almost about the same net worth as Malfurion. Being a real nuisance again onto GZ. Paradise with that Lincoln's probably feeling a little bit invincible. Level 4 phase shift is a huge power spike for Puck, and just trying to push away GTI, who comes towards the mid lane, getting towards that BKB, not struggling as much as GTI was initially. Now he kind of has an item. He's a semblance of what he's building into. He's probably, you know, feeling a little bit of stress relieved off his shoulders, thinking this game is, you know, it's playable somewhere. There's always the chance that a Spoiled's PCs all turn off. Never give up hope. But now, in seriousness, they're recovering the game slightly. I think that, I mean, the longer the game goes on, the less this net worth lead means, to be fair. I mean, 15k net worth down 8 minutes ago was absolutely ridiculous. Now it's pretty freaking ridiculous. Pretty freaking ridiculous. But it's not insurmountable. Again, I do feel like Ryota and Ascador on the supports, they can struggle a little bit. But GZ, he is tasty. He's tasty. Not gonna go down though. He's gonna go through the gate, so he doesn't know how much he's juking them out. They're gonna follow him. GZ is a tasty little snack. Gobble him up. Use the Dream Coil because why not? Tries his best to play his way out of it, but there's no playing his way out of it. Ryota does actually a pretty good amount of damage with that Brigand's Blade, which is Dormant Kyriod, but now he's got the Whisper of the Dread. Kind of curious for when the Shard is going to come out for the Wind Ranger. That's when things really start to get dicey, I feel. Nice synergy with the Dream Coil as well. What timing do Winter Bears even have to play for? They've got double BKBs. That's about the best I can think of for now. It's actually triple BKBs. They're quite annoying onto GTI. They're going to force him to BKB or not. Nicely played. Well, actually, I thought he had a Remnant away. He doesn't. He's got a BKB. He doesn't want a BKB. Fair enough. I mean, The Dawnbreaker Solar Guardian does pierce debuff immunity, so he could have never really TP'd out of there. Another kind of powerful thing about this Dawnbreaker Ags, it reduces the channel time and the time you're in the air. Canceling TPs is quite easy from across the map. Overall, just very well played by Spoiled, and a little bit risky by Winter Bears because they can't just play this game easy. They can't play this game how they probably want to. They gotta make some kind of risk, otherwise this game is just gonna slip away from them.
Radiant structures are fortified.
And this is, I would say, typically, I mean, if I can get Askadar here, oh, it's a really nice Ice Blast. Aurora is on to Waste 21, who happened to pop the BKB. He's really tanky. Coil onto 2 is a lot. There's no, well, there is actually BKB on Malfurion, but there isn't on Stoic, that's for sure. He gets down, and just a few pops from Snowy. GTI does eventually get Waste 21, and they buy back on Stoic. They want to chase, but oh my god, this TB Illusion is just 1v9ing. He's microing the illusion very nicely, but they know which one's the real one. Snowy is too strong, though, for Malfurion. He gets this under off onto Stoic. It gives him a free trade of HP. I mean, there's no way you're killing Snowy. This could be easily a rampage for him. You can find it. Just a few hits will catch Stoic, but Purple Paradise not quite getting it. They're going to try to give it to him. Do they have the cancel? No, but they do have the hits. Purple Paradise still takes it in the end. Oh, they're going to hate me for this, said Snowy. Not a rampage, but an ultra kill nonetheless, and a 20k gold lead. Not much they could have expected on Winter Bears. This is a little bit of the difficulty with, I mean, I feel like particularly Rubik again is not providing a lot of value in this draft, but having this farmed of a TB against this underfarmed of a Dragonite feels like a coughing baby versus a hydrogen bomb.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
It's not quite the same, and there's so many illusions for Snowy. How did he even get this many? He has a 10-second conjure image duration. They're just taking racks by themselves. It's like an army. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. So, I mean, 23k gold lead. Ryota's going for a Daedalus. That's got to be some kind of BM. He's thinking, why can't I just one-shot the supports too? Everyone else is getting to. But I want to take Snowy's rampages as well. I mean, there's a look here from Purple Paradise onto GZ. Is silenced. He's going to take so much damage from the coil. Actually goes down to the power shot. That stun is really fast. It's onto GTI. He does not get the BKB off in time. Snowy is piking forward. He does get Dragon Tailed, but it doesn't feel like there's enough damage to kill him. The Lincolns is onto him, but he's taking so much damage on Malloy. Same for Malfurion. I mean, they're not even going to kill Snowy once, who has a triple kill. GZ bought back, but it doesn't feel like it's anything. GG in the chat. Ryota doesn't get to finish his Daedalus, but he does get to finish off GZ with Purple Paradise. GGs are dropped. Spoiled take this game confidently. Almost 1,000 gold lead per 10 minutes. Very gross by them. I mean, I feel like every spell just landed perfectly. I was skeptical of their draft. I'll admit it. I'll be the first to tell you I was not the biggest believer. But I mean, they just played it to perfection. If you play any draft perfect, it's going to look like that. Really, really beautiful stuff by Spoiled. Tough game for Winter Bears, who I do feel like mechanically played it decently, but just felt like the draft difference really caught up to them eventually, and the way their lanes headed out was just too much to bear. No pun intended. But thank you guys for joining us after this pretty decided game one. We are going to hop into this game two after a short break. So be back with us later, guys. Thank you. Nope. All right, we are into this game 2 draft. The first game, of course, as we saw, was pretty favored for Spoiled, although I don't think there wasn't merit for Winter Bear. I think they had some great ideas. I think that they played some fights very mechanically well, but the net worth lead was far too suffocating, and honestly, Spoiled just played it beautifully. I mean, I don't even understand how Runa team 2-0'd them. Runa team must be a very scary opponent to have 2-0'd a Spoiled if they were in this kind of shape. So Spoiled just, again, I had some doubts about their draft, but I have no doubts about anything they do moving forward. I'm a Spoiled fan. Obviously, I would love to see Winter Bear pop back in the second game, which I do think they have the potential to, but a Spoiled, they're just a treat to watch. They really are. Feels like all their spells are just landing perfectly. And you know what? They're a relatively new team. They were founded 24 days ago as per Dota buff. And looking at their top heroes, I don't even think they were playing a single one of their top, I think, even 8 heroes. Not even one of them. So they just said, we'll just pick whatever and we'll beat you with it. Winter Bear do pick up the Tiny for themselves, which is one of, I believe it's actually all across the team's history, which is much longer than a Spoiled. It is their most played hero. Tiny, of course, has a lot of great value in any role. Wonderful hero to play with. Was nerfed recently, though, so it's not quite the same kind of menace that it was in the last patch. Now, as well, they have their kind of second pick response here. Doom has been banned. Again, a lot of the kind of tanky, annoying things are out of the pool. So they go Pango straight away. I don't hate it. I don't hate it. It lanes pretty well into Tiny mid. This Tiny has 0 armor. The shield crash is quite value. Excuse me. But Pango lanes quite nicely into the Tiny if you want to play it mid. It fixes wonderfully into the off lane, which I'm assuming a Spoiled can play it. It has a lot of skill shots, which a Spoiled are apparently just excellent at landing. It builds a defusal. Why not? Excellent hero in my opinion. Excellent pick. I'm not sure I could think of a hero that I like a little bit, like any more than the response to the Tiny here. That being said, there are still a lot of pretty strong heroes left in the pool. There's still the Ancient Apparition, which Winter Bear did play. Excuse me again. Very sorry, guys. Which Winter Bear did play, and it did look pretty decent on Stoic. It pairs well nicely with the Tiny if they want it. But it can be scary into the Pango. Picking any kind of backline support can be quite tough into Pango. So it's sometimes nice to look at heroes like, maybe the Tusk, something that's a little bit more mobile, a little more tanky. Ringmaster sometimes can get away with it because he has the box. He has a lot of ways to kind of cancel the Rolling Thunder. Overall, very obnoxious hero Pango to play against. That's why I'm a fan of picking it for a Spoil. As I've said, I'm a huge fan of banning anything that's obnoxious to play against. Pango is up there. Pango's been up there for a long, long time. It's just not fun. Again, spending a lot of time on the bans. Of course, I think the bans are so important. They actually get rid of the puck, so not a Purple Paradise puck this time around. Instead of going to opt for the Batrider, another hero to flex. Batrider could potentially be a support. He could potentially be an offlaner. Could be a mid laner. They banned the puck just in case because it's so good in Batrider. And on Winter Bear, you'd think maybe, last time that we saw a Batrider that was potentially going mid, we saw a Quap ban. No ability to ban Quap, so if Winter Bear wants to pick it up, they have the ability. I think Quap is also quite decent into Pango. It can be quite annoying once you have that max dagger build. But do you want to kind of spec into countering this Batrider? Do you want to wait for 18 to be a little more concrete? I would love to see... Nature's Prophet is not my favorite against Batrider, obviously because of the Sprout. I'd be very interested to see an Oracle if Winter Bear plays it, maybe even an Abaddon. The Oracle is already carrying a lot of value. It's probably the hardest counter in the game to Batrider, assuming that you don't lasso the Oracle. Then that's a pretty good counter to Oracle. Can be quite difficult, but you are able to get rid of the lasso immediately. With the False Promise, you're able to dispel all of the stacks that Batrider gets up. You're able to make him deal pretty much no damage with the Fate's Edict. You're able to purge Shield Crash. Very excellent Oracle game, but so far, but that's if they play it. Does Stoic play the Oracle? No, he plays Ringmaster instead. I don't hate it. I mean, this Nature's Prophet, I don't think it's a flex to anything. It probably just is a 4 or a 5. We've really only seen support nature so far in all the games that I've watched. For good reason. It does a ton of damage. It does a ton of kill pressure around the map. You know Nature's Prophet. You know him. You hate him. Maybe you love him if you're a bad person, which you probably are. That being said, I think these heroes, so far, Winter Bear's heroes kind of scare me into Batrider Pango. They strike me as heroes that do not like being repositioned and do not like to be ran at with a Rolling Thunder. Most heroes don't, but these heroes especially. What is the response for a spoiled here? Do they want to go for more of that? Do they want to go for something like an Ursa here? That I could totally see. Do they want to go for something perhaps like a Gyro? Pick up... I'm assuming they probably want to pick up at least one more support in this phase. Even picking up the Oracle for themselves wouldn't be horrible. It's really only magic damage on Winter Bear for the moment. Even something like an Abaddon could be decent. An Abaddon carry. Go crazy. Flex it to support, maybe? I don't know. Get a little crafty in this game, too. Again, we've seen that a spoiled can play really whatever they like. They could go for the Wind Ranger again. I mean, Ryota looked incredible on it. Could go for something like the Ancient Apparition, just for the sake of damage. They go for Sven. Not my favorite hero either, but obviously I'm not too privy to the way these teams draft because they just I think have a little bit of their own ideas. The Sven I believe is coming up in prio a little bit. And the damage is quite good. Winter Bear doesn't have very much raw damage, so having a really tanky hero like Sven I think is not a bad idea. So I don't think it's the most value Sven game I've ever seen, but I don't think it's bad. I did want them to pick a carry on the stage. They're using a lot of reserve time. What is that other support that they're going to pick? Warlock. Warlock's fun. Very, very strong lane. I can definitely see the value here. The Fatal Bonds is going to be really obnoxious throughout the game. Column is going to be huge. And it does still leave this flex open. You can put the Batrider on support if you feel like it's good. You can put it mid if you feel like it's good. Personally, I'm leaning towards putting it mid because the Winter Bear has given it a pretty good game so far. And they actually go for Dawnbreaker themselves. I mean, a Purge would go very hard for Winter Bear. Having heroes that can purge these debuffs from a spoiled would be quite nice. If they're not able to, that's okay. The Dawnbreaker we did see look pretty good from Waste 21. I do think the Dawnbreaker has some decent value against the Batrider and such. Just being able to kind of counteract that lasso with the healing, being really anywhere on the map. Playing a little bit away from the lane so that you don't necessarily get lassoed constantly. And they think, I mean, Winter Bear is just kind of banning out. They're banning out Nyx Assassin, which is a common, obviously, counter to Dawnbreaker, since you can cancel the ulti so easily from anywhere on the map. So they're worried that a spoiled is going to flex this Batrider, and they're going to pick up another support. Which I don't think is crazy. I think I could definitely see that. I could even see a spoiled going for some form of kind of Disruptor 4 or the likes. I mean, it's a great Disruptor game. Could be a little bit dicey in terms of getting gone on. It's a pretty decent amount of early game damage from Winter Bear. The mid game damage falls off a lot. Yeah, so ban out the kind of high physical damage carries on a spoiled. Life Stealer and Ursa make a lot of sense. They're also great matchups into the Sven. I'm sure Winter Bear are looking at something similar to perhaps the Gyro. I'm not sure what else I really even like into Sven. I would maybe say something like a Wraith King. Wraith King is okay, I think, but obviously the Diffusal can be quite annoying. High physical damage. It's almost a good Spectre game for Winter Bear, but that hero is not the best right now. Having that kind of global draft could be nice. having some way to kind of punish a spoiled around the map. Curious as to what Winter Bear get rid of. Perhaps some form of purges. Perhaps Shadow Demon. Something of the likes. Unless there's some really strong pick they have here. Centaur makes sense. I mean, they could still play Bat support and pick an offlaner. In fact, I think that's very reasonable. Centaur's pretty decent. Not the highest priority, but quite strong overall. They don't use all their time, and they instead pick up a Razor. It's an okay Razor game. Razor, obviously, if you have the ability to get a link onto any of these heroes, is going to be able to fight them. Probably going to be able to kill them if you're kind of even in net worth. It's pretty high physical damage eventually in the game. I worry a little bit about its kind of efficiency, its efficacy versus a Slardar, for sure, a Slardar. But also against the likes of kind of the high damage from Sven, and particularly, I think it's a very annoying game to get lassoed. Purple Paradise picks up the Slardar. Again, one of these games where the last pick Slardar mid gets a very nice matchup. And he, of course, has 0 armor. It's a very nice matchup and has a very nice game. It's a pretty low armor draft from Winter Bear. Nature's Prophet, Ringmaster, Dawnbreaker, they never really buy too much armor. Hard for those heroes to stack armor. Same goes for really Razor and Tiny. Tiny gets it naturally, but that pretty much gets mitigated by the Slardar. It's a very, very nice Slardar pick, and honestly, I'm going to waste no breath. I'm going to waste 21 no breath. I think it's in a spoiled game too. I'm hoping that Winter Bear has some efficacy with this kind of global draft. You know, maybe they're able to make some stuff happen around the map with GZ doing some tricks. I mean, I'm hoping that they're able to do something kind of with the Razor, with some of the presence they have, because they do have a potentially very strong mid game with a lot of magic damage coming out, especially from these kind of supports and from the Tiny. But I can see this game going very poorly very fast once the Slardar starts to get some levels, once he gets that Blinks to the Ring Crush like we saw earlier. So welcome, guys, if you are new here. This is, of course, the CCT Season 2. We have a Spoiled versus Winter Bears Game 2, and we're so excited to see it. For those who didn't catch Game 1 either, which hopefully you did, it was a little bit of a spoiled, wonder show. I don't know what else to call it. They really just styled all over Winter Bear, and not because I think Winter Bear played bad. I'll say it again and again. I think Winter Bears played mechanically some of those fights very, very well, but they were just overpowered by a spoiled, just aggressive play style and their wonderful ability to hit skill shots. I'm hoping that in this game they give us another show, but hopefully Winter Bears are able to kind of reciprocate it back, and we get a little bit of a back and forth play. A little bit of Romeo and Tybalt? Is that they fence or something? You know, Shakespeare-esque. Somebody in the chat is scared of the GZ Ringmaster. I'm assuming he's quite proficient on this hero, and I could definitely believe it. GZ played the Rubik, I think, to good ability, but it was Rubik, after all. Rubik can sometimes struggle quite hard in these games. I see them in the top lane. They even placed the Sentry Ward. Purple Paradise, not going to be too aggressive. 2 for 2 in the bounty runes. Hope you are all doing wonderful tonight, you beautiful people in chat. I can chat with you, and I do read most of your chat messages when I get a chance. Obviously not if the game is demanding my attention, but it is about, I think, a 5-minute delay or so. Maybe even longer. I could be lying to you guys. But, yeah, I'm checking in. Let me know how you guys are doing. We know that you guys are enjoying the matches. And, whew, God, Snowy's taking so much damage in this bot lane. Apparently the GZ Ringmaster is quite scary. Pretty scary lane, this Dawnbreaker Ringmaster, if you can get some early harass done.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Ryota on this Batrider, he did end up taking the Stoked facet. So for those who were watching earlier, we had UA Passion, I believe it was Moonlight, who got the MVP for that last series. He likes to take the, or he liked in the mid lane to take the Sticky Napalm facet. This Batrider facet instead deals damage to you as per Firefly each second that it goes on, but you gain Spell Imp and movement speed in trade the longer that it goes on. The bot lane Snowy really taking a lot of damage. A lot of damage, but actually does cancel Malloy's Starbreaker, and it's a lot of damage out from the Fatal Bonds. You can't fight in the wave like that, especially not for Jeezy, and he's going to eventually take down to Ascador here. It's 2 kills in the bot lane. Not exactly the strongest lane, and they thought that they could just get that kill onto Snowy. Really nice timing on the Stormhammer. Just enough to bait them in. Get that kill there. Mid lane quite comfortably going over to the Purple Paradise on the Slardar. Laned very well in the previous game on the puck, so we see what his proficiency with Slardar is like. Malfurion Stormrage playing against a pretty annoying lane for a Razor. This is their last pick overall. Third for the Razor, and the link gets disconnected very easily through either Pango's spells and also through the Flame Break. GGI really going aggressive in this mid lane. Takes a lot of damage near the tower, but this is the Slardar mid. It's quite dominant against these melee heroes. I mean, this could be a look onto Malfurion. He's kind of got the Napalm stacked up on him, but they're just going to go for the Lotus instead. Let their wave get denied. GZ dropping a little bit low in the bot lane, but not low enough. Quick pull in the bot lane for the Sven. Yeah, this is a very nice lane for Purple Paradise, the toss back. Just giving him a little roller coaster. Purple Paradise, his laning is quite powerful, especially when he walks under the tower. Just a couple hits for free. Fatal Bonds is quite annoying in the bot lane, but overall it's pretty even between the offlaner Malloy and Snowy. Quite low on GZ, and low on the other side of the map is Malfurion Stormrage. The Blood Grenade, it looks like, could be enough. Got the Falcon Blade on Courier, popped the wand, but it's not enough. Waste 21 with the Swashbuckle. Has a TP on Stoic even. Not the biggest deal considering he's Nature's Prophet, but is a big deal to lose your carry like that. Again, a very obnoxious lane for the Razor. Has to play so respectful and wasn't able to do so in that last minute or so. Looking to TP bottom on the Nature's Prophet. Stoic is here. It's a lot of damage. The Blood Grenade as well as the Sprout. A heal is coming out onto Snowy. The damage is good, but it's certainly not enough. Can they actually even turn this around on Snowy? The Stormhammer is good. It's not going to be a kill, but Snowy survives with a lot left in terms of resources. There's still a Lotus for Ascador, and of course still the Shadow Word. Let's just see if some of Fury and Stormrage even more vulnerable. Mid lane, I mean, not honestly too much of an issue yet. Honestly, the waste 21. Oh, I did not catch that. Malfurion Stormrage is going really low. My bad. Really nice branch block. Really, really nice. Give that man a tip right now. That was an incredible branch block because otherwise I think Stormrage was dead there. So a little bit too aggressive on the Bat Rider. A little bit too aggressive on Waste 21. Thought he could just get that kill. Absolutely could not. The healing coming out, and in the mid lane, it's GTI. I mean, you can't walk up when there's a level 6 Slardar. The rune is top lane. Shield rune.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Fury and Storm Rage in the top lane. He's healing again. Waste 21. Playing so aggressive. The Sprout. I mean, no Sprout yet, but really nicely played on the edge with Malfurion. The Plasma Field is just going to catch him. That's 2 charges on the urn to heal up Malfurion. And another kill onto Waste 21, so just getting slightly too aggressive and getting... Crush is so much damage. It's just enough, and this is the 7-minute wisdom timing. Purple Paradise is going to try to stop Stoic as well, so he's all over the map on the Slardar. I don't even think Ryota needs help. He certainly doesn't, but he's going to deliver a kill straight to Purple Paradise at his own level. So they lose both Wisdom Shrines. That is miserable for Winter Bears. These supports need levels so desperately. Snowy, of course, level 6. Pops the God Strength to farm because he is off to an incredible start. Purple Paradise even more so. GTI, he has a toss, but the Flame Break is nicely done. Ryota is looking to chase this. They don't have a lot to stop Purple Paradise, especially the Shield Rune, so he is just an absolute monster. He's going to secure the rune again, which is a haste rune this time, if that wasn't brutal enough earlier. This Slardar is becoming a huge problem. I'm a really huge fan of this pick that they got, and he's going to use this haste to walk top onto Stoic again, who is just going to die. And I think Malfurion Storm Rage is going to die too. The Thunder is going on to him. He has Corrosive Haze. That's physical damage from Pango, and it's a lot of it. He is going to go down the box again. It doesn't matter. The rock is dropped just to catch GC. I don't even know if they needed it, but that's an unstoppable streak. 6-0-3. At 8 minutes and 40 seconds in the game, 12-4. I like this Slardar a lot when they picked it. I'm liking it a lot more when I'm watching it. GTI looks like he's struggling so hard. Oh, Purple, don't do it. Takes his creeps, takes his bounty right, his bounty. Probably gonna sleep in his house, sleep with his wife. He might as well at this point. Purple Paradise is an absolute menace around the map. They're gonna try to defend top. There's still half duration on this column. Can they? There's no ulti on the Razor. GGI's here. Fatal Bonds. And they're going to finally back up. Oh my god, Stoke's taking so much damage. Is he dead? No. Surely. Oh, he's dead. Swashbuckle is a lot of damage, and it's just a few clicks. Wicked sick. He's just collecting him. Tax Collector. And in the mid lane, Ryota is looking to kill Jeezy. Can't quite get it. Trying not to die to GTI as well, who would really love to get this kill. It's a nice slow by Jeezy. He's landing his spells quite beautifully. And Jeezy's just doing the solo style. Does he get the last click? He does. Really well played by Jeezy. I mean, he's the one player collecting anything out of this map. GTI, I mean, he gets the toss, but there's actually Malloy coming through. If they can get this Wicked 6 streak, it's a really meaningful, and they do. On to GTI, who's been struggling this whole game. It recovers him fully. Essentially, he's about the same with Waste 21. So a little bit too aggressive on Purple Paradise and Ryota. Do not save your friend Syndrome, guys. It will only lead you to bad places. Bring up some quick stacks on Malloy. Not having the best game on the Dawnbreaker, that's for sure. Not compared to the unmentioned Snowy on Sven, who is currently sitting at almost 6,000 net worth. And having really a better game, honestly, than the Slardar, who has 7 kills. But Slardar does have Blink. And he has a Slithering Crush onto Malloy. That's a lot of damage with the Sven. They're still, I mean, they're in a little bit deep again. This could be a really nice Wheel of Wonder. The Sister Shroud is helping him out a lot. They need to land Impalement Arts. Finally, the tree comes through to finish him off. Just Purple Paradise, a little cocky, bud. Not exactly the place you want to dive against so many heroes that can catch you globally. That being said, top tower is going to go down to waste 21. If you're in Storm Rage, looking towards a Manta, pretty much the only item I think he can go. He'd love a Maelstrom, but not right now. He's thinking too far away. Waste 21 working towards his own Diffusal. And a Rolling Thunder, I mean, it's a lot of damage from this Bat Rider. The box is nice, but it's not enough. The lasso is going to be a lot of damage, and it's going to be enough to finish him off. Waste 21 is maybe looking onto Jeezy. He has a lot of damage here. Nice Whoopee Cushion. Can GTI deal enough damage to actually finish off Waste 21, who swashbuckles away? The Rock is really nice. The Fatal Bonds onto 3. Could do a lot. Does he have a heal? Not quite for the moment. It looks like they're going to hobble away. Lots of denied bounty runes in this game for some reason. I mean, nicely done by Jeezy, but losing the Razor feels horrible. He's not even at this Yasha. It's 12 minutes in the game. His inventory is a bunch of components. He's an ingredient household at the moment. Not quite able to make a full sandwich. GTI is looking for that blink. Still also not quite towards it. Rotating towards mid. Actually trying to get Waste 21, who does have the Diffusal. The Flame Break actually kind of tosses him into Waste 21. The Shield Crash is not enough. And with the Wrath of Nature, they're able to clean him up. They still get the mid tower. But unnecessary kills going away. Ooh, Purple Paradise jumping in. There wasn't enough Corrosive Haze duration on GTI to actually finish him off there. It's a little bit unfortunate. Jeezy has been really confident with these Impalement Arps, though. I will say, whoever in chat was scared of Jeezy, they should be. This guy is an absolute menace. Doesn't quite get the wheel, but it's a lot of damage. Again, from these supports, you got to be careful. A Vessel from Stoic is pretty meaningful. He's the most farm support in the game. Little bit at the suffering of Malloy. And yeah, I mean, it's 13 minutes to spend his 8,000 net worth. I keep looking away, and then I look back, and then he's about 1,000 to 2,000 net worth higher. It's a good game for him. Well, a slowed down game is not horrible for Winter Bears. They kind of need it in a sense. I mean, Malfurion Storm Rage has got to catch up at some point. And you don't really want to fight into this blink. You don't really want to fight into this Diffusal. Question is, what is the timing for them? Shard is going to be very, very nice for Stoic once he can get it quite a ways away. Full blink on Snowy means that he's going to be potentially ready to join fights now. This Corrosive Haze is no joke on Purple Paradise. In conjunction with the Sven. GTI does finally have his blink, but they know of that. I could definitely see a spoiled kind of reading the smoke, and they do. They do. GTI just got his blink. They clearly wanted to make something happen with it, so they scan in the perfect spot. Beautiful scan. They're actually just going to walk into it. Ooh, nice crush onto 2. Snowy wants to get... Ooh, he wants to get on top of the Ringmaster. He does. That Golem caught both of them, and then Snowy... Woo, 2 shots him. That is a scary amount of damage from that God Strength. I mean, this is what happens when you're almost a level a minute. Echo Saber, Mask of Madness. Playing Kryota is in his own smoke because he has a Blink Dagger as well. So the Blink Daggers, they're a little bit overwhelming on a spoiled. They're kind of all over the map right now. You got to be evasive. You got to be willing to dodge. Malloy feels a little bit like he doesn't have much place in this game. Impalement Arts, again, are quite nice from Jeezy. There's no Vessel charges on Stoic. Still no Manta on Malfurion. And that lasso is nicely done onto GTI, but it gets a little bit disrupted by the Dawnbreaker so fast on Ryota. Because of the Stoked Facet, they're going to try to finish him off. Can the Sprout do it? Actually looks like Malloy's going to get it, but that's a lot of physical damage. The Sven is here. Oh, he's going to cleave through them. Sister Shroud is getting a little bit of damage. The Wheel of Wonder is really nice, but this Rolling Thunder is nicer. It's going to keep hitting Malfurion and maybe even GTI, who does not have a blink at the moment. He's got it in 2 seconds, but there's no play to be made here. They did catch 2. They caught the Hooligans and the Batrider, Ryota, and Purple Paradise eventually going down. So not the worst fight overall for Winter Bears. Not great. Granted, Snowy is still obscenely farmed, and Aztecor has a full Solar Crest for him. So again, this is one of the games where Winter Bears, they're doing some good mechanical execution, but they came out of lane so shaky. Their game has been so tough, and as well, really just playing it beautifully that it feels like this net worth lead becoming a lot more meaningful than any amount of buttons you can press correctly. It's almost BKB for Snowy, level 16. And note, this Sven is the Wrath of God facet, who gets more bonus damage per strength, which means every level is more meaningful, realistically. And that level 18 spike will be a huge damage increase, which, I mean, I don't even think he needs. Almost 7 levels higher, or 6 levels higher, almost, than Malfurion. Struggling a lot on this Razor. Easy. Kind of baiting them. Purple Paradise, he's going to get brought back. That is Snowy onto GZ, an insta-kill. GTI has no armor against Snowy. The Link is going pretty long, but it's not enough. I mean, he has a lot of damage, but can he actually use it? The Rolling Thunder is on top of him. It doesn't feel like he can. He kills Ryota in the end. Nice jump back from Purple Paradise, and Stoic is definitely going to go down here. Malloy is joining in, but I'm not sure what for. No, he's playing it smart. Malloy actually does catch him on the tail end. The Blade Mail is just enough. Pip out onto Stoic, so he didn't have the BKB on Snowy. He eventually goes down, but it is the trade of 5 people on Winter Bears. Feels like they can't ever get something without giving a lot more up in return. It was a nice attempt, but again, the damage is just really lacking. And when your Razor gets a full duration Link and just barely gets the kill, that feels pretty shitty for WB. You need to be able to make some kind of play around the map. Again, this global presence is also feeling very, very mitigated by the fact that Winter Bears just can't really make a ton of plays. It's a lot of tanky heroes on a spoiled. I do think Purple Paradise is a great target because currently he's a Blink Shard. He does a lot of damage in team fights. He applies a lot of minus armor, but if they can catch him... Ooh, the ward is right onto him. Really nicely done. They are going to get the toss. Wheel of Wonder is awkward. I don't know why he came down early from that toss. They're trying to get enough damage on him. The Solar Crest is just enough. They can't finish him off. He has a lot of HP to regen too. The lasso is on to Jeezy, who's going to die eventually, and Stoic is too. And Jeezy got to go down eventually. The God Strength is here. Stormhammer hits onto both of them. GTI is too slow to get the avalanche in time. You look stunned indeed. And that is a lot of damage. A little bit too much damage. And of course, this is the other benefit of Slardar. The other benefit of Sven is they can just walk into the Roche pit. Pre 20 minutes, not going to be able to move in time. Roshan is a very sad lad on this day. And it is an Aegis to Snowy, who is level 18. Malfurion Storm Rage, on the other hand, a very humble Razor. Level 2 in Static Link, an Essence Ring, and a Dream. Can he make it happen? I'm not sure he can. Well, we're going to believe until the very end for Winter Bears. They can brave this season. Winter is coming. Purple Paradise taking a lot of damage from Stoic. There's no laughing at his damage, but he's taking a lot from the Golem. Actually, GTI and Malloy are onto Waste 21, who's not getting the Rolling Thunder off yet. He is going to eventually go down to Malfurion. It seems he does eventually. There's a lot of damage onto this Razor. With a haste, a Purple Paradise could go down, but on the backside of Snowy, he has a Harpoon. He's bringing down GTI, and he's looking to do the same to Malfurion. The stun is nice, but the Manta Dodge is even nicer from Malfurion. He's just going to TP out, which is the correct call. Purple Paradise just haunting, hoping he gets something. Can Malfurion get the kill onto Ryota? No, he cannot. Just being a silly little guy on the Batrider. Level 15 for the Slargar. Almost BKB. This hero we've seen really be a menace in our previous series as well. Ryota being a huge menace. Just absolutely playing around the map. He's doing travels. Man, what a crazy guy. I love Tranquils with this facet, but he wants travels. And what Ryota wants, Ryota gets. $16,000, 17,000 net worth spend. He has a Crystallis on top of the items he already had. He's level 20 on top of the levels he already had. That wasn't enough for you guys. Items finished at least for Malloy. That's a pretty big power spike for the Dawnbreaker. Definitely not meaningless because there's a lot of, a lot of healing that he can accomplish in these fights. They're kind of tanky on Winter Bears between the box, between the natural tankiness of that Tiny and that Razor. The game's not looking horrible, but it is for Stoic. He's lassoed in the spot lane. Purple Paradise just going to come collect. Thank you for the delivery.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Signing off for Ryota. And yeah, I mean, they're about a full Sven ahead of Winter Bears. The net worth lead is Sven. What do you do as Winter Bears? I'm not sure. I'm really not sure. You pray? Maybe you figure out a way to kind of, I'm not going to say that. You just hope and pray that a spoil disconnect on all 5 PCs, a very tragic incident. I mean, that would be pretty nice for Winter Bears. I'm sure they're hoping for that because, again, guys, they are out of CCT when they lose this match. If they lose this match, sorry, guys. They do still have the ability to come back. I will not doubt the Winter Bears, but it's a lot of stress. It's a lot of pressure onto them because they cannot make it into playoffs if they lose this match. They've already lost 1 series, and 1 series is too many in this group stage. Well, 2 series is too many if they manage to lose the second game, and it's looking grim. It is. I'm not one to lie to you guys. Especially when Snowy is right here, the lasso on a Malfurion. He doesn't have the reaction time to deal with it, but actually the Link is going to be nicely done from him. But that's still a BKB. I mean, Link doesn't steal enough damage from this 500 damage hero. The heal is quite nice. Golem only goes on to Stoic. Lloyd doesn't really get enough, and Ryota on the backside goes down. It's a trade for Stoic. There's going to be a Blink Dagger soon. Just TPing out. Just get out. Just get out. All you need to do is get out. You get the Bat Rider kill. You trade for Stoic. It is what it is. Sometimes you just got to give it. You just got to give it up. And sometimes you just got to, cut your losses. GTI working towards a BKB of his own. I feel like he's having a pretty tough game on the Tiny. He's almost the same net worth as a Warlock. He might be less soon. He's got no Yules or anything. I honestly would really like to see Yules from him. I kind of wish he didn't go this BKB, but it makes sense. There is a BKB on Purple Paradise. Oh, GZ. He has his own Yules, though. They are aggressive. They're primal. They're feral. A lot of damage onto Waste 21, but that's going to be a Rolling Thunder onto Stoic, who is inevitably going to die to this Pango. Waste 21 has an Aghanims with the Brigand's Blade. Oh, brother. Purple Paradise, he's just... Oh my god, he's just haunting Jeezy. Nice Yules. And a pause. Wrong team disconnecting for Winter Bears. Feels quite bad for them. Hopefully Malfurion Storm Rage is okay. Hopefully he is safe. He'll come back to us in a short time. And do not forget to follow CCT_Dota on Twitter. We, of course, appreciate them a lot for hosting this for us. Don't want to give a quick shout out to them while we're in this pause. Quick shout out to Spoiled for playing a very wonderful game. GWR, all caps, Purple Paradise. He's a gamer. He's ready to get in there. He could BKB and just kill Jeezy if he really wanted, but oh, he kind of wants to. I mean, he has no fear in his heart. He misses the crush. Should have maybe a little fear in his heart. Malloy should have a lot of fear in his heart. There's no BKB. This is a really aggressive play. There's a buyback from Stoic. I mean, he's doing an okay amount of damage. The link on the Purple Paradise is pretty good, and Snowy goes down. I mean, the pause really set them off. I don't know what that awoke in them, but Purple Paradise, he lost his mind. He lost his marbles. Ninja's Prophet's, I mean, GT's ability to mind control the enemy is unmatched. Didn't know that was an ability Ringmaster had, but I guess it's kind of makes sense. Puppeteer them a little bit. And I am hoping that everybody in chat is having a wonderful day. Probably.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are
I'm sure all very, very lovely people. If you're here gathering to watch the burial of Winter Bears, that's mean. That's mean, guys. I mean, Winter Bears, I mean, they seriously, I do think this Dawnbreaker has a lot of merit. I think this Aghanims is very strong. He's getting into Crimson, which is actually really, really meaningful in this game. But Malfurion is struggling time and again. Ryota's a menace. He's got travels, he's got a blink, he's got a force staff, he's going for BKB. He's got almost as much net worth as GTI, and GTI is, I mean, he is, unfortunately, in this game, I think, one of the people who's struggling the most. He's had some good spell combos, but it's hard to live after those spell combos. That's what the BKB is for. Assuming that he can live through a BKB, because there is now a Daedalus on Snowy. Yeah, that's a Daedalus. If he wasn't scary enough, if he wasn't boogeyman enough, and Malloy, again, I feel like he has to do a lot, and really nicely done. The Solar Guardian out. Again, the Aghanims gives a reduced channel time. Malloy just gets out. GTI, maybe not as lucky. He doesn't have this BKB quite yet. There's a God Strength from Snowy. I mean, that's 2 hits, and 2 hits is far too many. Jeezy's going to try to do some fancy feet. Nice whoopee cushion in the end. Roshan could potentially spawn. Not the most to get off of a BKB God Strength, considering GTI is basically a support at this point. Absolutely no offense to him. It's just that the net worth is so high on these supports, Ryota, and I don't even know how Asdesker has this much net worth. He has almost 12,000 net worth. He's so farmed on the Warlock. And waste 21 as well. I mean, getting so much net worth on the Panga. I mean, I'm just amazed at a Spoiled. I don't mean to be any form of disrespectful towards Winter Bears. I'm really genuinely enjoying a Spoiled a lot. I think that they've just really shown some really wonderful stuff in these past few games. Playing on this ward, not quite the jump that Pro Paradise wanted. They're going to try and catch something, but the BKB is there in time. Now, Furion, can he get something onto Purple Paradise? If they could actually get the Stardar kill, it'd be massive. He tosses him in. I hope that's the correct call. It feels like it is, because they're going to eventually bring down Purple Paradise, who, again, is playing a little bit overextended. He's being mind-controlled by Jeezy. This puppeteer is too much for his feeble mind. That was lame, says Ryota. I can't agree more. The Roshan is soon to be awake. But actually, it's about the longest spawn I think it'll have. Perhaps another about, well, no, I think it's about another 15, 20 seconds. Pretty late spawn. Stoic, if they can get a kill onto Azekir, he's basically a core. I mean, he's got so much net worth. He is going to eventually go down. And kill the Malloy is pretty meaningful. He needs all the help he can get. Of course, they need all the help they can get on Winter Bears, period. Anytime there's not a Sven, I feel like it's doable. I get to inhale a little bit of copium and be reminded of the potential that Winter Bears has when there's 23k less net worth on a Spoiled. Looking towards 25 soon on Snowy. He has to be careful. That's a BKB lasso onto GTI. He does have the BKB. Does he get off in time? He does not. That Solar Guardian is nice, but it's not enough to save him, and Snowy just pops the BKB. He's beating into Malloy. That is so much damage. On the backside, Stoic is also going to take a bunch of damage. They're going to get Ryota eventually, it looks like, but Snowy is on the backside doing way too much work. Purple Paradise maybe going to take down to Malfurion, who is quite strong. He still has the BKB, but he is not stronger than Snowy. I can tell you that much. Not especially once this Warcry comes out. The crit is so much damage. And Waste 21 is just going to keep up with him. Not able to get the Manta Dodge and Ultra Kill for Snowy. That would be the 25k net worth in action. Snowy versus the world. Snowy wins those. He wins those confidently. Got a full Satanic to himself now, looking towards an Agi Blink on his Christmas wish list. Santa is sure to grant that with the kind of bribery Snowy has. That is some serious coinage. Serious.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Well, what's left for Winter Bears, I'm not entirely sure. Looking towards a Satanic on Malfurion. Looking towards an AC on Malloy, but it feels like their next item is really far away. And honestly, one of the biggest issues in this game, I think, is Ryota. This lasso carries so much value. The Roar is not enough. Slardar and Snowy. A Purple Paradise. The Snowy Purple Paradise. This duo has been excellent all game. This amplified damage. Sorry, the corrosive haze, as it is these days. Doing way too much for their damage output. An excellent pick for them. They do have to be careful. I mean, if they walk into a fight without Snowy, that's the singular fight that they're going to be able to lose. Presumably. Trying to catch something in the top side. It was a nice look. Ryota being really aggressive, but a smoke of their own on Winter Bears. They're trying to hold on. Trying to get a little bit of space on the map. This is an okay place to do it. It looks like Stoic is gonna eat some Slithering Crushes. Nice jump by GTI. Really nice with the Dawnbreaker. That is a wombo combo. The Wheel of Wonder is doing a lot of damage as well. Purple Paradise, or Malfurion on the Razor is getting a lot of static link damage. They're really low on the side of a Spoiled. Waste 21 is dealing a lot of damage, though. The Ghost Scepter is just enough. Can Stoic die? I mean, he can. He has to land the Swashbuckle. He isn't able to. Snowy is here. Ooh, just on the edge there. I mean, it's overall a very good fight from Winter Bears. They're fighting without Snowy again. This is the one time that they can win, and GTI finally getting the merit. A little bit of lag, hopefully not for everyone else. The Storm Bolt is enough, and that is so much damage. The BKB comes out from Snowy. GTI, he's just going to TP out. Can he die? Can he die? Whew. He cannot. Buyback from GZ and Ryota. Overall, a pretty good fight for Winter Bears. But a pretty good fight is not a good enough fight when Snowy is having this good of a game. Level 27 at the moment. Of course he is. Gonna hit the high ground soon, surely. GTI, at least I think we're starting to feel his damage output a little bit. Which I was pretty happy to see in that last fight. Feels like the first time he was able to really meaningfully engage in a fight, and he's above net worth of Purple Paradise. That's a win. That is a win. He's higher XP. He won mid. He carried the game on GTI. I think we can all agree. Ooh, Waste 21 is on to GZ, and they're just going to use the lasso, because why not? Why not use the lasso? Level 21 on Ryota. Again, I think this Batrider is so important. The Dawnbreaker and the Batrider are the heroes I'm really trying to watch out for here, because their spells are so important. Purple Paradise about to get to level 20, which is a very, very strong talent. Plus 125 Slithering Crush damage.
Dire are scanning.
Malloy, if they can catch Malloy, they don't have a lasso though, so I'm skeptical of their ability to do so. When the mid lane Snowy, oh my god! god! Malfurion is gone in an instant. They did get 2 Wisdom Shrines for Malfurion's life. Use the Crimson Guard to try and believe that these buildings won't go down in an instant, but that amount of damage block is kind of meaningless into Snowy. Defend the top racks. That's what Stoic is trying to say to this team. A toss back could be nice, but there's still a BKB. There's still an Aegis on the stun. No God Strength is meaningful. About 600 damage or so, I believe, that he's losing. But it still means he hits for 500. And a toss back is nice. Right into the stun. It's well timed. GTI trying to get out. The Rolling Thunder is coming through. Stoic is definitely going to go down on the backside. The Golem is really nice onto GTI, who's not used the BKB yet. The lasso is on the Malfurion. And it's a Dawnbreaker in the backside, actually catching 2 with the ulti. Purple Paradise, he needs to get out here. Wasted one still causing havoc in the backline. Snowy's going to go down the first time. He still has BKB. He still has Satanic. God Strength is up in 5. I don't think this fight is winnable for Winter Bears. As soon as he gets his God Strength off, because Malfurion is taking so much damage without the God Strength going. Stoic did buy back, so did GTI. He used the BKB for the first time. Ryota trying to catch something. Jeezy in no man's land. Snowy gets Melloway finally as a cleanup. Buy back onto Purple Paradise. Nice avalanche to try and keep him alive for a second, but this damage is going to be overwhelming. The Sprout is annoying, but oh my god, that cleave from the Harpoon is enough to call the game. Can they get this man a Rampage? It looks like they can. Rampage for Snowy, and well-deserved. I believe that was going to be his second if he got one on the first game. Beautifully played by a Spoiled. I can't believe they lost 2-0 to Runa team, because this was some peak performance. Unfortunate for Winter Bears. As I said, this is the lower group stage, so they are, unfortunately, I believe, out of CCT tournament. They will have to join next session, next season, if they want a chance to get into the playoffs. But as Spoiled, they're going to have to prove themselves in another set of games. I don't doubt they might be able to if they play like this. They looked absolutely beautiful. Snowy and Ryota absolutely showing incredible stuff. I mean, the whole team just looked wonderful. So congratulations to them for moving on. This is the last series that I'm casting, so thank you, CCT, for having me, and thank you guys all for watching. I believe we're going to take a short break before you guys get to catch up with Beowulf. He's very wonderful. Treat him nicely, guys, and thank you.
Dire are scattered. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome here to the winners match here of the CCT, the group stage. Although I guess if you're watching in Europe, it's the afternoon. My name is Beowulf. This time it's Namiga versus Quantum, a tasty little rematch from the losers bracket of the TI Eastern European qualifiers. Of course, if you win this thing, you move on to the playoffs. You get to face such dubious teams and fantastic teams as Virtus Pro. If you lose this, you play tomorrow in the decider match against the teams that have already won their losers match earlier today. Yeah, thank you so much to Rojo for covering that one. Our draft is live here. It's ready to go, and we're going to take a look at what these two teams have in store for us. Now, Quantum and that TI lower bracket match, they were playing a lot of Undying. They saw some success with it. Both, well, won a game with it, lost a game with it, but Namiga, they're just going to ban this out this time. They don't want to deal with that. This kind of flex first round. Is it going to be an offlaner? Is it going to be a support? Where's that going to go? Well, they're just totally getting rid of that. Of course, also, we should point out the Prophet is gone. She has been making similar ideas. First pick, first ban. You can go and, well, maybe not first ban, but you can go, you can flex her a little bit. She really doesn't lose any laning matchups and provides a lot of tempo pressure on the map. And actually, we saw that in, I want to say, game one of this series that we just had. Now, looking at what Quantum's choosing to pick, Templar Assassin shouldn't surprise anyone here. She has been by far the most favorite of Quantum's picks. They've like all time, like 80, 90 times they pick the TA, and nothing else really gets close. It farms fast. It has a lot of minus armor. Seems like a decent minus armor strats going around the meta right now. We've been seeing some Slardar get picked. Namiga notably picked Slardar Sven game 3 of their last series. But you take a look at this TA. It gives you a lot of vision on the map. It can be built pretty flexibly. You can play it from the mid lane or the safe lane. Even if it's in a bad quote unquote laning matchup, you can just go Void Blades and kind of just harass out your opponent, not really worry about refraction for the time being. So this TA coming out early, of course, with a couple picks to surround it afterwards, you'll be able to ban it and ban out counters and make sure you're okay. So that shouldn't surprise anyone, especially now that this Bat Rider is out of the pool. Any sort of repositioning is not something that the TA really is going to enjoy. So Sven is gonna be the answer here. You can see why this might work. You, of course, get bonus armor with Warcry. That's very good into this TA that likely is going to be building a Dezo. Mel does some minus armor as well. So you have this ability to make not only the Sven survive a little bit longer, but also the team survive a little bit longer. Of course, Sven by itself does not answer the TA because you have refraction. And if you spend a lot of your damage of that big burst damage from the Sven on top of a refracted TA, well, it's just not going to do enough. So it really will be on more than just the Sven here to provide answers to the TA. But on top of minus armor or plus armor, it also means that you farm roughly sometimes we see the TA get a little bit further ahead. They're farming, especially with Void Blades, gets online like slightly faster than the Sven does, but it gives you another flash farming carry to try to go hammer and tongs with the TA. And of course, this is assuming this is a safe lane TA that we're talking about. It's early on in the draft. We don't really know. We're going to have to see what exactly it is that Quantum have in store for us. But a little bit more flex capability. Yes, in the past, Sven has been a support, and sometimes we are still seeing some Lena Sven ideas, but for the most part, it feels like we are seeing Sven core for the most part. And that's just what Namiga is doing here. That's what this makes it look like. By picking the Darkseer second, you're empowering your Sven. You got a vacuum, you have a surge. Ion Shell means the Sven can fight faster. It means they don't have to be the initiator. They can follow up with the Stormhammer and hit those massive wombo combos that we are always so excited to watch. So you have Sven, you have Darkseer. That should tell Quantum that, yeah, this is going to be a Sven core. They can start to try to counter that a little bit more, get some magic damage in there, some maybe minus armor to work with the TA. Of course, plus armor technically does counter minus armor and how the math works. But if you have enough minus armor and just remove the Warcry effectively, you're going to be fine. That being said, Naga Siren does give you a little bit of that, but also it's just this really strong laning support. gives you a reset in fights. So vacuum into a song means that wombo combo is not really going to get a lot done. Very strong laning support, of course, gives you some really nice repositioning, gives you a catch on whoever's getting surged away, lets you bring them back in. So for now, that's what we're looking at. I do also should point out, I do like the ban on the Darkseer. It's another one of, or on the, the Dawnbreaker. It's another one of these kind of wombo combo-esque heroes. It's also just very strong in the meta. It's kind of the, almost like the anti-Night Stalker, where the first 5 minutes are very strong and means you generally build yourself a pretty nice laning situation in the first 5 minutes, which can work out very nicely. By the way, Brewmaster, fantastic pickup here, giving you that AoE purge against the Ion Shells, against the Surges, against the Warcry as well. So these first two heroes that are supposed to allow you to get on top of the TA, allow you to work with the Sven to get these massive wombo combos. Well, the Brewmaster, when it pops its ult, the Wind Bruling can just dispel everything. Warcry, that plus armor against the TA, not really going to be there anymore. Ion Shell, Surge, all can be removed. And that just makes it very difficult for this draft right now to really kind of take advantage of the tools that they have and deal with this TA. Of course, Sven cleave shots onto the Brewlings, can take that down very quickly, and he had the Jakiro in as well. It's a decent amount of AoE damage, so it's not a free Brewmaster game. And, well, we're going to have to see who's going to pair with this Brewmaster in the off lane, if we have anything to ignite the Brood up there and make sure that works out a little bit better. We're going to have to see if this is... Okay, no, that's just going to be the Storm Spirit mid. They do like... Quantum does like their Storm. They play a decent amount of it in the most recent patch, and it does give them tools to get on top of the save supports. It gives them tools to get on top of Jakiro and Tusk. Well, I guess Jakiro's not really a save support, but gives you tools to get on top of Tusk, to get on top of Jakiro, and just make their life a little bit more difficult. Like, break this fight up a little bit more. But what that means is that we're going to save our position 4. I think probably for the last pick for Quantum. I'm kind of assuming here that Namiga, or that, not Namiga, that Naga is going to be the 5 here, just meant to kind of serve as a body for the TA, to give you that minus armor, to pull camps and play that 5 in the safe lane, just to provide those resets, which means that we're looking for something that can ignite the Brewmaster, that can really amp that damage in, because while Sven is a rather tanky hero, while Sven has a lot of armor, what it also means is that, well, we're going to be in this situation where he's not as tanky to magic damage. So if there's something that can go and can ignite the Brewmaster, well, that's going to work out fairly nicely. Namiga, they're just going to remove, they have the read here, they're going to remove the Windrunner. That's a very, I'm actually surprised that it's going to be the last ban here. I feel like it either gets picked early or it gets banned out, but going to get banned out here would be a very nice combination there with the Brewmaster. You get a little bit of slow off the arrow. Of course, you get that bonus damage off the ignite from the arrow as well. And what are we looking for Namiga here? They have their 1, they have their 3, they have their 4, and their 5. We're just looking for something that does a very good job into this Storm Spirit mid. Is Huskar banned? It's okay. Well, you know, Huskar into the TA is not bad. Huskar into a Storm's not bad. I don't know if Young G is a big Huskar player, but this could be a decent Huskar game. We're going to have to see. For now, though, Ember's going to be the final ban there. Having Chains against the Storm can also be a pretty solid matchup. And now just the question remains in the 27 seconds or so that we've got left remaining here in this Game 1 draft. What exactly is the lane pairing with Brewmaster? What do you want to lane into the Sven, into the Jakiro? It's likely a range support, if we have that one going for herself. Of course, the Shaman is banned out, the Bat Rider is banned out, Windrunner, Shadow Demon, Oracle, they're all gone. So support pool a little bit pinched right now, and with 2 seconds remaining, they're going to pick the Rubik. Of course, Rubik has a lot of good spells to heal. You do ignite with the Brewmaster, so you can get Ice Path. Ice Path is just S tier. With the Rubik, getting Surges, Ion Shelling your TA, getting Stormhammer. There is a vacuum. There are a ton of incredible spells that the Rubik can steal. I'm a little bit worried about the laning stage, though. Rubik is not the strongest of laners. Feels like in general, Rubik is this hero that we don't see succeed all that much. But Brewmaster can kind of hold their own for just a little bit. They can be okay in that endeavor. And, well, I don't know. This is going to be very boom or very bust here for Quantum. If it booms, it's great. They're going to look fantastic. Rubik's going to get all the big steals. They're going to have a pretty decent job in lane pairing with the Brewmaster. And it's just going to be that much more kite into this fence. So that's what we're looking at. Can the Rubik get the right spell steals? Can they do what they want to make sure everything goes as it's supposed to? And if not, Rubik just gets run down. It gets very difficult indeed. And a tiny mid. Lanes reasonably well into the Storm Spirit for now. Gives you some playmaking in the open. It pairs very well with this Darkseer. That can be always very nice. So as we take a look at the setup right now, Namiga Gaming, they have a ton of dive. Tusk, Darkseer, Sven, Tiny, all working together to make sure they get on top of that TA. They get on top of that Rubik. They kill off this Storm, and they just take some hero out of the fight before it starts. That being said, when you add the Naga Siren into this, if that is not the first hero that dies, you have to be very careful of getting dove on top of. Song gets popped, key spell gets stolen, and then the fight gets turned around. That's really what we're looking at right now. That is going to be the counterplay that we're going to try to see out of Quantum as we just about get ready here for game number 1. Just got to get our players all set up, and we're going to be getting into things rather soon. So if you're looking for a win condition here, Sven has to be big. Has to go take down that Naga Siren very early into this game. Or very early in these fights. Otherwise, the reset on the Naga Siren is going to be very, very difficult to play. Lucas really removing a ton of armor from everything, getting the farming going. And by the way, Lucas has decided to go Void Blades in this game. So the potential scary matchup into a Darkseer, into a Tusk, well, you just meld them. You do a ton of damage, you splash on top of everything. And this is probably the hardest farming facet that the TA has. You can farm like 4 camps and the wave, starting at like minute 6. Once you are on like level 3 Void Blades, it can go very, very nicely there. So we're just waiting for the games or the players to get properly ready. Darkney on the Storm Spirit, Emptiness on the Rubik, Yayo on the Brewmaster, Mary, the Naga Siren, of course, Lucas playing that TA. If you're not familiar with the teams on the other side, Young G is the mid playing Tiny, Excess Vampire on the Tusk, and we are just about ready to get on in to this game. Mid lane should be a bit of a wash. Storm Spirit probably doesn't kill the Tiny. Tiny probably doesn't kill the Storm Spirit without rotations. But I, more than anything, am paying attention to this, really to this Quantum offlane. The Brewmaster. The Brewmaster just sitting here. If you can get Cinder Brew up and ready to go, it's going to be great. But game 1 is ready to go here. Excess Vampire and the rest versus Quantum. It's game 1 here of the upper bracket. We're going to get on into things. No smoke at the start of this game. Just rotating over. It looks like we're not going to go for first blood. Just going to be a trade of bounties for bounties. And that's not too surprising. There are a lot of stuns. Really on, I guess, much more on Namiga, so Quantum's not super interested in taking this early game. And so they're just going to play defensively on the high ground here. Meld ready to go. It will be a late smoke. Okay, late smoke coming out of Namiga, but they're not really getting too aggressive. It will go. We'll give them a ward on the high ground as, well, give them the mid ward as you like, but both players, both teams, they're just going to hold the high ground. They know how this level 1, this early game can go against them if things don't work properly. So they're just going to sit here and we should get started into our laning stage pretty soon. Actually, as I say that, there's a smoked up Rubik. Pops the smoke though. Knows the Namiga's there. So that's not really going to give a whole lot. Actually, though, he's going to back up. Yeah, there's going to be too much of Namiga here. Yayo, though, it's going to show as well, but you don't go for this bounty rune. The entire team's there. Actually, okay, well, they're going to ignite, but that's only level 1 on both sides. So it's damage. That's always going to be pretty nice. Forcing Young G, forcing Excess Vampire, forcing the Sven to go enter lanes with a little bit of lacking HP. Probably not going to be the end of the world, but it is something. It does makes the matchup for Storm Spirit just slightly nicer here. Not that big of a deal, though. And, well, We're going to have to see what happens. Nice play, actually, from Lucas. Goes on the north side. Sits there in meld, and Covisane is very low here in this early game. One more shot. No, it's going to tick down. There we go, from the blood grenade. Lucas, very well prepared for this one. Takes the meld level 1 with Void Blades, although you do that anyways, and just sits there in the lane, works with Mary to make sure that whatever's going to happen, he's going to get that first blood. So Quantum with the first blood on this TA, and TA truly is the win condition in this game. You want to make sure that he gets off and running, that he has all the farm that he could possibly like, and again, getting that first blood is a significant,
Top tower is under attack.
it's a bit of a significant advantage. Now, as we go and take a look at the bottom side of the map here, this is what I was really curious about how it was going to go. Brewmaster at times can be a very strong laning hero. Of course, if you go Fade Bolt, if you get Cinder Brew as he has, you can go and start to just do a lot of damage over time, especially at like level 3. Once you get the second point in Cinder Brew, you do you double the damage on Ignite, and that can work out very, very nicely. But for now, they're just a level 1. That's fine. And Mary getting a little bit low here, but it's going to be able to back out in time. And yeah, this actually might be a little bit more volatile of a lane than I thought it would. We talk about the strength as Young G tries to get a toss back on the Storm, but not going to go under tower. So it's damage, certainly. And with Crashdown, it's a lot of damage. But Darknia, he does have the bottle. He will be A-okay in this mid lane. And we're just trading out farm a little bit. 9 for 0 versus 8 for 1. Not a big deal there. So Bashka playing around a little bit. It's going to go Stormhammer on top of this Rubik, but the damage being done. This is with the Ignite that we're talking about. Tosses up as well. Bashka's going to try to get empty just before he falls down, kiting him away. And Bashka, okay, the Rubik will fall. And Yayo should not be able to get this kill on the backside. The slow from Twin Breath on Monodrama means that Yayo actually has to be a little bit careful here. Bashka got low, but 100 to 0 the Rubik, and both cores now, both carries having a pretty good early game. Now, the scary thing, and this should not be too surprising, is that our Darkseer is only having an okay game. It was getting zoned out of the wave just a little bit. Every time he runs forward, Lucas is just going to meld strike him. Is just going to get that damage done. So, Darkseer, though, you're not really picking him for the wave. You're picking him because it doesn't really have to lane. And then in the mid game, we talked about the power that you're going to really find here with the Sven, with the Darkseer, with everything else that's going to happen. So, that's what we're looking at. Of course, this does mean Exodus Vampire is just trying to go and provide a bit of a body, getting on top of Lucas. And, well, the Ion Shell here is going to force Lucas back in a little bit more. And this is the power of that Darkseer Tusk lane. If you let them get on top of you, double Ion Shell is going to take this TA down in a significant manner. So, First Blood did go to the TA. Very worth talking about. But after that point, getting the trade here, and that should mean the Darkseer should be allowed to farm just that much more. Now, looking at the mid lane, this is a bit of a gap here, and CS opening up. Storm doing a little bit better despite the tossbacks earlier. He's got about a 5 CS lead, but a lot of that was in the wave that was crashing under tower. So that's really fine. Not a big deal for either side. And it does look like Darknia. Well, actually, no. He's two denies to 3. So should be hitting level 6 roughly around the same time. Young G just kind of playing some lane shenanigans to make sure it's exactly where he'd like it to be. Just get the deny there, but it's all about making sure that you have the wave where you'd like to be, getting that water rune, and being totally fine. So that's where we are right now. Covisane and Exodus Vampire getting their nonsense as Yayo tries to get aggressive on top of the Sven, but well, it's just a little bit of poke right now. But lane shenanigans properly getting started here for the Darkseer and the Tusk. You just go, you pull waves, you Ion Shell everything, and it's just about not really engaging. Now, the TA is going to be very happy with this. They're totally fine to just sit there and trade farm. Yes, would you like kills? 100%. But you have meld. If you're ever really worried about a tower killing a creep, you can start to go and farm this setup very quickly. You can start to really, once you hit level 5 and level 3 and 3 points in meld, you can start to farm a lot of these camps very quickly. And now, I mean, it's 30 CS versus 17. Yeah, Lucas died, and he's going to have to get on out of here. He might die a second time. Pops the Q just to try to save alive as long as possible. And does soak a little bit of damage. And yeah, he's going to be able to get on out of here. But the important thing is, yeah, sure, he died. He did get dove on top of by this Tusk Darkseer lane. But he's up like he's up 12 CS on this Ven. He's having a much nicer lane as Bashka has just been under a decent amount of pressure. The wave shenanigans, the wave pulling have not been quite as kind to him as they have been to the TA. So sitting here down anywhere between like 8 and 12 CS compared to the TA, who will also start to farm a little bit faster. Well, you really only need 1 point in your passive to really start to farm, like maybe 3 points in Void Blades and or 3 points in Meld to really start that going. And Vampire rotates the mid lane here. Mary is gonna get the kill. So actually Darknia will, and Covison gonna miss with the vacuum. So you move the Tusk to the mid lane to try to secure this 6-minute rune. Was he able to do so? No, actually. It's on the bottom side, and that's going to be a double damage rune, an amp damage rune here for the Storm. It gets the kill on the Tusk as well, and, well, killing the Tiny, even with an amp damage rune, he's got 11 points in stick. He's got a Fairy Fire. That's probably not going to be what you're looking for. What it does mean is that rotations elsewhere might be very, very powerful. So Lucas is going to get jumped on top of once again on the north side, but drops the meld. Covison taking a lot of damage here. And there we go. Net goes down. Look at all that minus armor. Here comes the Storm as well. Amp damage is going to get popped, but Covison is going to be able to surge away. Vampire, though, you have to see if he's going to be still lucky. And Covison, one more shot, but there's a teleport. It's going to keep him alive, and it looks like our Tusk got out as well. So Covison gets aggressive, forces the rotation out of the mid lane, and Yang can't be too upset about that one. Not really. He gets the farm out, put pressure on the mid tier 1, and not a lot of mana left for Darkness either, so he's going to have to rotate back. He's going to farm himself away a little bit as a Tusk will fall. Kind of surprised about that one. Felt like he was properly out of there, but Mary finds him and gets the root, and there we go. So more damage there, more net worth now on the side of this TA, who's going pretty well into this game. Bashka starting to make some level of recovery as the lane starts to rotate a little bit more, but Yayo, there we go. It's just so much damage when you're looking at 2 points in your W on Cinderbrew. It's just 160 damage every time. It's 160 damage for 60 mana. The trades are so very good for the Brewmaster in this game. Because again, Sven, tanky boy. He's got a lot of armor. He does a lot of very good things. But, okay, well, that's going to be a haste rune on the side of Young G. We're going to have to see if we can turn that into anything. But got a lot of HP, a lot of armor. Not nearly as resilient to the magic damage. So that really is what we're looking at right now. We're starting to get the point where the Storm and our Tiny, well, really the Storm is getting properly unlocked. Looking to start to farm the jungle a little bit, get level 6 on this Rubik, as well. They did trade the Wisdom runes or the Wisdom Shrine, so that's gonna be fine there. But you really want to prioritize level 6 here on the Rubik, as Wall's gonna get dropped down on the north side. Covison taking a lot of damage, but with the tiny rotation, Mary is gonna have to get on out of here. Certainly the TA is dead, and that's a double kill for the Tusk of all heroes. But at the end of the day, it's gonna be the safe lane duo dead. We talked about how, well, yeah, sure, this Naga is a very good combo breaker. Is there's this body that's supposed to play in front of the TA, has very good stats, has a lot of armor, and just really makes life difficult getting on top of the TA. But you drop the vacuum, you drop the wall. Certainly the Naga not having level 6, you don't have that combo breaker. And the tiny rotation means that that's just a lot of damage that takes the TA down. So now Tiny actually is going to be the one here. Young G is the one that's sitting here, top of the net worth by just a little bit. And despite the CS lead that we were talking about, it's only about 400 gold that separates the TA and the Sven. So really not all that bad, all things considered. And what are our item timings like? So it's going to be Dragon Blade first, or Dragon Lance first, excuse me, coming out of Lucas, as that's on the way right now as Mary falls down once again here, trying to get a little too aggressive. Little bit too aggressive into the ancient camps, as Bashka just farming up like a storm. Take advantage of God Strength just to make sure that you can take down some of these stacks. But Dragonlance first item for Lucas, I like that a lot. It's not a ton of damage here as Monodrama has to run, but it shouldn't really die unless Brewmaster decides to pop the split. Rubik's going to try to get on after him, but not really going to get a lot done. And with Twin Breath, kind of hard to kill him, but I said he shouldn't die without split, but I guess Monodrama really lacking the brute. So there's the lift, and Monodrama is gonna fall down once again. Actually, he does have boots, but underestimating the slow on Ignite is a rather powerful thing. But yeah, talking about Lucas getting this Dragonlance first, of course, there were many options when you're playing a TA, but getting Dragonlance first means you have a little bit more range. That's nice, but most importantly, when the Sven and when everyone jumps on top of this TA, you just a little bit tankier. You're on 1300 HP on Agi Treads, and that means that maybe you can survive a little bit longer for the combo breaker. Maybe you can start to turn this around as Darknia is going to start looking for maybe the Sven back of the Ancients, but that's not going to really be all that much there. As Namiga, big rotation onto the north side. Yayo's going to TP into this one. Does have his ultimate available, and we're going to see the wall. That's just buying time. They're not really high-value illusions, but the slow should enable the disengage. Nothing really is going to chase this down for the most part. Brewmaster, it's not even brewed up, so Drunken Master doesn't really enable the chase either. So the wall drop really does force the disengage, but Quantum's going to be sitting around for now. They're on the top lane. Looking to see if they can make something happen here. It really... Okay, so the Brewmaster, though, did take the portal bottom. They're not going to find this Fen. It really just is Emptiness serving as this bodyguard, playing around Lucas, making sure that Lucas can go farm his stacked Ancients, continue that scaling that we're talking about. That is so important into this mid game. Getting up to Blink Dragon Blade, Blink Dezo, something like that. Starting to really be able to play actively in this game is very, very important. As in fairness, this is not the most, as Emptiness gets jumped on top of by Excess Vampire, and Emptiness nowhere to go. Macro Pyre, Ice Breath. It does mean that all of that is gonna get taken down. So that should unlock the tier 1 with all this. Not a lot of tower damage, to be totally honest, to be totally fair, but it will force Lucas to go back a little bit. And in fairness, Lucas is having a great game. It's not the most farmed TA that I've ever seen, but he's at 100 CS, like 12 minutes or so. He's got his Dragonlance. He's got his next items on the way. It looks like Blink. Well, I said it looks like Blink is queued up, but actually it's going to be Dragonlance into Dezo, just really prioritizing that damage. And the tier 1 tower should eventually go down. There we go. So that's going to unlock the top side of the map, means that this hard farming TA is not going to have quite as much space as they otherwise would like. And Sven quietly behind this does have the Mask of Madness. Is going to go into Echo Saber next, so having a pretty decent game. But importantly, as we take a look at what it is that Darkseer's going for, he's just getting tanky. We got a mech done. We have a Vanguard done. It's going to be what it looks like into, so it's going to be Halberd and Greaves behind this. Just anything you can do to, give you some dispels, really, primarily, I think, into the Rubik Fade Bolt, into Brood Up, into Ignite, but also just make sure you get that healing. Making sure that the Sven is going to be pretty unlocked to do whatever it is they want to do. As Yayo's going to find Excess Vampire, but not really going to get on top of him for now, as they're trying to play jungle for jungle. Both tier 1s in the safe lanes have gone down, of course. And we're also seeing what is very impactful about the Naga Siren as a support here. Not only is it not only is it strong, not only is it just this good laning support, great stats, combo breaker, it gives you a lot of vision. It means that you can just send illusions everywhere. You can figure out where where Namiga are, and play around that. If you see Namiga all together, you just back away. If you see someone separated, maybe you enable your Storm to get on top and cause all levels of consternation. But this has been a relatively slow game at this point. Only 10 kills at 14 minutes in. Both teams, very strong, very hard farming position 1s. They're looking for their timings. Is the proper setup here. You want your Dezo on the TA, and that's actually going to be done. It's on Courier right now. Maybe that's going to be where they decide to go. You want your Radiance, which is about 600 gold. 500 gold away from the Brewmaster. You want maybe a Blink on the Rubik, but it's going to be Etherlands first. You want eventually a BKB. But anyway, you're waiting for your timings, right, on both sides here. And that does slow us down a little bit. So we do have Blink on the time. He's got a regen rune as well, but really without anyone to play with him. Sure, you can play. I say no one to play with him, but Kavasin with Ion Shell plays very well with the Tiny. Of course, you get Vampire as well. There's a decent amount of jump here. but we're not really showing on the map for the time being. Storm south of the tier 2 on the bottom side. TA playing around the triangle. And while the Brewmaster picking up the scraps, what else is left is Mary. That just keeps creeps off the tier 2 on the top side. So there's just not really a tasty jump that Nemiga can look for right now. You can go and, like, great, you kill the Naga. It's a position 5. It's on the tier 2. That's probably not worth the jump. We're not really seeing anyone on the map, so they're just going to really poke on this tier 1 mid as, Youngji tries to get in, doesn't quite get the toss, but Emptiness takes a lot of damage anyways. Does get it's going to get a steal, but it's not really going to do anything. So the mid tower goes down. That's going to be a dead Rubik once again. And there we go. That's something. With the blink done here, and really just with the blink done for the Tiny, making life rather difficult. The engagement range is a little bit higher for the Tiny than you might otherwise expect, because not only do you have blink, which is very nice, you have surge as well. So the Tiny can start to get on top very quickly as Bashka just pops God Strength to kill off this Naga who's not even going to go down. I mean, it makes you farm faster, but that does feel like a little bit of a waste. And Yayo is going to try to engage, get on top of this. Here comes the Storm as well. Dark Nia gets on top of Bashka, and you can't hit Yayo at this stage in the game. And there we go. Good. Okay, what did we steal here on the Rubik? Level 4 Stormhammer. That is a very nice thing as Dark Nia gets on top of Monodrama as well. This should be a dead continuation. Yeah, Monodrama is going to fall down once again. So 2 kills in the last fight. Storm helps on both. I'm not sure if he got both. No, okay. Abney's got the kill on the Sven, but Dark Nia enables that one, takes down the Sven, takes down the Jakiro, and Quantum having a pretty good game. We do have TA top of the net worth, as Vampire has to be pretty careful here, tries to get on the low ground with the Ice Shards, but not really going to be incredibly successful with that one for now, but we'll be able to get at it anyways. No slow is really available. Nah, not really. But importantly here, TA continues to get really ahead of the Sven. Sven goes down, popped God Strength for really no discernible reason. Killing off the 5 Naga is not, I don't think it was ever really worthwhile. So he dies. TA continues to farm. Unfortunately, not getting assists in those fights, but this TA is fat. He's got Blink Dezo Dragonlance at 17 minutes into this game. About 2,000 net worth, 2,200 net worth above the Sven. And while a Darkseer is a great support hero, it does a lot to enable Young G, Excess Vampire, and the rest. It doesn't really go, you're not really going to carry the game by, you're not going to carry the damage of the game by yourself. Not into this lineup. There's no Terrorblade. There's no, not even a Juggernaut, but there's no Morphling. There's no Medusa. There's nothing one of these just really hard scaling, hard statting agility heroes that you really want. Yes, TA is good, but a lot of their damage is in refraction, is in meld, as Mary pops the ultimate there. It's going to be a disengage, which, it is a long cooldown. That's 160 seconds. It's 2.5 minutes on the cooldown. Actually, yeah, it's about 2.5 minutes. 2 minutes and 40 seconds on the cooldown level 1, which, that's a long time just to save your Rubik. Not sure that's worth it. It does mean that some of these combos coming out a little bit later, Vacuum Wall, Vacuum Stormhammer, well, they're not going to have that disengage for a while. So that's something that Quantum does have to be paying attention to, as Sven now getting his blink. And it does feel like finally we're getting the point where we would like to start seeing Nemiga really starting to make some plays. Where exactly they go from that, it's a different question. So Storm trying to get on top of this Jakiro. Gonna get a lot of damage here. Monodrama is dead very quickly before the rest of Nemiga can find their way through. They were trying to get aggressive into the jungle, but unfortunately the Naga Siren scattered out a lot of that one as a scan gets dropped. They know where Quantum is, but it's a question of whether you're properly going to be able to get it. It's a nice setup here. Yayo at the front lines, Naga behind, and this just doesn't feel like a fight that they want, even though the smoke is there for Excess Vampire and the rest. Well, it's going to be difficult here. So Exodus Vampire wrapping around, trying to get on top, but it's an immediate blink away. And Yayo's going to be the one that really engages into this one. They're trying to get Mare on the back line. Good vacuum wall combination. Lucas is going to fall down here. There's no way he gets out anymore. And Yayo now is going to be able to drop his ultimate, but Sven is going to be able to take this down. Oh, there's so much damage, though. Vampire is going to fall, chasing down on top of Young G. The tiny falls as well. And the splash damage, I was worried about it, but Yayo gets, at the very least, the Void Bruling out. He's going to be able to dispel a lot of this, chaining stuns on top of Bashka here. Yayo gets out of the ult. Once again, Bashka falls down as well. That looked like such a good fight for Nemiga with the vacuum wall and with Lucas dying immediately. But now Covison, he's the one that has to be afraid. Ice Path goes down from the Rubik on the backside, and this should be a 5-man wipe here. Yeah, the Halberd, okay, maybe it's 4. Not enough mana for Dark Nia as Yayo gets the ultra kill. Not enough mana for Dark Nia to really get on top of the Darkseer, and Halberd bought some time, but that was a massive fight there for Quantum, getting a bit of revenge for how the lower brackets of the TI quals ended up going. Very, very awkward fights for them. They go on top, and with that vacuum wall combination, killing off Lucas ASAP, taking down Mary at the start of the fight, it looked pretty good. It looked very, very good because, well, this draft is really built about, in a large part, built around enabling this TA. But we had really, really nice ultimate there from the Brewmaster. He got a level 4 Cinder Brew on top of everyone. That was ignited. And we're early enough in this game where Radiance is still significant damage. So he gets a lot of damage on top of everyone. Storm zips backwards and forward, gets a lot of damage there as well. And what looked like a pretty good fight disappeared pretty quickly. Now Emptiness is going to be able to surge away for the time being. Covison, not super interested in that one. The Nexus Vampire is the one that's going to have to run away just a little bit more, but okay. I was going to say he's got a snowball, but Dark Nia can chase after this one for the time being. Bashka, though, thinks about engaging, pops the ultimate, gets on top of Bashka here, but gets on top of Dark Nia, but he can just run away. And this Ice Path coming in from, actually, no, that was not Rubik's Ice Path, but Ice Path doesn't really do enough to break things out. It's going to be Bashka stunned and taking so much damage. Now he's the one that's going to have to run here. Void Bruling going to try to get on top and pulling him back, but not quite. Youngji just forcing interference there. You gotta get this Phenon out of here. And it seems like he's gonna be able to do so, but that's the tier 1 top going down. Lucas on the chase, not quite able to get the kill. But Yayo on this, man, Yayo on this Brewmaster is doing God's work. He is doing so much into this game. Making it very hard for Sven to do what he wants. Notice Sven was kind of sitting on the edge, right around the trees, trying to make sure that he was just waiting for the Storm to run out of mana. The moment Storm runs out of mana, that was when he was trying to jump in. But a little bit too much damage. The follow-up from Quantum, a little bit too strong. And now this is a Sven without God Strength for another 30 seconds. Still doesn't have his BKB. He can disassemble the Echo Saber if he wants to. But he's just getting controlled. It's a very difficult game. Given the game state, it's a very hard game for the Sven to play. He's still not top net worth on his team. You want the Sven to be trading farm here with Lucas on the Templar Assassin. And in fair, like, Darkseer has died. He's 1, 3, and 5. But he's 300 CS at 20 minutes. He's almost 100 CS ahead of the Sven. And in this game of Flash Farmers, you really want to make sure that your Sven, that your Flash Farmer is keeping up with the TA. If that's not working, well, you're just not getting what you want. So now, Lucas, despite the couple deaths to his name, he does have the Hurricane Pike. He does have the Blink. They're going to get on top of this Roche on the bottom side. And, well, it's going to be, it's always scary trying into fight into a Darkseer, into a Vacuum Wall, Sven, Macropyre, into a tiny, there's a ton of spells that really go take advantage of the Roche Pit. But as it stands, well, we're not really going to see that one for the time being. Seems like this is going to be a free Roche. They don't really want to go for it. Vampire thinking about trying to go for a Blink Steal, but that's going to be a little bit too little too late. In fact, he's going to get seen by the Naga Illusions, and Vampire is not long for this world. Yeah, he's dead. Enough chain for now that he's not going to be able to go get a snowball on top of things. And, well, if Rubik has Stormhammer, you're pretty upsetty spaghetti.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Vampire even dropping a heart on this one. I don't know if there's any beef between these two teams. I mean, you know, they play each other a decent amount. Namiga, of course, did knock Quantum out of the TI quals, so I can see beef on that side. Not sure if Vampire has any issues with anyone on Quantum, but this bottom tier 1 or tier 2 is going to get taken down as well at this point. 8,000 net worth lead for Quantum at 25 minutes into this game. Not quite some of the stomps that we saw in the lower bracket matchups earlier today, but still significant. Certainly something to play around with. And with this first Aegis, I don't know if we're going to go high ground. But we are certainly going to go and try to take down all the tier 2s as much as possible. Now, if you're looking at Namiga and you're saying, what are Namiga looking for? What is Namiga's path back into this game? I mean, it's pretty obvious. You get a vacuum, you get a wall, you get a Stormhammer, you get an Ice Path, you get a Macropyre. You just chain all of these AoE spells together, and then life starts to get rather difficult. Now, you also have to go and make sure that you take down the Naga. Because if you go for that great big wombo combo, Naga's just going to pop Song, the wombo combo, half the spells get wasted, and you just do not get what you want. Which is why I really liked the Naga into this draft, and I was a little bit surprised that Namiga started to like lean into their more wombo combo. Is that really what their entire draft is based around? This vacuum, this Stormhammer, this Ice Path, all this. Like, yes, you can use these for pickoffs, but really it is all about this team fight. And it was a little surprising with so much combo breaking, with the Rubik to go and get an Ice Path and break it up with the Naga Song. Was a little bit surprising to go see that get added in, or to see them continue on that idea as Lucas just pushing bottom lane. And what do we have left on this Aegis? We're looking at 2.5 minutes left on the Aegis for now. So maybe another 90 seconds until we start to see some more aggression. You don't want to waste the Aegis with like 3 minutes on it left. Doesn't really make a lot of sense. So what we do see teams do for the most part is maybe you take a fight or two, take some objectives immediately off the Aegis. Because of the tempo you're able to play with, and then you farm a little bit. You go, you make sure that you get that next set of items, you get your butterfly, man, butterfly against this Sven is just so important right now. Sven doesn't want to buy an MKB. Just not how that works. So, well, Darknia getting on top of the Darkseer, but it's a pipe, it's Greaves, it's Halberd. This is not an easy kill. So that's going to be fine, but Lucas trying to get now on top of the tier 2. Where is the Tiny, though? That is the very important question. Trying to get things set up. Okay, on the backside here, Sven is going to blow up that Storm. He's dead immediately, but can they get more now? Trying to chase down the rest of Quantum. Down the river here, Lucas, though, out of the way. Not really going to go and get walled up. And it's just going to be a teleport out. You pop the Song, you pop the TP, but Young G with the BKB breaks it open. And I think TA, still here. Great Ice Path as well, outside of the range of the Song. Lucas is going to try, they're going to try to hunt Lucas down as well. He does have a minute left on that Aegis. They're going to try to get both of them. And Excess Vampire, not going to try to get him. But beautiful plays there coming out of Young G and Young G and the Jakiro, getting the Ice Path outside of Song range. Making sure you just pop the BKB to break up the TP on the Naga. That is very well played. As now, well, they're going to try to get a little bit more here. Emptiness playing around with them. I don't know how much I like this. Emptiness should die. There we go. There's the vacuum. Staying alive a surprisingly long time. And Lucas getting on top of Vampire. Vampire dies. Question, though. Can you get the Darkseer? He's going to continue to run. We don't have any purges available. He's going to try to TP out of here. And there we go. God, the damage there from Lucas. Doesn't even have, there's no crit, but he has the butterfly now. And with the meld with the minus armor, and actually just the crit on the fire stance coming out of this Brewmaster, it's a lot of damage. Even through the Greaves and the Vanguard and everything else, it is a ton of damage. So the chase they're trying to take down the TA, just not properly working. Not really getting there. And now what do we have left? Okay, the Aegis has expired, so not looking to get super aggressive, but we're just rapidly at this point where the TA is 2 items, an item and a half ahead of the Sven. Sven does have a BKB. He's going to get into his Daedalus and 400 gold or so, but then he's going to need an MKB or a Bloodthorn, something like that. And realistically, Bloodthorn, not necessarily the best option. BKB is going to be out by then. So he needs an MKB. But MKB is not really what you want here. But with the Radiance and the Butterfly, you need it. So he's going to have to get that one. That's another, 5,400 gold or so. And it's just in these game states when you're playing a flash farmer that relies on being ahead of the enemy team, that kind of the design of the hero, and you're 6,000 gold behind the enemy carry, you're not even, well, up until right now, not even really top net worth on your own team. It's a difficult it's a difficult game to play. Of course, Sven does still have a lot of damage. We saw in that last fight attack in the tier 2, Sven was able to jump on top of and work with his team and just pop the Storm Spirit immediately. So there was that. Darknia died at the start of that fight. And that's what you're looking for. You don't really want to jump on top, as Mary's going to pop the song once again. It has to wait for the TP until the stun is gone, but it's going to be, he tried. Not really going to get a lot there, and Emptiness doesn't really have to go save his Naga for the time being. So Naga is there. My Naga's going to get on out of here. That is still a significant timing window where it's 110 seconds where the Naga does not have the song available. Where are we at for the Aegis? Another minute until Roche possibly spawns. Then we're going to see just how long it's going to take for Roche to pop up after that point. And Lucas, well, he's got a Butterfly done. He's got a BKB on Career. So he's really continuing to go from strength to strength. Storm Spirit, no BKB just yet. They're actually pretty far away. So that really is what you want to make sure that you don't have that just immediate destruction that the Storm Spirit dealt with last time. We're going to see him try to play very far behind the fight as much as possible. That's what we saw in that last game. That's what we saw in that last fight, but they did a pretty good job of making sure that they got on top of him. For now, of course, Young G is dead. Young G falls down, and well, we're gonna have to see how exactly how much more they're gonna get, because this is 60 seconds without buyback for the Tiny. They should, you'd think, be able to get the tier 3 top, at least put some pressure on it if they want to. But there is a tier 2 dangling mid. Roche is up in sometime soon. What is that like? Looks like about a minute and a half there. So Roche is going to be up in maybe 90 seconds. Of course, they know exactly when Roche is going to spawn from that wonderful TA third eye and 8. But as it stands, should be up relatively soon, about halfway through that window. And for now, it's just map control. Playing around with things, getting that next set of items. What does the TA want to buy? Okay, well, yeah, Swift Blink. That's a pretty good option. And we just need, it's crazy. So Sven, he's going to Satanic next. And Satanic is not that crazy of an item. You really do want to be able to man up, especially when you get these combos. You want to be able to man up, pop the Dispel, pop the, just heal yourself right back up to full. And it's bonus damage, both from the strength and the damage it's healing. It's all these things that you really want. But into the so much evasion. I mean, we're looking at, what are we looking at? We're looking at, 35% evasion on the TA, plus whatever they get, plus another 15%. What is that? Radiance, they nerfed it recently. It was, 15%. So you're looking at like 50% evasion. There is a Young G tries to get on top of the storm. They knew he was there off the smoke break, but not quite going to be able to get what they want. So Storm zips on out of there, and well, that's another failed engagement, unfortunately, but they're going to get on top of Roche here, and with Godstring pop, this Roche goes down fairly quickly, and all of Quantum are on the north side of the map. They don't know this is happening. They might have an inkling because of everything, because of the attempted gank, but they don't know it's up right now, and it's just going to be Yale runs in on top of this one, and Storm tries to get on top of the backside. Not going to get a kill just yet. Great halberd, but Boschka getting kited on out of here. They don't want to try to go on top of Yayo. He just does not die. So Monodrama dies. Boschka taking a lot of damage already. And yes, Young G is buying some time. Yayo, though, just going to pop his ultimate. Aegis already broken down, and Darknia just playing, raking havoc on the backside. Okay, Sven gets on out, goes in the pit, just going to have to teleport on out of here. That's a wasted Aegis. I don't know what happened with the cheese. Don't know if it was eaten or not. But it's going to be a dead Binoxi. They're going to try to see if they can get Kavasan. Yeah, they're going to get him. Kavasan should fall down here as well. Yayo on the last vestiges should just be able to get, there we go. Purges off the surge. Although nice shards coming in. Do we have a lift? No, we don't. So actually, Kavasan is going to get on out of here. Man, Lucas is just so far ahead of this pack, though. And this, even though he's been eating a lot of the farm, even though the Storm is not the most far, he's still doing a decent job. He's still ahead of the Tiny. He's still doing significant damage in this game. And the one downside, it does buy time for Namiga. Namiga would love to have some level. They want more time. They want to get their next set of items. So even though they just kind of had the Aegis and immediately lost it, it does still mean that they're able to go and be okay. It does mean that they're buying some amount of time here to get the Satanic up, right? To go and, oh, what is Kavasan looking for here? Well, to get Shivas, to get this next round of items that may enable them to take the fight. A little bit more armor, maybe a little bit more playmaking. And we should point out, by the way, Young G not doing what feels like you see a little bit more often, especially with these hard carries, where you just go utility off the crash landing Tiny, where you get like an Octarine and a Force Staff and other things like that. But he actually has built into a decent amount of damage. He's got a Revenant's Brooch. Well, Storm zips onto the high ground here. Kavasan's going to show himself. They're going to get on top of him. Do they have the damage? Absolutely here. That's going to be a dead Darkseer. The team fight being removed from Namiga before the game starts and before the fight starts. And yeah, they have a buyback. If it really comes down to it, they can go and buy back the Darkseer, but they don't want to do that. Is Young G hiding in the trees, looking for whatever he can find. Oh, getting on top of Yayo. Can they knock him down in time? Yes, they can, even through the combo breaker. That is so much damage. So they're going to take Yayo down. It's going to have to just be a pure disengage. And every time this works out, it does mean that we do have a Storm dying, Brewmaster dying, something like that. But it still will be a buyback on the Darkseer. It does keep the high ground alive, although they did lose the tower. And it is a buyback on the Darkseer. Darkseer that much further away from Shivas, from being able to amp really. When you're really looking at pairing this, you're trying to go and make sure you amp up they're going to get on top of Young G. He's a lot of damage. And Vampire goes in, takes down the Rubik as well, gets on top of the Naga, but he's going to be able to force staff for now. And Bashka, he's now in. He's dead. Absolutely. Young G is going to try to go follow up, but he's just going to get taken down as well. A little bit too greedily, a little bit too deep from Namiga. They thought they had the good fight. They killed off the supports, but Darknia at this point, Lucas for quite a while now, way too strong. This is a Sven that shows up and dies immediately. He's only got 13 armor when he doesn't have Warcry up. So yeah, going up to 35 armor is nice, but if the Warcry's up or it gets purged by Yayo eventually, it just does not work well whatsoever. So we're going to see Darknia tries to get on top of the Darkseer. That's not going to work out. But in the meantime, in the mid lane, well, Fortification is going to have to get popped here, but I'm not sure how much it matters. It's 45 seconds on the 1 and 2 from Namiga. They have no buyback. They have no way to make sure this defense happens. So it's at least one lane of racks, likely even more than that. And should get the second round, although, well, there is a Fortification available if they decide to spend it. I don't think they do on the second set. That's what you say. That's what you keep to make sure that your Tier 4 stay alive or your Megas stay alive as well. So that's going to be 2 lanes of racks. Now, Tiny's up in 15. Maybe that's where you look to play around with this, but it's still a lot of damage on the Tier 3, even if you do stay alive. So even if you do keep it alive, and, well, Tiny's up in 5. You really do want this Sven as well. Jumps on top of Monodrama. Takes a lot of damage, and will burn down as well as now. Covison tries to get on in. Vampire as well. Youngtree, they're all working together, but that's the combo breaker. We've been talking about this entire time. It makes this vacuum wall combo so difficult as Yeo kills off Monodrama on the backside. No one's really in danger at this point. Basket just really getting kited away in a tremendous way. Looks like they may get Lucas here. I would think he's gonna go down, but man, level 25 means he lives way longer than you might have otherwise expected. But okay, Brewmaster has to get on out of here. They're gonna get the Rubik as well. So it's a dieback on Mana. It's a dieback on the Jakiro. But they're looking down the barrel of Megas at this point. Important to point out though, Lucas sitting here 2,000 gold away from buyback. He was very confident in his game state. He really did not think he could die. But there are now 70 seconds on the map where maybe Nemiga can find something. Maybe Nemiga can take down some tier 2s. That might be worth something. But also the downside of this draft is without God Strength, you're not really killing structures all that easily. And, well, okay, that's going to be... Excess Vampire's got a BKB, so maybe not. Maybe he's not going to fall down. He's going to re-engage on top of this one, waiting for Young G and the rest to go and join the fray, but it's not really going to work out here as Mary trying to play around a little bit. Young G gets jumped on top of by the Storm. He has, I think 8 seconds on the BKB. He might just fall down here. Do we have the damage from Darkia? Not just quite. Oh, Young G past the Lotus here. Great play from Excess Vampire. And now it's Storm. He shouldn't die just yet. He's going to zip out TP away. BKB is going to get spent. That's awkward, man. You're spending the BKBs. You're spending so much damage, you can't even get the Rubik. And this is just a TA that continues to just... He's not Peter Pan. He grew up. He is a real boy. That's Pinocchio, but he grew up out of here. He is matured. He is grown up all the way. And he is a bad man in this game number 1. Now, ending the game, probably going to be waiting for the Aegis on that one. 20 seconds until it can possibly spawn, and we're gonna see just how long that's gonna be pretty soon. So you probably don't go high ground. You probably don't try to end the game up until the point where this Aegis is ready to go. But I mean, we have seen Amiga can take some fights. You get a good vacuum, you get a wall. You pop BKB as it looks like it's going to be about a minute, I think, until this Aegis is ready to go. We're at, what is that? Right around like just past 8 on the clock, and it looks like it's going to spawn right around 9. So reasonably close. So yeah, you just wait on that one. Farm yourself up to the, I'm saying next to the items, but man, TA is just tapped out here. He's got the Daedalus. He's got everything you possibly want. No boots anymore, and he is just so freaking strong. Should point out, they took the refraction instances. This isn't really a game that you could... Melt Bash is always nice, but it's not like you're into a storm or a puck or something where you really do want that Melt Bash. As it stands, a couple of refraction instances that did almost keep him alive in that fight in the Radiant Triangle, but not quite enough. And anyway, point is, he is absolutely massive, and we got a white hole, or blue hole, excuse me. Acceptor done for the Storm. He's got a refresher as well, so the team fight capabilities that they're going to have in this game are going to be dramatic. Second refresher from the Roche on top of everything else, so yeah, that's going to go on top of Brewmaster, most likely, unless, I don't know, Rubik steals some godlike spell, then maybe you give it to him, but refresher on the Brewmaster, you're going to have refresher on the Storm Spirit, and this fight, 24,000 net worth at 44 minutes. Mega's down, and it feels like a very difficult fight to tank. Jao's just going to stick his body on the front line. He's got himself an Aeon Disc. I don't think there's any nullifiers. Oh, look at that one. There's the blue hole. Pops refresher goes again, and they're all just dead. My God. Storm Spirit here, Dark Nia. That's a way to end a game in style. We're talking about the Rubik refresher. It doesn't matter what. They're going to tap. Yeah, you force him out with that one. My God there, Dark Nia. That was gorgeous. And with that, the game's over. Game 1 goes the way of Quantum. Gets everything that you could possibly want. as the fight ends, the game ends, and Quantum, they take game one. Man, really, I'm not going to say it goes back down to the laning stage, but sitting there with the TA miles ahead above the Sven. Sven never really getting off the ground. A couple nice rotations to go find the storm, but you pick this Naga Siren. Really, you just pick a lot of other stuff, and the Naga Siren shows up, and it's all about this Ice Path, Macropyre, Darkseer, Vacuum Wall, Young G with the engage. There's just this layering of so many stuns and so many spells in the team fight. And the Naga Siren breaks it open halfway, forces these long cooldowns to be spent, allows Quantum to go back up, re-engage, maybe get a really good spell steal over the course of the song. And it was a very difficult game to play. An extremely difficult game to play for Nemiga. And on top of that was the fact that Sven never really got off the ground. He was never really close to the TA. In fact, for quite a while, he was looking at like second or third net worth on his own team. So you look at this game where Sven not really able to get the damage done that he wants, getting kited out to the extreme by the song, by the Rubik. And it was good to see the Rubik being picked out and actually having a good deal of impact. We saw really a lot of them, primarily on the lifts. Some really nice ice paths as well, but didn't see a ton of wow. Like the black hole seals. There's just incredible game changing steals, but a lot of really nice utility. Certainly, Emptiness looked fantastic on that one. But now I believe we're gonna go to a bit of a break, as this is only game one of our 3-game series. Winner, of course, moves on to the playoffs. Loser goes to play in that final match that will happen tomorrow up against Passion UA. So that's what you're looking at, Passion UA. You lose this one, you play against them. Otherwise, you move on to the playoffs. For now, though, we got to get game 2 ready to go. So we're going to go to break. And when we're back, game two here of Group A in the CCT Series 1 Season 2. See y'all soon. Welcome back, friends. We have one game of potentially 3 here in the series down the drain. It was a very good Naga pick that meant that it was very, very difficult for Nemiga to take the team fights they wanted to take. They just got broken up good amount of the time. Of course, the Rubik did a great job. We had a TA that was snowballing out of control in a tremendous way. And a Sven that just was never allowed to enter the game. He had a couple good plays, killed the Storm on the back line one time, but I feel bad. Honestly, I just feel bad for the Storm. I feel bad for Bashka because it was a like first pick Sven in answer to the TA, which can be good, right? You have this armor that you add. It's a bunch of burst damage to the rest of the team. But he had a Dispel against him. So Warcry doesn't do anything. The Darkseer that was picked with him doesn't do anything. You have all of these stuns and these combo breakers and everything else. It was a very difficult Sven game to play. It always felt like he needed one more item, and between how bad the game was for him, so he wasn't really getting a lot of money off the fights, and it was a very difficult game for Sven to play. Now, hopefully they'll fix that in the draft of this game too. They won't pick a bunch of auras into a Brewmaster. Although in fairness, the Brewmaster was picked after the Sven Darkseer opener. So there was that, but we have a draft here for game number 2 getting ready to go very, very soon. In fact, I can see it right now. Bristleback's gonna be the first ban for Nemiga. Nothing too surprising there. You go, and you just don't really want to deal with it, right? This this massive hedgehog, like shooting snot over everyone, covering everyone in green goo, and doing all this damage while you can't kill him. It doesn't feel good. So that one's going to get taken out of the pool. But what I am very curious to pay attention to here, more than anything, is how last game influences things. Like, do we ban the TA first phase now? Is that worth banning? Do you get rid of the Naga early? Because the Naga did a ton of work. Do you get rid of the Brewmaster? Because again, I mean, it really was, yeah, Lucas had a great game. Did a lot of damage, did everything you expect your position 1 to do. But a lot of that, I mean, he was extremely well enabled. Everything that he got out of this game was very much, well, there are no auras, so he can do full damage, and he's not getting kited, and the Rubik did a great job, but it really was this Naga and the Naga and the Brewmaster that did a ton in this game to enable the Storm and the Darkseer the Storm and the Templar Assassin to properly make contact. So I would not be surprised to see Nemiga ban out one of those 2 heroes. We also see, kind of interesting, we see Palantimos, who, it was Palantimos, by the way. Gonna be interesting to see how, looks like they're just really focusing him on Nemiga. They're like, yeah, you know what? Yeah, Palantimos had a great game last game. Yeah, we're gonna remove his heroes. We don't want him to be able to dominate the game in such a way. And that Brewmaster was, I don't know how much of that is a Palantimos hero, so much as that is just a very good pick for the game. So that's what we're looking at. For now, well, it's going to be, once again, the Dawnbringer getting taken out. Dawnbringer just a very good hero in the meta right now, and we're going to have to see how exactly this goes. But the important thing here is I don't think we're seeing too many adaptations in the draft. Not yet, at least. These first set of bans, these are just heroes that Quantum and Nemiga think are worth removing in pretty much every game. Terrorblade, first ban in a lot of games. It really invalidates a lot. One difference is that because this is going to be a first pick for Nemiga, Storm is going to get banned out. But instead, okay, we talked about the Death Prophet in game 1. It got banned out, but talked about the Death Prophet in the draft in game 1 about how it's just this hero that doesn't really lose lanes, has a ton of team fight tower pressure, especially now with the upgraded facet. As heroes just die on the map, you become that much stronger. The Ags build is pretty solid. It's a very just like good first pick, and you can flex it to offlane if you want to. It's a very solid first pick hero. So you just remove the Ancient Apparition. Anti-healing, never very happy, but you remove the Ancient Apparition, you move on to this Death Prophet ASAP, and you just have a really solid opener. Is it going to be safe? Is it going to be mid? Is it going to be offlane? I don't think we flex this to support. It's too good as a core right now. And this is actually throwing Quantum for a little bit of a loop. A little bit of a loop. They waste a lot of their bonus time. They spend not 70 seconds of it, almost 72 seconds. But then they just first pick the TA anyways. Okay, fair enough. The TA looked great for Quantum in game 1. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. It's also can be very solid. You can see it both ways, but it can be pretty solid against the Death Prophet as well, because, well, Prophet is this hero that can be tanky at times. Siphon's pretty strong. The minus armor heroes, minus armor strats do very well against it because, well, Death Prophet is just not a hero with a lot of armor. You can go, you build some certainly, but you don't naturally get all that much. So TA with Dezo and Meld getting on top, often this can be a Death Prophet that just blows up. So we're gonna have to see how that's gonna work out, and well, it's gonna be a ban on the Naga for Nemiga. They saw just how powerful that was in the last game in terms of making sure that they just weren't able to do what they wanted to do. So the Naga's gonna get taken out, as was foretold. It's gonna be a Shaman as well. So really targeting the hero pool. Well, actually, not even really targeting. What am I saying? This is just really Imba supports getting taken out of the second phase. Big Snake and Chicken Figures, both both really good right now. So Shaman, we're just seeing a lot of Shadow Shaman right now. And again, we saw how powerful putting Mary was on that Naga just to break these fights up in the last game. Now, even still, a Naga in this game would be not quite as powerful because you do still have that AoE damage really pumping from the dark or from the Death Prophet even after the song gets laid out. So you do have that, right? It's not just this guaranteed nothing, but man, Quantum are spending a ton of their reserve time in this first phase. Like, this is the 5th ban and we're at 27 seconds remaining. So this Death Prophet or something in the bans really has thrown them for a loop. Their ideas about what they wanted to do are just apparently not exactly there. So give me the Tusk. Tusk was very valuable for Excess Vampire in the last game. Did a lot of good work and flashy plays. Obviously didn't end the game, but banning the Tusk yet does force Excess Vampire to go down a little bit on their priority. They're not going to have the Shadow Shaman as well if you want to play that for. And there we go. That Undying that was actually banned out in the last game, in the first phase, I think it was, by an Amiga when they had 4 bans in game number 1. This, of course, is a flex. You can play this as 4. This can be Emptiness as 0, but we saw Palantimos play it a decent amount. We've actually been seeing this getting played a decent amount as a core Undying. You play it a couple ways. You go auras, and you just steal the strength from everyone. You get yourself a Crimson Guard. You get yourself Greaves, Blade Mail, something like that. Or you can go, and you can kind of go right-click Undying, and you get yourself Echo Saber, and you get yourself a Blink maybe, and you just get on in. You get a Halberd, just get on in there, and with Rotten Mitts, just start to punch away at everything, add skeletons everywhere, make sure everything is damage damped, and just be this unkillable presence in the mid lane. Don't know which one we're gonna do just yet. We're gonna have to see how exactly this goes. I assume it's gonna be something maybe closer to Aura Undying, just because, well, actually no, never mind. Death Prophet Siphon it's no longer percent-based damage, so it's just flat damage. So not quite. I was gonna say, well, percent-based damage as the Death Prophet, or as the Undying gets bigger is a big deal, but no, that's not gonna be the case. But also, there's just a lot of stuff that just getting Pipe Crimson really will help out against you with the Bat Rider, which could be, yeah, no, this is a support bat. I was gonna say it could be mid. I really like that. I'm really a big fan of this kind of right-click bat that we've seen with the new facet, where you go, it's like you get Blink, obviously, but you maybe get a Witchblade, you get Dragonlance, and you just apply so many stacks of Nasal Goo that it becomes very difficult to play around. But that probably is not going to be what happens here. There's a world where it's like an off-lane bat, but outside of our caster in the last game, I don't think a lot of people have been, or the last series, outside of Rojo, I don't think a lot of people have been playing this position 3 bat. So that's what's happening. Likely going to be a support bat, maybe a 3 shaker. But this is a draft that's kind of in the float right now. A lot of flex potential from Nemiga, from the Bat Rider, from the Shaker, even to a lesser extent the Death Prophet. That makes it not the easiest thing to draft against, but it's going to be okay. An Invoker is going to be the response. Now, this is very likely this is going to be a mid Invoker, which is going to struggle if this is against a Death Prophet, right? You have like It's like 20 damage more Death Prophet. I think at level 1 with items is like 61. I want to say it's like 61 damage. You're in the 40s as the Invoker. It's not easy. As Mars is going to be okay, so this will be a support. Okay, support and dying, kind of cool. I'm talking about this as if this is a core and dying, but you're getting the Shaker, right? That makes sense. So Mars going to be 3 Mars, 4 undying likely, and we're just waiting. It could be 5 undying. So we're just waiting for that last pick. Support once again actually coming out of Quantum worked out very nicely for them in that last game, and the response from really from Bashka is going to be this Morphling. Is there any? It's not like they're the best steals. You can get refractions. Probably the best steal is the TA, and especially Mars and a Morphling. Morphling can be like Morphling hard to kill in lane certainly. This what is likely it's undying Mars, maybe something else. Maybe the 4 is unpicked yet, but not a super easy kill in lane. Morphling is going to be fairly difficult to kill, but again, I'm looking at this. It's like this is not a massive morph stealing game. You get on top of Invoker disappears. It is a decent egg hitter, so you do have that going for yourself. And realistically, Bat Rider, Shaker, Death Prophet, they do have some attack speed. You do have 40 attack speed talent at 10 for the Death Prophet, so you can kind of treat it as an egg hitter, but adding in just making sure that Tombstone hitter. So you can make sure that the Tombstone goes down, and that is going to be pretty useful. Certainly it's not bad. And what are we waiting for Namiga as we're getting these last bans? It does seem like Quantum thinks that this is going to be maybe a 3 Death Prophet. So we're looking at a mid. It will be an Ember that's going to get banned out. So it's kind of interesting. May also signal, I would say, desire for a Storm, but I believe Storm was banned a little bit early on. Quap's going to get taken out as well. So they really think that this is an offlane Death Prophet. These are support Shaker, support Bat Rider. Interesting. Monkey's going to get taken out as well, which is kind of an odd ban, right? Because Invoker likely going to be the mid. It could be some meta where there's like a support Invoker that we sometimes see like in pubs, but we don't really see this a lot in kind of pro level play. It could be like a support Invoker mid TA or something, and we're waiting on the 1, which is why you might ban out a Monkey King. But I don't know. Some of these last bans feel a little bit weird. I'm looking at the drafts, and it's not like Ember Quap really. I mean, they do make life difficult for the TA. They strip refraction charges. They give you some mobility. Like there's not a lot of stuns here. Really, it is just the Mars, the Invoker. So you do have that. But I'm just a little surprised to see these kind of these mobility mids getting banned out, because I think the mid's already here for Namiga. It's one of the Shaker, the Bat Rider, or the Prophet. So for now, last 10 seconds of bonus time or so coming out of Namiga as they figure out what their last ban is going to be. They banned out the Monkey last time, so it looks like they're looking at kind of mid or safe lane as that final pick. And yeah, Puck's gonna be the last ban. Void Spirit. Okay, Void Spirit mid, I guess. Gonna be on Young G, so that means Death Prophet. I don't think this is a support Death Prophet. I don't think so. So then it's gonna be Death Prophet 3, Bat Rider 5, Shaker 4, Morphling in the safe lane, I think. These first 3 picks are very amorphous, and we're just going to have to see how the lanes are going to take us. A little bit of downside here, not nearly as many stuns as in game number 1 for Namiga. Earthshaker and Bat Rider both really want those blinks, so splitting your farm, making sure that they both get them at a reasonable time, not the easiest thing, and you kind of have like the same role really taken by both supports. Now, of course, Bat Rider can be a pretty solid laner, and that's going to be that Huskar mid. I was asking for it in game 1, but I think that was Namiga. We were looking to see if they were going to go for it. So Eincrad on the Huskar in this game 2 should dumpster the Void Spirit. Palantimos on the Mars. This is a position 4 Invoker. Okay, so it does seem like the reads, well, Namiga maybe didn't have the read on this one, but Quantum absolutely did. It's a 5 undying Lucas on that TA. So a couple wrenches getting thrown in the mix as this series is, game 2 is going to get started here. Vampire on the Shaker 4, by the way. Death Prophet mid is offlane Void Spirit. All right, all right, all right. Okay. This is fun, and it's going to be monodrama on the 5 Bat Rider with the Stoked Facet. He's going to be the one that's going to be trying to secure the lane for Bashka into this Palantimos Mars and in the Invoker. So I'm not sure how I feel about these drafts. It's a lot of weirdness. Really a ton of kind of picks and counter picks. If you get off the ground, double blinks on Vampire and Monodrama can be pretty good. If you get off the ground, there is a lot more pickoff in this game, and it's a much better mix. Namiga Game 1 was just all about the team fight. They had so many team fight tools that were just ruined, absolutely ruined by the knockout. But now in this game number 2, not quite the case. We have pickoff with the Shaker, with the Bat Rider. We have team fight with the Shaker and with the Death Prophet. Pickoff with the Void Spirit. It's a much more balanced matchup. That's going to be fairly good. But we're going to get into game 2 just now. We're properly loaded up. Remember, of course, if you win this one, you're on into the playoffs. If you lose it, still got another shot. You got another shot later on in that qualifier, that final decider match tomorrow. But for now, we're into game number 1 here. See what our players have in store for us. Here we go. It's game number, I said game 1. It's game number 2. I'm very curious to see how this mid lane matchup is going to go. Huskar, I think that's why Void Spirit is moving into the off lane. You just don't want to play Void Spirit into Huskar. It's bad. So even if Kavison may not be the best Void Spirit player, he may not be a Void Spirit player, at least he's going to have some level of game. And honestly, not even the best game, but he's going to have some level of game into this, into the TA in a much better way than he would have into the Huskar. So for now, smoke out with Vampire, Monodrama, and the rest. Trying to see if they can find someone off on their lonesome. And, well, okay, there's a meld on the high ground that's going to look to try to break the smoke here, I assume. TA is moving around a little bit. This is a deep smoke going down as a sentry. I don't know if they think there's a ward there, but sentry trying to catch someone, maybe a hidden smoked out Lucas. But Lucas breaks the smoke. He's going to be aware of what's happening, and well, this is not going to be a whole lot. In fact, it looks like Quantum should be able to get 3 bounty runes. Very nicely done there, Quantum. They got a map lead. Now they got bounty runes as well. By the way, taking a look at what this support is going for. He's taking the Mind of Tornaris in this game number 2. So you get a better EMP. Tornado spawns mini tornadoes, but really it's about Shard. It's about getting an additional level of Wex and having just that control that you're looking for in the mid game. Also, again, EMP being able to serve as a little bit of a team fight drag together can be very, very solid. So for now, Lucas, he's got the wave under tower. Maybe not what you would like to do, because we didn't see Shaker go. He blocked the wave a little bit, and that's annoying. Can be annoying. Means the wave is going to debounce pretty quickly and send it back home, as Mary is going to lose the courier. Again, the power of the Shaker is not a great laning support, but can mess with the wave equilibrium quite a bit, make it a little bit easier for our Void Spirit to maybe try to take some fights. I think once you get to like level 3, this kind of becomes unlaneable for the Void Spirit, especially with the Shaker. You're looking into 2 points in meld. You're looking at you're looking at multiple points maybe in a decay as well. It's just hard. You're not going to have any HP. You're going to take a lot of damage. You're losing all. You don't have high HP pool, and you don't have a high mana pool. It's just it's bad. It's not the game that you want to play. So this Void Spirit, at least he's not playing mid, is already the Shaker rotating mid early on. He wants to give Young G a bit of a lead in this game, because, well, eventually the Huskar is going to be a problem, and Young G doesn't really have losing matchups as the Darkseer, or not as the Darkseer, excuse me, as the Death Prophet, but even still, start to get stacks up there on Burning Spear, and life can be not the easiest. So that's what we're looking at right now. Kavison trying to backlane a little bit, and he's going to try to go somewhere. Actually, will pick up some of the creeps, so he will be able to find some mining, or not some mining. He will be able to find some farm eventually. But again, this is one of those games where Lucas is looking fantastic as Emptiness kills Bashka in the safe lane. What? Okay, then. What are we look? What is the Invoker building here? Yeah, just Sunstrike, cute, Quas Exhort. Again, you will have bonus levels of Wex eventually, but Sunstrike with Cold Snap, and that's just a lot of damage early on, working around with the Mars as well. So Bashka not off to a great start once again. Had kind of a rough game number one. Didn't die early, but just not really getting the farm you're looking for. And this is, again, a Templar Assassin that Nemiga don't want to lane into. That's what we're looking at. It's just... Actually, what facet did we take? Yeah, okay, so it's still Void Blades. You can't get close. Literally, the Void Spirit, especially when you're on level 2 meld, a Void Spirit cannot get close to this wave. As Monodrama is going to lose the courier there. You cannot get close to the minus armor splash is massive. The meld is awesome. And now we're going to try to dive tower a little bit. We have, sure, there's a shaker right there. It's only level 1. He's going to try to block things off. But the tombstone means that Kavasin is going to get zoned off the wave once again. As Darknia goes back, farms jungle a little bit. Seems like actually this is maybe not the wave, the lane that he would have otherwise liked. Just taking a lot of poke, really, from the Darkseer. And with the shaker showing up a little bit, just you're making sure you don't want to die. This game from the Huskar is kind of suffering, actually. I'm a bit surprised as to how bad it is. I thought he would be able to at least kind of trade waves, but I guess really Siphon and your Q on the Death Prophet. It's just a lot of damage, so it's not the easiest game for our Huskar to play. So he's back into the jungle. As long as you get levels and start to find some rotations, it really is not the end of the world for Einkrad. And he's farming not as efficiently, of course, as our Death Prophet, but efficiently enough. As we're getting close enough to that level 6. Young G, about level 5. Unfortunately for Nemiga, and really for Young G, only one hero has died on the map right now, despite how theoretically aggressive some of these lanes can be. So you're not going to have a ton of stacks there on your facet to make sure you have... You're not going to have a ton of Spirit Collector stacks for that first... for the first exorcism in the mid lane or wherever you decide to rotate for it. So that is something that is a bit unfortunate. As Emptiness is just going to rotate over, taking over the mid lane at this point, because again, this is not somewhere that Huskar wants to be. In fact, he's going to go bottom. Maybe see if he can take the Earth Shaker down, but Vampire's playing around with this one, and that is going to be fine. What is Einkrad doing? Where are you coming from here? He's only level 4. Does have boots, but okay. Tombstone's going to get dropped, trying to chase down Vampire. He's only level 2. They're going to give the kill off to Vampire as well. Get him, or to Einkrad, excuse me, get him back in the game. And Einkrad says thank you to Vampire. Vampire tips him right on backwards here, but level 6 on Young G in maybe not this wave, but just about on the next wave. And then the question becomes, where do you pop your exorcism? As Bashka gets on top of or on top of Palantimos, that's going to be fine. Do you pop it mid? Do you try to take the tier 1 mid? Or do you rotate onto the Wisdom Shrine at 7 minutes and try to find the value there? There are options, certainly. We're going to have to see what exactly, what option it is he decides to take. So for now, just soaking a ton of tower shots here. But he's just about to creep away as now. Okay, this Bat Rider's dead. Vampire and Monodrama and Young G all coming together. They got detection. And that's going to be a dead Invoker. That, by the way, gives Young G a 3rd stack of Spirit Collector and level 6. And with a bunch of heroes in the mid lane, I think, well, never mind. The Catapult, they can't keep it alive. So maybe he doesn't go for that one. Just going to give him the Power Rune, a level 6. And then are we going to rotate somewhere? That's a shield rune. It's not the most impactful, aggressive rune. It keeps you safe, certainly, but he's just going to pop it immediately. It lasts a while and get some resources right back up. But Young G is probably the most powerful hero on the map right now. So he's going to rotate into the jungle, I think, a little bit. They're going to try to take the... Oh, yeah, Huskar. You got to get out of here, Einkrad. This is not the position you want to be in. 3 heroes in your jungle. Monodrama, Vampire, and Young G all looking for something. Now... Einkrad is aware of this. He circles that area, says, hey, be careful, guys. There's a big gank coming your way. But Lucas, okay, he's going to... Yep. Oh, he knows what's happening here. Signing traps show him what to do, and he's just going to have to back the hell on out of here. So that's a big gank. That is 4 heroes going into the safe lane of the Radiant. Not really going to get a lot done. And by the way, Mary, quite contrary, steals the Wisdom Rune. Yayo, Palantimos gets the other one. So a big rotation from Young G gets absolutely nothing. And in the meantime, he's not farming. In the meantime, he's not taking down the tier 1. Not really putting a lot of pressure there. And behind this, Ankrat just continues to farm. He's okay in this game. He's doing just fine. I think the other questions we take a look at what's happening here is, does anyone actually really on both sides? I can tell you that it should be an earn on the Invokers. Youngji's now going to pop his ultimate and try to take this tier 1 down. Realistically, I don't know that there's anyone that wants to fight into this. Exorcism is on the board for another, another little bit of time. And just going to buy, you're being annoying. You got EMP, take all the mana out, but Emptiness should fall in exchange. Well, do we have Detection? Okay, there's the dust. So Emptiness falls down once again, buys some time off the Exorcism, but instead of it just being a tier 1, it's going to be tier 1 and an Invoker. So there is that one, as Lucas tries to trade on the bottom side, miles ahead of Covison. We knew this was going to happen. This is not surprising, but miles ahead of pretty much everyone. At least the Morphling's having a decent game in this game too. Game 1, the Sven was suffering. And game 2, maybe not quite the case. Not as badly. And so we should see Invoker. There we go, getting the Spirit Vessel on the way pretty quickly. But you always wonder if we're going to see a Spirit Vessel, or who builds the Spirit Vessel on Nemiga. It could be a decent pickup for Prophet eventually, but you want Ags pretty quickly. That's kind of the way the build goes these days. Maybe Bat Rider, but I don't know. Getting some sort of healing reduction into Einkrad is always going to be very nice, but he's had a rough enough game sitting here bottom of the cores here for Quantum that it's not quite the guarantee, not quite the requirement that it might otherwise normally be. So we're going to see just really how they decide to answer this one. Shiva's also is a very good pickup on the Prophet this game. So you could see Prophet just going Shiva's pretty quickly, and that also gives you an answer into the Huskar, maybe quite slightly lesser extent. But of course, if you get Shiva's, oh, nice little play there, Covison, but he's only going to get one of them and hefty damage. But, well, hold that thought because we got a smoke coming out from Nemiga into the jungle once again. They want Einkrad. They're not going to get him. So Einkrad gets out once again, pops Cauterize, make sure he's okay, and these smokes into the jungle of Einkrad just not really getting what they want. He's not, oh, wait a minute. That's a great remnant on top of Lucas, but he's gonna get on out of here. Kovacin has to get away, taking so much damage, and yeah, the Tornado's doing a great job. Yayo, oh, Palatimos gets in as well. That's gonna be a decent spear, but the Siphon's keeping him all alive for now. Vampire's dead, though. Youngji falls down as well. That's the first rotation from the Mars, the first ultimate from the Mars, and it gets 2. And most importantly, not only does it get 2, keeps Lucas alive, gets him some assists on the board, gets him damage on the board. And now he's in top net worth by 700 on top of this Prophet, about 1,000 ahead of this Morphling. And we saw what happened in that last game. The Morphling just looked, we're not the Morphling. That TA, once he gets off the ground, it looked impossible to kill. Sure, now there are some there's some damage over time stuff. You have a Bat Rider, you have a Siphon. It's not quite as impactful as it once was, as the TA falls to Youngji on the respawn. Okay, well, that's something right there. So TA's dead. I was looking at the Void Spirit, I'm like, oh no, Void Spirit might die, but no, Youngji teleports on the bottom side once again, takes everything down. But if we look at Huskar here, he's trying to steal the triangle. Invoker just playing around with things. He's got 3 stacks on Urn. Can they get more? Maybe not for the time being. Pashka's going to be able to dodge this one. Seems like just the tier 1 will fall. But, oh wait, Covacin has no mana here whatsoever in the Urn, plus everything else. Plus Goldstap's going to take him down. Can they get Youngji, though? That's a very important question. Seems like Youngji will be able to fall. Yeah, he's going to be able to get out of here. He's okay. But Covacin doesn't really have much of a game. I mean, this is an offlane Void Spirit. It's bad. It does not feel good to play this, but there will be some trades. So you got the TA. Void Spirit gets taken out in exchange. Blue, don't even lose the tier 1. And that's going to give our TA that much more time to farm stacks, that much more time to get himself up where he wants to go. As we're going to see EMP goes down. Access Vampire can't do anything. In Emptiness, what he is doing is such good work here. He's going to take down Vampire once again. And this is a game that Emptiness is properly taking over. I said we didn't see the biggest impact from his Rubik. It was good, but it wasn't, this whole, oh, wow, this Rubik's incredible. But he is taking over here. on this Invoker. He's very close now to the upgraded urn. He's very close there to the Spirit Vessel. He's looking at like 500 gold away. And that means Young G is not going to be able to stay alive as much. That means this Morphling is going to struggle. And the game flows through the Invoker, right? He has the same net worth as our Void Spirit. That's just not where you want to be. Dezo's done it 12 minutes for the TA as well, so he's having a pretty reasonable game. I think last time he died 3 times by the time, like 12 minutes, 13 minutes. This time he's only died the once. He's farming very well, and I mean, he is just having a good game. You do worry about being able to kill Bashka as this game goes on, as Monodrama should die as well. EMP, Cold Snap. There we go. Tornado as well, and yeah, and Palatemos is going to get the rest of it. So Monodrama dies once again. He has the unfortunate, truly unfortunate task of running into this core Invoker over and over again, and that's just not how you want to do it. So sorry, I said core Invoker. That was a lie. It feels like a core Invoker, but into this support Invoker is getting nuked down over and over again. And that's making life. It's just hard. You need Blink on the Bat Rider. Yeah, it's Monodrama. Yes, it's the 5 Bat, but you do want Blink at some point. We're like 1,000 gold away from the Shaker's Blink. It's not even queued up, but it's 1,500 away from Bat Rider. If you decide to go Blink first, he could go and get some true 5 support items, but then it makes it very hard to make use of your the lasso and like really separate this fight out, because I think that's how Nemiga have to take these fights given the lead that Quantum have. You just go and you separate. You get a Bat Rider lasso. You get a decent Echo Slam. You do something. You get these as a Covisint very low here. Oh no, he's on the low ground. Oh, Covisint falls down there to the Huskar burning spears, and that's not what you want in the mid lane as well. Excess Vampire, he falls. They're just bleeding kills all over the map. Covisint, I understand why you would flex to the mid lane because you don't want to play Huskar. You really don't want to play Void Spirit into Huskar, but Covisint doesn't have a game. It's hard to see where he's gonna have a game at this point.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I don't know. Maybe you
Dire's bottom tower.
maybe you go like 3 Bat and flex the Shaker to 5. This draft was really kind of scuffed by this last pick Huskar. Even though Einkrad didn't have the best lane because Prophet had to play into him. I mean, you weren't going to put any of the melee, or you weren't going to put Shaker. You weren't going to put Void Spirit into it. Even still, man, it just feels bad. It feels really bad as this last pick Huskar really put a wrench, put a wrench in the game that Nemiga wanted to play. So now this game truly is on the Prophet. It's on Bashka. Oh, okay. Well, there's the Echo Slam to go and still have a decent amount of the creeps here of the stacks. That's actually pretty nice. Bashka. Okay. Are we gonna pop the arena? Well, he doesn't have any mana anymore. He's just dead. Bashka should fall down here with the super urn, and well, he's gonna get on. Nope, he's dead. Never mind. Tries to teleport down out of there, and yeah, sure, the stun strike doesn't land, but totally fine. Palatemos maybe a little bit too precious with the arena. I think it's a guaranteed kill as it stood. Morphling did almost get out, but maybe a little bit too precious there. As it stands, you do kill Bashka. Bashka is this hero that you are relying on as Nemiga to scale up there, to get your Manta, to get everything else. Is mid tower is going to fall down. Well, sorry, mid tower is not going to fall down. What am I saying? I was blind. Monodrama just getting zoned on out of here. And again, this Invoker is so strong right now. Okay. Sunstrike not going to kill off Monodrama. Tried to. But okay, so Lucas is unlocked on the map. He's got Blink, Dezo, Dragonlance. So we're going to, right at a similar timing from last time, sitting there 3,000, 2,500 gold above the next closest hero on the enemy team. And remember, this is a Huskar that was suffering. This is a Huskar that has been juggling from like minute 4. He's still ahead of everyone on the side of Nemiga. He's been able to buy himself some time, get himself involved in some kills, farm pretty nicely in the jungle, and now he's got Armlet BKB, and all of a sudden this game is a lot harder for his opponent to deal with. And remember, there's no Urn Buyer. So Emptiness gets on out of here. He's got the dust on top of him, but they're not going to be able to chase him down on the speed from the from the river. So he gets on out of here, forces a bunch of rotations onto the north side. And this Invoker is just, he is doing so much. He's going to have his EMP soon. He's going to get Ags behind that so he can spawn even just more control. And Palatimos gets on top of Youngji. There we go. That's going to be the arena popped here. And it's just Youngji trying to buy some time. He's just dead, though, and Dartnia with the BKB. Yeah, Einkrad kills him off. Kavison tries to get on top of this as well. But good luck on that one. The best you can do is not die. Monodrama falls down as well. This game is a disaster. This game is even worse. The game one, Nemiga, they were able to play backwards and forwards. It was okay. But this game number two, the lanes were just, man, this last pick, Huskar, guys, it did so much to mess with the lanes that Nemiga wanted to play that even if it didn't have the best lane, but it was fine. It blew up the laning. It blew up the way the lanes were supposed to be played. You're not laning Shaker and Void Spirit into an Undying and a TA. It's just the best you can do is not feed. You know, you're not putting any of those melee heroes into a Huskar mid, and Boschka died in lane to the Invoker Mars. So it's just like there's nothing good here. As Einkrad now, you're gonna have to talk a little bit. Got to be careful. Echo Slam on the bottom side. Einkrad will fall down here, so that's something. Good contest here. Youngji pops the ultimate now, and Youngji's got a lot of these really powerful exorcism spirits. This might be what they want to do but for now, okay. Youngji just dead. Palantimos takes him down on the backside. Undying died, but comes back up to full, and it's just more death here. That being said, they do kill off Emptiness. So it's a 3-for-1 here. They do kill off Youngji, but they successfully contest the Roche. Sorry, I thought they successfully contested the Roche. No, the Aegis did go the way of our TA. So there is that, but they get 3 kills. Something. Now Palantimos and Mary into the triangle. They're looking for something. Kavison will lose the courier there. Can they get a Kavison? Looks like the answer is no. And okay, so that's how they were able to make it happen. Kavison did get the spirit vessel. That it's actually a pretty good hero for pretty good item for universal heroes now after you make it with a circlet. So sorry, with a diadem. So that's pretty good. As Ebony is back on the map here doing a lot of damage to Monodrama. Will not kill. This is a tier 2 that's going to go down once again. Kavison probably shouldn't die here without any massive amounts of control, and Lucas is lacking that. Doesn't really have a shard, so it doesn't have that bonus silence that maybe you can catch the Void Spirit off guard. So that's not bad. Smoke goes out here on Mary, because it looks like Mary and Lucas looking to go move to the north side, see if they can find someone. Shaker's hiding in the trees. What are they gonna find? Smoke's gonna get popped by Mary, by Vampire here, so they know someone's around, but they don't know where he is. Okay, so they maybe saw that one. Pinging down. Okay, yeah, you know he's there now. You know he's there. That's gonna be a Sunstrike. Vampire takes a decent amount of damage, and Vampire's dead. Did pop Smoke, though. Honestly, not bad. That's a support for the Smoke. They're not gonna get Kavison. They're not gonna go and kill off Youngji. Everything is pretty okay. 4 spirits on the Spirit Collector. So next fight with all these, it's kind of funny with all these kills going the way of Quantum. It does mean Youngji does a ton of damage. I'll say it's very unfortunate for Youngji though that he feels the need to go. He does feel like he needs to go straight BKB because it means he can't build the armor that he would like to buy. But for now, okay, gets on top of this Invoker with the silence as well. This Emptiness should fall. Yeah, he's going to die. So Emptiness is dead. I mean, these are the type of pickoffs that we're looking for. We talked last game about how it doesn't really feel like there is a lot of pickoff capability. Doesn't really feel like there's a lot of pickoff ability for Nemiga in that game one. They were so all in on their team fight. And when that team fight didn't work, it was just... it was bad. It was really rough. So now they do have that pickoff capability with Blink on the Bat Rider, with Blink on other heroes as well. They do have this ability to dive on top and get a pickoff and get an easy kill. it's not enough. I mean, even in the time that Invoker's dead, Quantum's gone up another 1,000 gold. This is still 3 cores of Quantum above the 3 cores of Namiga. But you do see a path back into it, or maybe you get a pick off on Eincrad. You get a pick off on the TA, something like that. But for now, 3-man, 4-man smoke coming out of Quantum. They're going to go into the triangle on the other side, baiting out this TA who has the Aegis. You don't really want to jump on top of him either. Let's see if they're going to be able to get anything. Of course, the Void Spirit is the one that's dangling out of the map right now. Everyone else hiding away just a little bit, but Kavison out of the way. So it looks like this smoke baiting out the wave, baiting out the tier 2. Looks like the smoke's not going to get a lot done. Emptiness on the north side. Try to see if we can maybe get the the Morphling, something like that. But it's just going to be the tier 2. Okay.
Tower is under attack.
And with 30 seconds on the Aegis, I don't know if they're going to get that much more aggressive. If you can find a pick off, that's great. But I don't know if they're going to get that much spicier. Certainly, you do have the shard now on the TA, so you get a little bit more vision available. Or you got not even vision. You got vision's part of it, but you got that free silence as well, or that nice and easy silence as well. There we go. The Aegis is going to time out. Now it's another 3 minutes until they can play with that one once again. And this is kind of the timing where I'm not even going to say the game slows down, because we're at less than 1 kill a minute in this game too, kind of like how game 1 went, but you're less interested in going for something else. So TP on the bottom side from Lucas, and Vampire should die. It's just these pickup. We will. Oh man, that's a waste. Echo Slam goes down. Doesn't do anything whatsoever. And now it's a 30-second death timer, but a 130-second echo timer here. So that's just, it's not like there's been a good echo this game, and it's primarily ranged heroes anyway, so this Shaker's not really doing a lot. But can Mars get, no, Vat's gonna TP away. I do like, oh man, I love this itemization from Palantimos though. You'll see a lot of like Yules on Mars or something like that, but he's just going straight Shivas, which is a pair Shivas with the vessel that's already on this Invoker. All of a sudden, you go and okay, there we go. Just taking down the high ground. All of a sudden, Morphling doesn't really heal. You know, the Death Prophet doesn't really heal. And while there is a BKB ready for the Death Prophet 25 minutes into this game, oh, you got to be so careful here, Bashka. Okay, it's going to be Young G. Looks like he's going to be the victim here, although nice silence. No, it doesn't really matter. And we can see the healing just is not really there. He's going to pop the BKB now as Kavison tries to get on top of Emptiness, but Emptiness gets on out of here as well. So that's going to be the 9-second BKBs. That's really what we're looking at. All of like the BKBs, their 9 seconds have been popped. Trading ults for ults here, but not as many big ults really. On the side of Quantum, you have the arena, that's something. And I guess you have the Flesh Golem as well. But now go Echo Slam. And actually, in fairness, Exorcism hasn't been popped either. There's Emptiness. Look. Oh, he's not going to get it. Finger's not quite fast enough there. Is not going to be able to go and take the Bat Rider down, unfortunately. Where are we going on the TA? So MKB should be done right around. Actually, it might be done. Yep, MKB is done before the eagle, before the butterfly is done. That's how you know this game is bad. You have the counter to the butterfly before the butterfly even shows up on the map. And man, Bashka, it's just a bad game. He's top net worth on his team, but really we have not felt the impact the way we would like. And this has just been a game primarily of splitting for enough kills where you're able to find the advantage and get these towers and get these objectives. But for the most part, this has been a game of 2 teams farming and Lucas farming far more efficiently. I mean, when the Mars has the same net worth as the Morphling, you know what's bad is Kavison does have his Ags now, so he does have some silences. Lucas gets on top. Yep, he's dead. Well, maybe not. Oh, no, okay, never mind. He does have one more charge in Astral Step. Gets on top of the high ground here. No stuns. So Kavison gets out once again. They're going to try to get Monodrama. Is he going to be the victim? He also should be able to get on out of here. So he's going to be silenced, taking a little bit of damage. Does he tick out? Not quite. Oh, well. Very quiet. We're hunting. Oh, Monodrama's dead. Never mind. Okay, Monodrama falls down. He tried, though. He bought some time. It was the Invoker that killed, that got the kill. Maybe not the Mars. Maybe that's something in your favor. But Shivas is done now on the Mars. This is, of course, a dead Bat Rider, so no, you really don't have him with the gank. And a bunch of heroes smoked behind Boschke in the top lane. Is he going to try to put pressure on not even the tier 1, but the tier 2 at Emptiness? He is well placed to break this smoke. No Ags just yet, so no bonus. Oh, no, look at the blink there. Vampire tries to go in on the Echo, get the instant stun. Lucas gets out just in time. He had the read on that one. Oh, no. Oh, that's not what you're looking for. I guess you do have the wisdom going for you. That is something, but they're not even going to stay for it. The wisdom's going to get taken by Quantum once again. Is kind of cool, actually. I haven't seen a lot of the Void Spirit Shard in my games. It's theoretically good, but just seeing that. All right, conceptually it's very strong, but it just kind of looks cool. So it's fun. That's what he's going for. He's got Ags. He's got Shard. He's going to get a Shiva's. I mean, technically, he's almost a full Shiva's, short of a Shiva's at this point. This is eventually Shiva's is good. I talked about how strong it is into this Huskar, but given the game state, it's going to be a very difficult thing to do. So Vampire, he's got a gem on himself. A little bit harder for Invoker to get on top of him. But now Roche is on the way from Lucas. Last time we saw a pretty successful contest, but with no Echo Slam for another 50 seconds, we do have, I mean, Miga's not even close. So this should be a pretty quick Roche going down. It's going to be the banner. That means their tier 2 or their tier 3 push is going to be that much stronger. Surprisingly, they're giving it to the TA. I guess I'm not that surprised. TA is by far the strongest hero in this game. Getting an Aegis at some point in the game for the Huskar feels like it could be. Would be pretty nice. Lets him dive in and get the taunt off and really mess with the fights before things get started without really too many worries about dying. But again, the TA is so far ahead of this game as Mars looks for something, blinks in with the Shivas, drops the arena just on Vampire, and the spear's actually not going to land. So that's maybe not great. He's still dead. Okay. So that's going to fall down, but it's a tombstone, it's an arena, and importantly, Young G gets on out of here. So you'll take those. Absolutely. That is worth doing. That attack didn't really get a lot done. And now Emptiness sharking around here. Looking for that Monodrama Bat Rider. And is he going to find? Yep, he did. Oh, yep. Okay, Monodrama not going to get sucked into this. The MP's not really going to land, but he should fall down just the same. Cold Snap there, plus the Vessel. Yeah, Monodrama, he's dead. 2 more charges on the Vessel of Emptiness, and they're going to take him down. So it's been this game. It has been this game for quite a while now of Nemiga playing on the edges, playing in the trees, trying to find some way that they can come back into this game, buying time for Boschke, buying time for Young G and for the Void Spirit. And it means they're slowly feeding things away. It means they're slowly losing a Bat Rider here, a Shaker there, Cavison elsewhere. And it's just, oh, wait, Cavison gets jumped on top. Is he going to be able to get on out of this one on the south side? Lucas looks like he's not going to be able to chase. Not quite enough damage to get through the Sanctuary Shield, even with the silence. So Lucas almost takes Cavison down. But importantly here, this is just forcing Nemiga to not be able to play on the map. Now, of course, as this game goes later, 12,000 net worth lead is less impactful. It's a lower percentage of total gold. So you do have that one. BKB is eventually going to be up for... Well, BKB is up, excuse me, for Morphling. He's going to have his Manta as well. So not quite as easily controlled. Double Shiva's actually on the way for Nemiga. Seems like both Death Prophet and Cavison won it. I think you got to pick one of those. Maybe get an AC if you really feel like you need more armor item on the others. The Bat tries to get on top of you. That's... Oh, he's dead. Palantimos explodes him with Lucas as well. And now Young G has to run here. Gets jumped on top of. He does have a BKB that he can play around with as Cavison gets back in. Palantimos takes some damage, but it doesn't properly matter. Now Youngji gets very, very low. The Siphon not going to do enough. Buyback here on the bat, but Lucas seems like he's going to be able to get out for now. Cobbison gets on top of him a little bit more. He does have an Aegis for another 2 minutes as now Aincrad gets on top of things. There's the combo. Certainly Cobbison dies once again. Youngji staying alive for quite a while here, but he will just fall. Yes, Aincrad dead on the Huskar, but Bashka has to get the hell on out of here. That's what you're looking for. It's the meatball. It's everything. It's the arena. It's everything here for Quantum. And remember, Lucas doesn't even lose his first life, just jumps on top. I mean, what in the world are you doing there, Excess Vampire? That's the first death. There's a second one. And Bashka, he can't fight against this. This is not some crazy Morphling game where he has enough farm where he's just going to 1v1 the enemy carry and take him down. It's just, that's not how this works. TA is higher level. TA has more items. TA counters his big defensive item. And TA has got a team behind him. That's just not how this works. So there'll be another buyback there on the Shaker. And, well, this is... Oh, somehow that didn't lapse. Somehow that did not lash. So it seems like Bashka's going to be able to get on out of here. He's not going to go in. If that lashes, if that shows up, Bashka's dead. If that latches, Bashka is in the ground. He really doesn't have a lot that he can do. So it's not going to be the barracks just yet. But it is still going to be a decent amount of value. And by the way, not only was that the kill on both supports, that was the gem going onto the side of Quantum as well. So that's going to be yet more vision removed. That much harder for Namiga to go exist on the map. And it just gets harder. I mean, I feel like I'm beating the dead horse here, but it's hard for me to look at this game and identify what the comeback potential is either. Because game one, it was like, okay, well, you get an incredible wombo combo and you include the Naga in it, you can win fights. But in this game, you have team fight, but with this far behind, it's not like our Death Prophet has enough. Not like Death Prophet's is strong enough to kind of carry the fights with team fights by itself. It really does have to be on these pickoffs. It really does have to be on the Bat Rider zooming in, getting a great lasso on Aincrad, or really on the TA, on Lucas, and separating from the team, killing him off, and then taking the fight. Even then, 4v5, it's difficult. But I think that really does have to be the play. So Namiga now up 18k, 24-8. As we were just waiting for our next Aegis, another 2.5 minutes or so. That's a dead Cobbison. It really does feel like at this point that you just cannot show on the map. Mars has a Hex. We're 35 minutes in. Mars has a Hex Shivas. He is so fed. Like, Mars and Huskar are both the same net worth as this Morphling, which is 4,000, 5,000 net worth behind the TA. It's just, I can see this. I can see from a minor deficit how this might work, but again, from the major deficit that we're in, it's a difficult game to play. Now, I'm excited to see how this Invoker Ags is going to work out, because there's been a lot of discourse about how, like, the mini tornado off the tornado is just not all that great. It's just not a. It just doesn't do enough, and it can grief your team as well. So I'm curious to see how Emptiness is going to make this work. He's got EMP Tornado all queued on up, and certainly what this does do is when we see, say, like Shaker Blink and Bat Rider Blink and try to make something happen, it does really mess with the team fights. And in a team situation, when you're all on comms, you can very much see this as a, let me drop the tornado, I'll break the fight up, and then we can re-engage. So you're not kind of in those situations where you drop a tornado as the Mars Spear goes down or something, and then you're kind of doubly sad. And certainly, we've seen that this support Invoker hard carried the first 20 minutes. He did so very much.
Radiant are scanning.
So now, it really is just a question of when does this Roche pop. So 30 seconds until it might pop. Another 3 minutes and 30 seconds until it will pop on up. So again, no point to go high ground. If you don't have an Aegis, this is the winner's match. You're up a game. You're up 24,000 gold. It's 25-8. you don't have to go and really get super aggressive here. It's just you're closing the map out. You're buying time. You're waiting for that next set of Aegis. Again, waiting for that next set of items. And it's not like this draft falls off. Sometimes a Huskar can, but I mean, this TA is massive. You know, the Mars had a Hex at 35 minutes. He's going into a probably refresher after that one, I'd think. And then theoretically as well, you have this Invoker. Sure, it's not going to be a Cataclysm. A Cataclysm arena sounds fun. But even though it's not going to be Cataclysm, this Invoker is scaling into a core as well. He's level 19. As a big jump goes on top. And we talked about this level 19 Invoker. He survives quite a while. 2,300, 2,400. Oh, wait. Okay, that's going to be a buyback here. Because, okay, Roche is up. So they're just saying, you know what? It's fine. We're okay here. I got baited out. I died, but I know where the enemy team is now, and Roche is on the table. This is the third Roche, so let's see what they're going to be able to get done here. Smoke out from Namiga, and Lucas and the rest, Quantum, they're going to back up, looking to wrap around. They know this is what Namiga needs. So the AO leads the charge, jumps in, tries to get on top immediately. The Bat Rider's dead. There's no buyback on him. There's not going to be any repositioning in this fight. But Young G pops the BKB, pops Exorcism. There's the arena as well, though. Cavison gets so low here, but still Young G staying alive. Boschka staying alive in this fight for the time being. And Einkrat falls down. Okay, Boschka has to get on out of here. It's going to be the Shaker dead as well. That's a second buyback as Boschka just hides. He's dead. Actually not. Looks like maybe a split killed him off, but okay, he falls. So that's 3 dead. Yes, you lose Einkrat, but absolutely worth it. Worth it there on the buyback from our Invoker. And we talked about, oh, well, never mind. That's going to be Boschka dead as well. Was this Meldbash? Yes, it was. So Meldbash on Lucas as well. And this should be 2 sets of barracks at this point. No buyback on anyone. They've not been saving buyback. They felt they needed just something in this game. And that means that Lucas, they're just going to go for tier 4s. They're going to try to force buybacks that don't exist. There is a fort, so there is that. But, yeah, there we go. There's the banner getting dropped down as well. So fort has to get forced. And now 45 seconds, 39 seconds for the 2 cores. Shaker's up in 23, but won't have Echo. This actually might just be game right now. It looks like they got the damage for it at this point. There's nothing you can do. You can try to bling a bat in and get a lasso, but that's not going to happen either. And with this tombstone here, there's just really too many zombies. Too difficult. They're not even going to bother. Okay, well, the Bat Rider is going to try to go in, but yeah, that's not going to do anything. I was going to say they're not even going to bother with Young G, but they're going to kill him off. And at this point, Quantum gets revenge for the lower bracket of the TI Quals. They move on to the playoffs here in the CCT Season 2 Series 1. And there we go. They look great. It's a 2-0. And man, Lucas TA, that is something special. Something special indeed. So that is going to be the end of our first winners match here today. It was, again, very much that TA, everything supporting him a little bit. But I want to talk about emptiness. Oh, man. The way he carried that early game, he got a kill on Boschka in lane, ran through the map, got himself like, what was the timing on that? Let me look at his item timing here. Very quick Spirit. Yeah, he got like a 16, no, sorry, that was Caveson's. He had a 15-minute Spirit Vessel. He had a quicker Spirit Vessel as position 4 than Cavison did as position 3. He ran the map over. It was a very impressive support Invoker performance. So I guess rip our pubs is what I'm hearing, but excellent really play from everyone. Palatimus looks awesome on that Mars as well. And at the end of the day, that Huskar, despite not being able to lane through just so many wrenches in the draft of what Namiga wanted to do. Of course, Namiga, they have another shot in the lower bracket. They're going to play Passion UA tomorrow, which we're going to have to see how that one's going to go. It's actually not a rematch. Often here in these GSL style groups, we have a rematch where, you upper bracket, lower bracket, but the final happens. Not happening this time. But that is the end of our first upper bracket or winners match, whatever you want to call it. First winners match of the day here in CCT Season 2 Series 1. We do have one more on the way. It is going to be Team Next Level. Doi, Dulrays, Norma, Fernans, and Flacco versus Runa team, which has been, and the games that I've seen them, Runa team has been very, very impressive. So We're going to have to see how that's going to go. Both teams got 2-0s in their opening matches. Hopefully that means this is going to be a banger of a 3-game series. But for now, it's a bit of a break as we get ourselves set up for this next series. Winner, of course, moves on to the playoffs. Loser has to play a spoiled or e-spoiled in that final series tomorrow. We'll be back soon. See y'all after the break.
Secrets can kill you.
Welcome back to Season 2 of the CCT, where now we sit in the winner's match of Group B of the GSL group, where it's two teams. It's Runa. It's Team Next Level. One team winning this series gets to move on to the playoffs, where we will eventually find out who they're going to play against. And the other, they have the honor of, well, playing in that final match tomorrow. So it's a GSL group. These are the teams, and I have been very impressed. Very, very impressed with the games I've seen from Runa team in other tournaments thus far. I think Queasy in particular on his initiating supports, like his Tusk, for example, has been very, very impressive. So that's what we're going to be looking at, as I think we have a graphic to show up to show who is playing on which team, as we take a look at Team Runa team here. And actually Team Next Level first, Norma. And Dual Reze Yawai is a name that people maybe are going to be familiar with. He's been a little bit more active. Flacco and Fernandes. His Team Next Level, and sure, eventually we might get some pictures of them. But for now, that is Team Next Level. If we take a look at who plays what, that's the important thing. Yawai's the 1, Dual Reze the 2, Norma 3, Fernandes 4, and Flacco is going to be that support. Of course, when you take a look at Runa team, they've been around a little bit longer. I think I am very, again, impressed with Queasy. Queasy has killer, really, some killer play on those position 4s. Now, Nikki Cool, he's been around for a while. She gets you on the 1. It's gonna be impressive, but again, I really think it is this Queasy guy has been the one that has me just standing up and paying attention. So those are the teams, and we're gonna move on and get ourselves ready in the draft soon enough. Again, reminder here as we pay attention to what's happening, you do not have to win. You do not have to win to move on today. Now it's better, it means you get a better better bracket seed. It means you get a better, well, it means you get a better bracket seed. You don't have to play as many games, show as many drafts. But if you do lose, you do get to go play Espoiled or Espoiled, however they say their name, later, actually tomorrow in that decider match. So looks like our draft is just about ready to go here, as we're gonna get into this Group B winners match till the end. Also known, by the way, if you're paying attention and you saw, name's a little bit different. Till the end is also known as H2O, which is a name I very much appreciate. Also known as H2O. So she gets you on the 1, Nikki Gould 2, Alberca 3. And Alberca, as we take a look at this band, or these bands getting started, I think of him as a Doom player more than anything else. But gonna be interesting to see how they decide to go. Bristle and Shaman gonna be the first set of bands here. Not surprising. They've just been their first pick, first band. They're annoyed. Bristle gives you enough. It is flexible enough. You can play it on the 1. You can play on the Warpath fast. You can play it on the 3 with Sticky Nasal Goo. Not seeing it on the 2 as much, but gives you enough flexibility and just, it's hard to kill. It has a bunch of team fight impact. Farms very well. It's one of these heroes that pro players, they just don't want to deal with. And of course, Shaman has been very strong right now. Getting a break on 15 is incredibly powerful. Taking 14 hits to kill a snake that's 3-shotting supports is very strong. So just taking that out of there ASAP makes a lot of sense. Now, Team Next Level, I guess I'm not that surprised to see a Darkseer taken out early. It has been pretty popular in the picks and the bans as of late, just because it's one of these heroes that you get auras, you have impacts, you can enable your cores, and you don't have to lane. You don't have to worry about, say, I don't know, picking a hero and then just having a really bad lane matchup, not being like picking a Sand King and getting anti-mage in there and just being unable to do anything, right? It means that you have this ability, and even then Sand King's not a great example because Sand King can go back lane. But for now, just they're going to take that out. TA is going to be the victim as well, but when there are so many heroes that are so high in ban priority, right? The Terrorblade, generally, we saw in that last series, banned all the time. The TA, the Shadow Shaman, the Undying that has seen some buffs since it was a little bit more popular. All of these things, it means something's going to get through. So Team Next Level, they first picked the Terrorblade. This, of course, is a flex possibility. Could be 1, could be 3, could be 4. And it's for, Coddle. Certainly in 738, this was by far the most, I don't know if I want to say the most OP hero of the patch, but one of certainly the strongest supports in the patch. You get your shard going, you go and you bring everyone everywhere. It's the Uber taxi, and you get a lot of mana back. It is just a very strong hero. And depending on where this Terrorblade goes, I could see it Sometimes, very rarely. But sometimes we do have, we do see the core sometimes. And that's also pretty interesting. Massive magic burst damage against someone like a Terrorblade is very useful. Of course, the Terrorblade against physical damage is totally fine. You know, they're sitting there, they're going to be happy. But magic damage, they don't have a lot of HP. It takes a while for them to get there. And these kind of mid coddles can rotate to the safe lane, take the Terrorblade down a couple times and really slow their game down. Also does a pretty good job of dealing with the illusions as well. So I don't know if that's where we're going to go. I don't know if this is going to force just the presence, the threat of a coddle mid is going to force the Terrorblade down. Likely not. They're picking him because Terrorblade has a ton of impact in the mid game, has very solid comeback potential if they need it to, as it's going to be a puck ban for now. And Naga coming into this as well. Again, this is just one of those heroes that teams are really liking because it gives you that reset potential, that a body and lane that we were talking about in the last series, but just gives this ability to go and take a team fight, take half the team fight, reset, go again, and then figure out what's going to happen, right? Like, especially when we have there's not a ton of big team, it's only one hero picked, but when you pick these drafts that have a ton of big team fight spells, Darkseer, for example, Earthshaker, Disruptor, things like that, that have these very powerful team fight spells, you can really play this in such a way where you wait for some of the spells to come out, and then you drop the song, and then you're fine because only half the spells have been used, and then they're done, and you're not layering them properly, and it just becomes a very bad time. So that is always the potential that we're looking at here with this Naga. I suppose it could be a core Naga, but I don't remember the last time I saw a core Naga. It has been a long time. I don't think the hero is very good right now in the core position. So this should be the 5, maybe the 4. It does bring to mind this higher possibility that the Coddle is going to be a core, mainly because, well, the Coddle is, first picking 2 supports is not most common from really any team. But if you add the Oracle into that one, being able to make yourself immune to physical damage, or have make yourself immune to magic damage. There we go. It does mean that maybe it's less likely that the Coddle is going to go and occupy that core role, because, well, if you go and you commit on in and you're like, I'm going to kill the Terrorblade, well, you can just remove any sort of magic damage. You can go and pop False Promise if you need to, and it becomes bursting down like that becomes very difficult. So Wind Ranger is going to be the follow-up, which means that this is not going to be a support Terrorblade. This is going to be a position 1. Again, not too surprising given how the drafts have been going, given how teams are really drafting for the most part right now. But it does give a lot of clarity. And it's kind of interesting because that last series, we saw Namiga being this team that, especially in Game 2, was very much focusing on having as many flexes in the draft as possible. The first 3 picks were, well, 2 of the first 3 picks were Shaker and Batrider and Death Prophet, and that could have gone kind of all over the place. As it stands, this is a little bit more fixed. Beastmaster is going to be the 3 for is going to be the off lane for Runa team, and that actually can be pretty solid. Yeah, we talked about this ability to block some magic damage, but okay, well, I say it's going to be kind of solid. Beastmasters have not been going the axe, axe max recently because the facet was nerfed into the ground. So it's been a lot of summons, certainly, and that's not bad against Oracle, absolutely. Against a Wind Ranger, once the Wind Run goes down, you're going to die. But maxing axes against a Terrorbladed lane can be very strong. Once you get to like 3 or 4 points in axes, you're spamming them down, and it's very hard for the Terrorblade to stay alive. And looks like it will be a mid lane coddle here. So that's pretty fun, unless there's some sort of core Shadow Demon, core Naga, which I don't really expect that to happen. Shadow Demon 4, Naga 5. I mean, this is gonna be a mid coddle. I like it in this setup, actually. I think that's really cool. Of course, this is gonna be Dawnbringer is very strong in the meta right now. It makes it that much harder to go gank the Terrorblade. There's so much team fight and save for the Terrorblade in this game, especially once Dawnbringer gets their Ags, which we've been seeing a lot of people go like Blade Mail Ags. Which means that you can go, you're in the fight immediately, you have stuns, you break things up, the counter engage there on, say, the Beastmaster, and then you get a bunch of pulses of your ultimate following you around as you kind of keep your Terrorblade safe, which, especially if they're false promised, means that they're even less likely to die. So This setup right now is very good at keeping this Terrorblade alive, making sure that he gets his Sunder off, making sure that he gets the damage off. As yeah, it should be mid coming out of next level. Runa team, they're wise to that, so it's going to be a Pangolier, which I think would have been actually very solid. Gives you a counter versus the Song if you get your roll up off. Gets you on top of this core Coddle, which is always scary. Just does a very good job of disrupting team fights in this draft that wants to be, for the most part, very front to back. And next level, they're also aware what's happening here. It's going to be a carry coming out of Runa team. It could be carry Beastmaster, I guess, but again, with the changes that have happened, I don't really like carry Beastmaster right now. So it's just, again, rushing that Ag setup, putting offlaners in the safe lane. With the Ags as bad as nerfed as it is, with that facet nerfed as it is, it's just not. It doesn't really feel all that great. So right on that last ban, a solid amount of time, and Lifestealer. Looks like that is going to be the pick. Lifesteal would lane great into the Dawnbreaker, which is looks like they're just kind of looking at laning matchups right now, as it's going to be a Void Spirit mid again. We saw Void Spirit in that last series get flexed to the off lane and have a miserable time. Oh, I love this. I'm a little bit afraid of the Void Spirit dive. Actually, I'm a little bit afraid of the dive in general. Dawnbreaker can do it as well. But Drow into Terrorblade annihilates. It really also helps you deal with the Oracle a little bit. I like this Drow pick. If it can stay alive, if it can go and just, if there's enough breakout, right? So you have a Shadow Demon for that, Naga Siren for that to go reset the fight. You get some healing from Nikki Cool as well. I really like this draft out of Runa team. We're going to have to see how it's going to work out, because, again, there are win conditions. You dive in with the Void Spirit, pop a Dawnbringer ult, and go to town. Meanwhile, Terrorblade kills everything else. That is certainly a play. That is absolutely a play that we're going to see. But for now, not really going to happen. Any interesting facets that we have queued up here? Solar Bind, of course, because this is Core Coddle. Doesn't really surprise me all that much. Yeah, nothing super crazy. So Queasy, of course, is going to be on that Shadow Demon. Not quite the heroes that I think of him. When I think of Queasy heroes, I'm thinking of like a Tusk or a Shaker, something like that. You know, one of these very these initiating melee supports that just get in there and start to mess things up and really play around with the team. But this does a really nice job. It means you have Drow illusions, which can be nice. They can do a lot of damage, but more importantly here, it's the save for the Drow to allow them to allow the Drow to go and actually get the damage off once Dual Resi and Norma jump on top. That really is what we're looking at. So yeah, it should be an interesting game. If Terrorblade can go and get the farm that he needs, great. He's gonna go off. But I'm a little worried about this Drow Ranger matchup. Terrorblade has so much armor, but he doesn't build armor, right? All the armor comes from his stats and the stats that he buys. Drow bypasses all of that. So if you can go and just get this Drow hitting the Terrorblade, it's going to have a really rough time. That's really the story that we're looking at. In fact, no one really buys a lot of armor. Maybe the Dawnbreaker, but no one else really buys armor on the side of Team Lex level. But we're going to take a look at how this is going to go as we're in game number 1. A little bit of drawing on the map already. Seems like our Oracle wants to dive into the enemy triangle, maybe set that thing up, and that could be a pretty good thing to do. I feel like a lot of invades go into enemy safe lane, and then you really don't find anything because both invades have traded. But in this game, you can try to find the Beastmaster in the triangle. That can often work out for you fairly well. Of course, we talked about the potential of going max access. Alberca is still going on Wild Hunt for now, which is what every Beastmaster has been going. Even though technically maxing access against a Terrorblade is very good, well, you still go for the Wild Access you still go for the Wild Hunt facet. You still make sure that you're going to get that decently timed Helm of the Dom, Helm of the Overlord, and start to shove things down, and certainly into an Oracle, into a Windrunner, getting those summons, getting the beasts, getting the Helm Dom creeps going pretty early can be a very impactful thing. It's difficult for the supports to deal with it. I think when we take a look at this game, though, a lot of this is going to be on the shoulders of Nikki Cool. All right, of this, really, I guess for Runa team, It's going to be on the shoulders of Nikki Cool. If this coddle goes off, if this coddle starts to really get a lot of damage done, starts to be able to rotate, it's going to be great. But if it doesn't, you're not going to have a lot of impact. It's just going to be this great big walking bag of gold that it just eventually runs into problems. And the Void Spirit again. Dawnbringer Void Spirit Dawnbreaker Void Spirit have a really nice synergy. Just dive on top of the coddle, diving on top of the draft. That's what you want to go for. And these heroes that want to be playing from range, kind of front to back here, maybe not going to be the easiest thing. And as I look at this draft a little bit more as well, Beastmaster is also not really that frontliner. Beastmaster, yes, it's a little bit more when you go for Helm Dom, Helm of the Overlord, because you do have those stats that you get, so you're a little bit tankier in that way. But your job is also to try to go and, okay, that's actually, I guess, Beastmaster with the Wild Hunt Facet is a little bit more like that, because you have the creep as well. You do have the ability, at least through the mid game, to stand in front and cause some issues. That's going to be interesting to see how that one is gonna go. Of course, the other thing we got to pay attention to, this Dawnbreaker is hard to lane into a Dawnbreaker before like 5 minutes, because their new innate Break of the Dawn means that they get 25% bonus damage up until the first nighttime. It does go down a little bit, so right now they're looking at a 17% damage increase. But when you're at 71 damage versus 64 on the Drow, yeah, the Drow can kind of click you down, and that doesn't feel very good, but just the damage differential makes it very effective here for the Dawnbreaker to go and just get all the CS and be pretty happy about it. Other thing to point out, of course, is the fact that, well, that's base damage. So it really does help you out with the stats as well once you start to get some bracers or something like that. But you're still a melee hero versus a Drow, so Dawnbreaker just got the boots on the way, making sure you can run out of all the slows and the damage that makes life very annoying. And behind this, this is how this is going to go, right? You should see a Blade Mail go down, probably an Ags behind that one, and just be this big, beefy, tanky frontliner that causes disruptions. And the nice thing about Dawn as well is you farm a ton. So this game, it does end up being as slow as game number, or the first series was. Well, it's like, okay, well, I'm just going to pull creeps together and I'm going to farm, and I'm going to be the fattest hero on the map. And that can also work out very nicely here. So for now, mid lane, just going to trade farm a little bit. Dual Razid doing a little bit better overall, but we're just trading. It's fine. Nothing super crazy. I guess the one problem is that Beastmaster's having a bit of a rough time, but even that's, it's not that bad. Flacco does a really nice job though on the bottom side, and just channels Fate's End, or Fortune's End. Just channels Fortune's End. Make sure that Alberca does not get the 3 minute Lotus, and well, any little bit of resources you can pump into UI here are going to pay you back in spades when UI hits the mid game, starts to get those items up, and really starts to cause some problems. This should be a pretty stable laning stage. They're doing a very good job of separating the waves, so it's not like Norma's going to take a ton of damage here from Shigetsu. Beastmaster, maybe not quite as good, but once you start to get multiple levels in the boars, so we're on 2 levels in the boars right now, they can start to bully these melee cores a little bit more, start to bully around Flacco a little bit. So even then, you got that one go for yourself. And mid lane, this is not a lane where Nikki Cool is going to go and kill off the Void Spirit. Well, at least he shouldn't. But you push the wave out, you get some farm, you get damage done to Dual Razia, of course, but really shouldn't kill him. You have no really way to get on top of that. And then you just go back and you farm creeps. It's a very peaceful stage. Now, on the bottom side, Burka doesn't want to get too close here now that meta has been popped. So this is just going to secure UI a little bit more farm. That's always rather nice, but yeah, this is just zoning again. This shouldn't kill a Burka. Well, that being said, Fernandes gets a really nice shot there on top of Drow in the top lanes after Norma set it up for him. Almost first blood coming down from Runa team, but Fernandes barely staying alive. He went down to like 5 HP or something, very low. They're going to take down the Drow. And this is where life is pretty scary. Drow has been getting a lot more picks and has a decent win rate, so I'm not going to sit here and say Drow is a bad hero, because it's not. But this is where Drow can struggle a little bit. Like this early to mid game, especially against something like a Dawnbreaker that can just jump right on top of her and make it very hard.
Dire are scanning.
Make it extraordinarily difficult to go and actually and survive and get your CS. So for now, Drow's farming reasonably well. Maybe not quite as good as the Terrorblade, but good enough. And remember, in this game, if the Drow is big enough, and like if the Drow has a reasonable game, Drow is a game counter to the Terrorblade. You just remove all their armor. Terrorblades up until very late in the game don't tend to have massive HP pools. So you just have the Drow there, and they, especially once you get your shard, and you pop up on a glacier, you just gotta sit there and do a ton of damage to UI. Also, we should point out that well, this might be a shard game, or this might be an Axe game. It doesn't really impact what you get back from Sunder, and I'm actually not sure if the healing reduction on the Ags impacts healing when Oracle ult. Well, you can just probably purge it off, so it might help out with the Oracle ult a little bit. I'm actually not totally sure if that guarantees the kill or not, but as it may be, the more control, the more healing reduction, more early regen reduction can be rather nice. As Nicky Cool come down to the bottom side, let's see what he can find here. Does have level 6, so we'll have Solar Bind available. But Flacco and UI being very conscientious on the bottom side. Now, okay, well, they're just gonna see the Illuminate, and that tells them there are 3 heroes here, but it is 4 heroes rotating. UI barely out of vision. Oh, Queasy's not gonna. Well, no, maybe. Oh, okay, there we go. There's the banish. Are we going to get more? Queasy for now gets very, very low as Fernandez has to run away. Queasy has to run away in the time being. Doesn't really have a save for himself, and that's going to be a dead Queasy. On the backside, Dual Razine getting on top of Nicky Cool as well. He will get healed on up here, and the dueling mids are going to be totally separated on the fight. Meanwhile, bottom side UI getting low, but he's going to kill off till the end as well. Very well played from UI. Does he have? No, he's halfway to level 6. But he's trying to run here. Okay, he will die eventually. Nicky Cool's going to take him down, but Dual receive full HP. Okay, arrow's not going to land, but Nicky Cool falls down. There's also a Fracas, a melee in the bottom lane. And we're going to take a look just how kind of even at the end of the day. Runa team lose 3. Team Next Level lose 2. But it's going to be the carry in the 5 versus the 2, 4, and 5. I think the big story there is that was a massive fight for both Dual Razee and the Terrorblade. They got a lot of gold out of this one. And putting a decent amount of gold on Naga Siren is not nearly as impactful. So that worked out very nicely here for our Terrorblade as he was able to kite around. And that was just really nice. Just a really good job on the juke path. We saw Queasy trying to get on top and get himself the disruption, but using the disruption aggressively like that means you're not really going to be able to go and... Oh, that's a free shield rune. Don't mind if I do. And Durazzi's just going to have to back... Oh, we're reeling in. Do we have anyone nearby? No, not really. They're just poking with him. They're having some fun. Really shouldn't die here. But just really nice juking meant that you had to use the disruption a little bit too early, or you had to use the disruption in the fight, which means there's no save, which means Queasy died very quickly. And well, that meant that life was just very, very difficult. So, Coddle, by the way, is going Earn. I mean, that shouldn't surprise anyone, but it's going to be probably Vessel into bots, I think is going to be the play. Is a bit of aggression here, but it's going to get found out here. Until the end, he's dead, but it's not going to be a dead Nicky Cool. And that is really what you were looking for with this push. Dual Razee is going to try to move in now, but Nicky Cool is still hanging around, and they will see the Illuminate, but they don't want to dive tier 2. So that's a little bit scary. Certainly the tier 1 should fall down. Shigetsu just has to back on out of this. The 3 hero stop, that's just not somewhere he'd like to be. Interesting. So Alberca here, he's not rushing straight to Helm of the Overlord, which you might it really is kind of what happens quite a bit. Sometimes we even just see them skipping boots and just going straight Helm Overlord. But this game is going to be drums instead, I guess, playing around with that drought timing. You want to make sure that you just really have this extremely powerful push timing. That Beastmaster, that the coddle and that the Drow can go for. And greeting out for the Helm of the Overlord, which, while it's very strong, is this just going to be dead Oracle? Well, maybe not here. Yeah, that's a lot of save coming in from Dual Z and Norma altogether. It's going to be a save on Alberca, but he should just die. Yeah, really nice first ult coming out of Norma, and, well, that's going to be, yep, no, absolutely not. Not only was this a great save, the Break of Dawn, it's 25% bonus damage right now. This is the strongest the Dawnbreaker gets every 10 minutes. So the heals are there. The Oracle does not die. And everything goes where everything needs to go. So when we look at Runa team, though, we really are dialing up this push timing. I think that's the story they're telling themselves. Dragonlance is going to be ready soon enough. Not here just yet, but Dragonlance, maybe like one more defensive item on top of that, whether that's a BKB or Manta style or something like that. But when you get drums, which we are fairly close to, it's about 450 gold away for the Beastmaster. You get drums, you get this coddle for all the healing, you get this drow, and this like 17-minute or so timing feels very impactful. If they can get to it where the position they would like to go for and they don't just get jumped on top of and killed, this feels like it's going to be pretty strong. Now, the Terrorblade having himself a pretty nice time. He's got his Yasha done, farming up the Mac like a storm, and he's not even the strongest hero on his team, which is not me saying he's in a bad spot. No, he's in a great spot, but more importantly, this Void Spirit is having a great game. He's 3-0-0, he's on 73 CS, and he's just top of the board. So we talked about this requirement, this utility of being able to jump on top of Nikki Cool, jump on top of the Drow. Well, that's what you like. So dives in, gets some of the skeleton, going to knock it down, but I say he's going to try to do something. But we're also seeing the power of Fortune's End on the Oracle here. As Aurora's going to go down, trying to take down this Terrorblade just in time. They're going to get him down. And now they split. They try to run away just a little bit more. Queasy out of mana, but it's going to drop the ultimate for the time being. Queasy's dead. But can you go make these changes? We do. We do have the stun. The Hawk gets in. And Orma tries to run here. Fortune's End backs away for the time being. And it's going to have to be an ult from it's going to have to be False Promise from the Oracle. So Fernandes comes in there. You will lose Queasy on the backside, but taking down this Terrorblade in the middle of this fight is a massive deal. He has been farming very well, and again, this is a game of who gets bigger faster. Is it going to be the Drow? It's going to be the Terrorblade. And in this game, it is the Terrorblade that has died a little bit more. This gives Drow time to catch up, surpass the Terrorblade a little bit. And I guess I'm not that surprised. But it's going to be a Dragonlance into an Ags for the Drow here, which gives you a lot of anti-healing, and that can be very nice against this Dawnbreaker and the Oracle and the Terrorblade. Gives you a lot of control, split damage. It's a very strong bit of utility. But I kind of expected to see something that would allow Shigetsu to make space after they're jumped upon. Go and when Dawnbreaker gets on top and when Void Spirit gets on top, let them force staff themselves away or do something like that. But I guess you're relying on the save from the Shadow Demon, from Queasy. I guess you're relying on the heals from Keeper of the Light. And all that together means that, well, maybe it is okay. Of course, you do have till the end as well, a combo break to separate once you get jumped on top of. So all of those things can be very useful. As by the way, Coddle going Earn into Orchid, not getting that vessel, not getting the bots just yet. No, in the end, has to be rather careful here. But the the Orchid doing a pretty decent job. Joel Z, though, is going to jump on in a little bit more until the end. Actually gets saved out. Where is the Drow? Coming in from the bottom side. Joel Z getting low, gets silenced out. No Fortune's Ends available. And yeah, he's just going to get healed up here. So really, spells for spells. No one dies. But we can really see there's a reason the Oracle is getting very high pick priority right now. And it's really strong. This Oracle is tremendously, it gives you a dispel. And given the setup of this, really, of Dota right now, where everything, like there's so many slows and dots and silences, Getting into the spell is incredibly impactful. Now Burka's going to try to find Flacco, but he's going to find him instead. He is not long for this world. Great song, though, and Burka should be able to maybe chain it with a stun. No, it's just going to be a song. He's going to get on out of here. This was the power of that Naga Siren, where people jump on top of you, and you just go. You're good. You get on out of there, and there's short of BKBs or some sort of really long range stun, there's really not a lot that you can do. So UI trying to chase down Queasy, and Queasy did almost die, but he's gonna be fine. Now he's got that Aether Lens that gonna get a little bit longer range save, which is super impactful in this game. I feel like Aether Blink is just the play here for Queasy. Yeah, it does give you some setups, but far more importantly, it means you can play from very far away and make sure your Drow doesn't die, or make sure you. Dota, please. There we go. Okay, so Dorizi gets on top of the Shadow Demon. Is going to take him down, and that may try to unlock the tier 1, but it's going to be a fortification. And okay, in the end, do you have a root available? Don't really know, but slows down, tries to get a little bit more. Fernandes takes a lot of damage here, and he's going to die. So support first support, but the mid lane is going to stay alive. And yeah, not only does the mid lane stay alive here, Beastmaster is also going to go and take the mid tower of Team Next Level. So pretty even game, all things considered. Yes, trading back and forth, but I'm just looking at this drought timing. Really is the thing. He is about 800 gold away from the Ags. Beastmaster, despite maybe a little bit of a rough laning stage, has been farming rather nicely as well. It's so surprising. I still think that we're not getting an Overlord. And sure, one can argue Crimson Guard against the Terrorblade is incredible. So someone's got to get it. Might as well be the Beastmaster. You want drums for the push timing to really just empower everything up. And I don't disagree with these arguments, but getting an Ancient Black Dragon and just having all that magic damage on the ground, giving your Drow a little bit more attack damage with the Thunderhide, those are also that's also really good. But I guess the argument is like, well, okay, you're really only gonna kill, as Alberca's gonna give 100 gold over there. You're really only gonna kill the Oracle with an Overlord. Even then, the Windrunner can run away. So it's just not really worth the expenditure when you can go get, say, a Crimson Guard or drums or these other useful aura items that are going to enable your entire team to not die and do a lot of damage. Subberg is going to try to dive in. Thinks about dropping the war. Yeah, that's a good call. Doesn't drop it on Dorizi. Instead, just takes this Oracle on. I would say takes. Yeah, there we go. Oracle falls on out of here. Song's going to get dropped. So Alberca, stuck in the middle of things, is not going to be really on all that risk. And now we're going to see a Purge goes down on, not on the Void Spear, I thought it was, on Norma there. So he's going to be slowed down a little bit. Actually, slowed down a lot more, but he should be able to teleport out. I don't know if we have any more. No, we don't. So no more stuns. They will kill off the Oracle. No one dies, and it's just these small fights where a lot of stuff happens, but only one hero dies. Honestly, pretty good for Team Next Level. They getting this Terrorblade stronger and stronger, making it a little bit harder to kill him, is gonna go super important in the mid game. So Drow's now got their Ags, which is, again, very useful in these fights. It gives you just a ton of splash damage, slows everything up, reduces a lot of healing, which means that the power of this Oracle, and realistically, what I wasn't even talking about, but the power of this Dawnbringer. It goes in and keeps the Oracle alive for quite a while, where, well, if you're going and just reducing the healing, that Oracle actually dies when the Solar Guardian comes down instead of stays alive for the Solar Guardian timing. And that is very impactful. Of course, Norma does have their Ags done now, which means that even once the Solar Guardian arrives, you can still go and have a lot of healing in this fight. The more I think about it, the more getting this Ags really first big item or second item really does make a lot of difference. And behind that, well, it's the Hurricane Pike. It's going to be the Manta even after that one. Just giving the Drow this ability to make space, to separate from things. As Team Next Level, now they're going to go and they're going to take the Tormentor. They're really two really good shards. It's going to be Flacco. It's going to give you that healing rain. That just means that, well, Dawnbreaker is going to be that much more effective on the Solar Guardian. It means that Oracle just themselves heals a little bit more. Reign of Destiny is a very impactful ability in a lot of these fights. Maybe you want the Windrunner slightly more as an additional level of control, but you're not really going to complain about it. Luckily, though, well, not luckily, but Runa team, they identified that, okay, they were on the north side of the map. That's where Team Next Level were, so we can go and take the Roche. Looks like there's a bit of a smoke on the high ground, trying to get on top of this, but the Roche is already there. Terrorblade will pop meta for this to try to contest this, and, well, Runa team are just out of it. They're fine. Not really going to accomplish all that much with this meta. It farms you, but you really do need more than farming. Man, it's funny. I feel like in the meta, I feel like watching a lot of games. I've been seeing a decent amount of pretty high kill per minute in Dota 2 right now. And these games between these Eastern European teams are just, we are 21 minutes in. We are 2/3 of a kill a minute. That is wild. But they've kind of identified their timings. They know, okay, well, I need XYZ item. And there's no point in fighting before I have this item, before I have my Ags, before I have my BKB. So we're just going to dodge as much as possible. And it's hard to go, the map as big as it is, it's pretty hard to go chase heroes across the map. Really, the best way you do it is you contest objectives. You take a Roche fairly early. You go and you push down some tier 2s. You do something like that. You do things that force your opponent to go and try to interact with you as much as possible. Oh, your Y taking a lot of damage there, but he's not going to die. He's got himself a Sunder, and he's got a team behind him. So really, he won't die. And with the situation as it is, with this Manta as it is okay, Abarca gets on top of the Windrunner. There's going to be the silence. The Windrunner is dead. Wind Ranger will fall, so not a big deal. But importantly, this Terrorblade, outside of a hard lockdown, outside of like literally a roar, and I think that's it, or maybe one silence and then a Manta, then a second silence, this Terrorblade does not die easily. In fact, more likely than not, you almost kill him and you kill yourself on the Sunder instead, especially as he's looking at Condemned, so no minimum HP on that one. We talked about this this push timing that we might see out of the Drow. It wasn't the 17-minute timing I was talking about. It's a little bit later, but Shigetsu sitting here with 2.5 minutes on the Aegis. He's got his Hurricane Pike. He's got his Ags. And these towers are going to start to fall. It really just does become a question of when are we going to see, when are we really going to go and see a response here? Because for right now, again, it's just Shigetsu sitting up there, taking towers as he would like. Terrorblade continues to scale. Quite a ways from this Scotty, though. Like, what? Like, almost 3,000 gold away from the Scotty. So that's a little bit scary. Shigetsu runs in, removes the creep wave, and the push continues. This is the strength of this lineup. This timing right now, Shigetsu is level 16. He's got Ags. He's got a Hurricane Pike. He's got a Beast behind him. He's got a Coddle behind him to give you that healing. And it's just, it's a hard thing to fight into. But for now, Void Spirit tries to get on top of Shigetsu. Taunts him up for now. He's going to get rooted up that much more. We need saves here. Shigetsu, though, only first life. So even if he loses that, it's going to be fine as the song is going to go down. Shigetsu backs up a little bit more. And are we going for the re-engage? Are we just saving the Aegis? Looks like we're just saving the Aegis. Queasy, though, backs up, channeling a little bit more damage there as Fernand's going to try to chase him down. And there we go. So Queasy is dead. He did get the good save, though. On top of the Drow. Flacco taking a lot of damage here. Oh, for staff 4. That's going to be a dead Flacco. 2 shots takes him down. Doesn't get the roar off, though. Now it is. Can we kill him off in the roar timing? This has to happen, but no. It's going to be the Norma finds his way on in. Hex, though. Oh, he pops. Oh, he's dead. The Hex done there for Keeper of the Light at this point. Means that he can't get anything off. No saves. Nothing like that. Now, Burka? Okay, Norma's just going to BKB. I think it's about TPN on out of here, but... he doesn't have a TP, so he just has to re-engage instead. It's a lot of damage on Nikki Cool and Shigetsu. But it's such a good kite job at this point. There's a Hex as well. Yeah, no. That's not going to work out. So Shigetsu almost dies. Doesn't die. Stays alive, and now this tier 1, which is really all they were fighting on. This tier 1 will fall. Maybe, actually, you don't have to reset. 16 seconds, you got the Aegis. So you're going to heal right back up to full, and Nikki Cool doesn't even pop his ultimate on that one. I don't think he did. Just these 2 hexes, one to kill off the Terrorblade, one to kill off the Dawnbreaker at the end, were so impactful. There we go, Drow. Now gonna heal nicely right back on up to full. That looks like her Manta is, yep, full Manta on the way for the Drow as well. So now it's even harder as the Void Spirit gets on top with the Ags. That silence, well, you just perked that one off. It's even harder to get on top of and stay on top of this Drow. And it will only get worse as the Butterfly's in there and all of a sudden the Dawnbreaker can't really hit the Drow. No one can really hit the Drow. I still think I want to see the Shard. Being able to go and get marksmanship procs while you're not actively, even when your enemy's right on top of you, is incredibly powerful. Well, that's all towers down. We're still about 2 minutes away from Rouge potentially spawning. Probably 4 or 5 minutes away from it actually spawning. We're going to have to see how this goes. Even if Dual-Resi gets on top of him. Certainly Drow has a Manta. Queasy also, Queasy doesn't have the Shard, but he's got a Force Staff. He's got Etherlens. He's going to get a blink behind this. It is, even if you get on top of the Drow, consistently staying on top of the Drow is not all that easy. As we're going to see UI take down the Naga on the bottom side. That's something. And actually, this might be the best time to fight. I say it's something, and I don't sound super impressed, but playing around on not being able to play with Song actually matters quite a bit. These disengages off Song, once the Dawnbreaker, once the Void Spirit, they get on top and cause some issues, are super important. So if you're able to make these plays when that's not really happening, when that's not really available, that actually can be rather nice. But for now, it's just going to be push on the tier 1 bottom. Not a lot of time left on meta, so looks like they're going to get the tier 1, and that'll be just about it. Okay. Okay, okay, this is Wisdom Shrine. So 6 seconds until Wisdom. Queasy leading the front line here. And gets a decent banish on top of the Void Spirit. And then there's the Hex as well, trying to get on top. They don't really want to dive into this, into the Wisdom Shrine. They say it's not worth it for now. So it's going to be a Wisdom for Dual-Resi. What does that get him? Nothing. Doesn't even get him a full level. So I guess technically gets him closer to level 18, but this incredible bounty. It's not a level 18. It's not a 20. It's not a 15. Nothing really like that.
I crack her with light.
So, Y does have his Scotty. Getting a little closer and closer to that Hurricane Pike. And with this Scotty, it can be rather scary. Because you just slow everything down. It's not like there's a lot of healing, but just being able to slow this Drow down can be a very impactful thing. It means you just get on top of it a little bit more. It means that, well, it's not even, I was going to say these saves don't matter, but it does keep you safe at least a little bit from the Illuminate, right? From the Illuminate healing right there. Is got a bit of a fight kicking off on the bottom side. Drow is nowhere to be found, so this is not a fight that Runa team want. They're going to do what they can to back up. They're going to kill off some illusions, fight some time, but yeah, again, this is not a fight that Runa team want to take. Not with Drow, not lacking Drow, because Drow at this point, is the strongest hero on the map. Drow is doing pretty good. I mean, you could go for a pickoff maybe. And you could go and find someone with the Hex and chain it all together. But yeah, no, without the Drow there, you are not taking a team fight. Roche is up alive in the top pit, by the way. That was a very quick respawn. So we're going to see Runa team playing around that thing as much as possible. They got some vision set up here. I would assume, where are they going to set up there? You're not setting up a lot of vision. No, okay, there it is. Yeah. So they got vision around the triangle. That's going to make it very difficult for Team Next Level to get on top of them. But unfortunately, it's 30 minutes, which means that setup that they had on the Roche is not really going to be there anymore, because Roche is making his nice long journey onto the bottom side, where it's going to be a little bit easier, I think, for Team Next Level to go engage. There are no wards, not really, for Runa team. They don't have a ton of high ground. They got one. Actually, that's not a bad ward. Okay, so not thinking about moving forward, but really, I was gonna say I'm surprised we're not going for the Roche, and now we are. So Drow shreds Roche. She does. I'm a little surprised we're not looking for a fight into Roche. So what looks like what's gonna happen right now is she's gonna poke the Roche a little bit, force the hand of Team Next Level, while Nicky Cool just about gonna get his eggs. Another team fight bit of utility that just makes it hard to get on top of the Drow. Realistically, you can just drop the Ignis Fatus on top of the Drow, and it's another save, even if you don't want to do anything else. But just this additional team fight utility is so very strong. So the Courier of Nicky Cool's on its way out right now. He's going to have that eggs very, very soon. And then we're going to try to see him TP on in. Roar goes down. Where's that Roar? Roar goes down on top of Norma on the bottom side, but it's not going to be enough to really get a kill. So Alberca now has to run away here from Dual Razi. And, well, for now, he's doing a pretty good job. Even still, we're going to be fight changing around. Shigetsu joins the fight as well. And again, remember, strongest hero on the map. When he shows up, you run. So Shigetsu was able to find his way over. And okay, no, that's... He thought about it. He's thought about maybe trying to steal the Roche. Not going to happen. He will be able to kill off the Centaur. But now we're on this timer where you got to find something. Shigetsu, or excuse me, Yawai, has about 45 seconds-ish remaining on Metamorphosis. At which point, he does a lot of damage. And Dawnbreaker, by the way, still playing on the north side, does have Solar Guardian to make that happen as they continue to poke, continue to get damage done in this Roche, but importantly, continue to just remove these illusions, remove some of the vision that UI can generate into this. And now we're looking at like 20 seconds remaining on meta, and that's really what Runa team are looking to wait out. Wait for meta to be over. Don't take the fight until then. Maybe you kill him, that might be worth doing, but otherwise, you don't really wait. So Alberca's going to find his way in here. This is a little bit dicey. Alberca's very, very low, but the song's going to break him out of here, and that's what we're talking about. When the engage comes in, when the Solar Guardian shows up, you just go and you pop the song. And now Void Spirit is dead. There will be Nicky Cool dying in exchange, and that matters quite a bit here. The white hole is super important. Having that Hex matters a ton, but it seems like, well, meta is down, so it's not really worth fighting anymore. And this second Aegis will go the way of Runa team. A little bit unfortunate that Nicky Cool went down there. I feel like I'm actually not sure what killed him, because I thought he made separation, but I guess maybe he'd go back in with the to drop the Will-O-Wisp or something like that. But did die at the end of that fight to who did he die to? To Dual Razi. So you know what I bet happened? I bet he died to the Astral Step proc. Maybe that's what happened, because I thought he got out of there. He was very low though. And now, okay, teleport's coming in from Nicky Cool, and that's just going to be teleport out. Coming from our Terrorblade. Queasy blinks and tries to find something, but they're not going to find what they're looking for. Not really. And remember, when we take a look at this Aegis time, it's only a 2,000 net worth lead. It's 4 minutes on the Aegis. Drow, well, I have to see what she's going to be able to get done. And it's really nice, actually, that we have this game. It's only 11-11. There's not a ton of kills. But this game is pretty even at this game state. We're not looking at something where it was like a 20,000 net worth lead, but I think by both games in the last series is coming out of the trees here, trying to get on top of Norma, but Shigetsu is nullified, is taking a ton of damage there from the Blade Mail. But yeah, that's just going to be dead. Windrunner falls down. UI on the other side will take the Naga in exchange. So there is that, and Beastmaster died somewhere. Norma took him down on the other side of the map. A little bit too exposed, but now UI tries to move in, gets a Sunder on an illusion. That's not quite enough here, but that's going to be a dead Aegis as well. Shigetsu on the first life will fall. Does have a butterfly, so not that easy of a kill the second time. But Shigetsu's going to fall down. Duelvers, he tries to get on top. Ooh, a little bit dicey there. Oh, no, he's got fine. He's okay. He's got the bonus armor that he's tried to make, and it's just, on the one hand, hard to get on top of this drow. On the other, stay on top of this drow. On the other, not a lot of great big hard stuns. So with Beastmaster dying before he gets his roar off, they really can't kill the Terrorblade. Not really. So that's a bit dicey there. As Dorzy's going to show up as... And Nikki Cool is going to get saved for the time being. There's the silence, and Nikki'll just got to get the hell on out of here. He is so dead. That global presence that the Dawnbreaker gives, and oh no, their team's behind as well. This is going to be a dead drow on the backside. Oh man, it was looking so good for Runa team, and somehow Naga dies elsewhere as well. UI just takes its pound of flesh. This was looking really good for Runa team. Looking really good for Runa team in this game. This game off the Aegis and the drow timings, but when everyone gets jumped on top of, and the Naga's not there to back things up and make sure that you're okay, well, the drow just kind of dies. Especially now that there's a nullifier in the field, so Hurricane Pikes and Force Stabs don't really keep you safe. You really do need both save supports working together to make sure this drow is able to mix space and separate out and take the fight. I think we're also at the point, like, I'd love to see Glacier on the drow. I don't think we have that just yet. No Glacier, just more damage, more Butterfly. We're gonna have Daedalus on the way, but it feels like you would like to see again this Glacier. So when Void Spirit, not if, when Void Spirit jumps on top, when Dawnbringer joins him as well, you have some way to fight back. Okay, UI. Dilver Z hunting together. Where is our Dawnbringer? Yeah, just on the other side of the map, waiting to ult in when they need to. Is Solar Guardian means that you can just farm the entire map. You can be just about as farmed as the drow is, and you take part in almost every fight. Is great. There's a reason that there's a reason that Falcons were talking about how just pick Dawnbreaker. That's it. Just pick Dawn, you win the game. Pick it in any role, doesn't really matter. So we'll see how that one is going to go. But this game has swung pretty hard in the last minute or so. This TB is now fully online, and there's enough power in Dual Z and in the Dawnbreaker that it's just hard to control him. It's hard to make sure that your draft is built around this drow timing. Really hard to make sure that they stay alive. And realistically, this is kind of a 4P1 at this point. We're past the point where Coddle is incredibly, incredibly powerful. Yeah, you can build more utility, but there's a fixed amount of damage that a Coddle can do with all their spells. It's a lot, but as this game goes later, and I mean, I would love to see a pipe. But as this game goes later and HP pools get a little bit bigger, it becomes a little bit harder for Nikki Cool to stay alive and get his damage in. And now dives on top of the drow once again. This time Shigetsu is going to get saved. There's the song. Now we're going to have to look at the re-engage. Okay, so there's going to be the net. Oh, Wind Ranger just dies immediately. But can you get more here? Dulver Z blinks out for now. And He's going to be fine. Alberca tries to get the chase, but the Remnant's going to merely cause issues there as Alberca now has to pop the BKB. Playing at a pretty awkward angle. Flacco is out. So Oracle's dead. No more saves. Can we get more, though? Can we get more? And Terrorblade maybe here is going to get hexed up. Nicky Cool gets on top of him. This is a difficult kill. This is a tremendously difficult kill. Yeah, that's going to be dead. Knock him out. Okay, Terrorblade's dead. Ult comes back in, and oh, you go and got to get out immediately here. Dawnbreaker, that's not a position you want to be in. Luckily, no roar available. So, Terrorblade dies with no supports around to save him. There's nothing nothing he could do there. That's just a really unfortunate situation. Had the BKB or had the town portal scroll, had the TP scroll, but just really hard to chase this down. Also had Outworld Staff, which is pretty solid with status resistance as well. So that did mean that he was able to survive a little bit longer, but it's just not enough. When the entire enemy team, A, counters you pretty well without support, and B, is there and your team is not, you're just not going to live. So now Shigetsu, as this game swings back the other way with the Terrorblade dead for another 60 seconds. This is a lineup that pushes fast. All right, you got Boots of Bearing, you got a Drow. Yeah, it pushes very fast. So now, okay, Dulbrazee tries to get on top. Not going to be super successful there. And I don't think you buy the Terrorblade back for this. So this should be Atlanta Barracks. I don't think we get to, yeah. Terrorblade's up in 30, and they should have fortification ups. I don't think they're going to get to, but Alberca's going to rotate over to the mid-wave, and they're going to try, and certainly Nicky Cool with another decent amount of time left on his ultimate with another 25 seconds or so. Oh, he's going to be fine, but now Blink's on the bottom side here, getting on top of the Oracle. There's going to be the ultimate from Norma, but it's going to be a dead Oracle just the same. And if you can keep these death counts staggered, which is what they're trying to do. So the Oracle's dead now, and now the Terrorblade is going to show up. If you can keep them staggered, so you're still fighting 5-on-4. It's a very spooky situation. So it looks like we back up. Terrorblade's back up here, so that's something. Teleport on out of here, and well, Beastmaster's going to be able to run elsewhere. We'll lose the tower for it, but it's not all that great. And let's take a look where we are timing-wise. Ew. Wait. Yeah, this is a long Roche timer. This is like pretty much max Roche timer, I think. We're looking at 2 minutes and 11 seconds. It's about minute 45, maybe. It's going to be a while.
Radiant are scanning.
So you get Atlanta Rax, you get the Oracle, you take the tier 3 mid as well, and all of a sudden this game is totally reset. Drow top of the board, sitting here on a Daedalus, on a Butterfly, and eventually he's going to go get the Ag's Blessing and the BKB. So that's how they choose to round out, that's how the Drow is going to choose to round out their items. And I think a BKB in this late game, it's nice. It just means that you're just not quite as afraid of some of this control that eventually is jumping on top of the Drow and making life difficult. But a big flank comes in. Dulbrazee is going to go and see things immediately, or gets on top of our Beastmaster, but it's going to be fine. Not a lot of damage being done there, and we have just a bunch of overlapping circles, but this should be backing up from Team Next Level. They don't really want to take this fight. So we split up. It was a nice attempted wrap, but going on top of this Beastmaster, which is an incredibly tanky hero right now, it's not easy. So, Dawnbringer, of course, in the north. Dawnbringer in the north side. You got Solar Guardian ready to go. Another smoke though, coming out of Runa team. What are they gonna find? Aware of Dulbrazee. Okay, well that's just gonna be okay. Dulbrazee gets on top once again. A little bit of healing here, so Shigetsu's not super worried. He is level 25 as well, so additional multi-shot bonus, multi-shot damage. This Drow, if the Drow is allowed to hit and not jumped on top of, this Drow just dies. It's a very difficult fight to take. So that, or sorry, not the Drow. The Drow kills everyone. Better way to say that. It's a very difficult fight to take here for everyone on Team Next Levels. Dulbrazee sends the Revenant in, but not gonna get a lot. Of course, fighting into this right now is very scary because Terrorblade has amp damage. So, okay, Roar's gonna go on the right side, but it's just really this weird separation. Queasy's gonna fall. It's gonna be dead Oracle versus dead Queasy. And now, okay, buyback here on Queasy. Can we get on top of this Terrorblade, though? That's the important question. Looks like no one is super close for the time being. Okay, reel in here. Nullification on the Naga, and it looks like Naga's going to fall down, which means no fight resets. That's not really going to be that much of a thing. You know why? 50% HP. Amp damage. This is not something you want to fight into. So they're going to get back, separate themselves on the high, or situate themselves on the high ground. And Roshan is roaring. They're fighting back into this one, but still kind of scary. And you why? Metamorphosis is only about 30 seconds left. Looks like they're just going to back on up. And Rosh, well, he's going to have to go high ground. He's going to go north. So they can't really jump in either and go kill off Rosh and cause some issues. So just kind of this back up, go again. Yawai goes on the north side. Go and teleport into the shrine there, into the outpost there, and go again. Naga's up in 5. There's no solid TP for them to go. And no way to get them in with the Coddle either. So Alberca's going to go in, going to show them, or just going to scout out what's happening with the Roche. With this high ground hold. Not easy. Of course, Shigetsu and Alberca, they take this Roche very quickly if they are allowed to do so. So, Arrow's going to start to find their way in. Power Shots start to find their way in from the Windrunner. And, well, that's a decent shard for now. Good saves and a big long stun here on top of Alberca, but he's going to get forced out. Nullification a little bit too little, too late till the end. Will fall. Maybe not, actually. But the song does such a great job of separating, healing up so much here. Now, Joe has to get on out of here. Roche is going to go to Shigetsu. Can we get more? Oh, man, these Terrorblade illusions are doing so much. But Shigetsu now, okay, dead here in the ground. Roar's going to go down here as well. And now it's about getting the Drow Ranger out. Can you fight? Can you heal? Shigetsu with no Glacier cannot stay alive. Well, it's going to get saved eventually. Actually, now, no way. It's going to get taken down. Norma on the backside doing so much in these fights. And that attempt to Roche take, it does not work. It's another big 7,000 net worth lead for Team Next Level at this point. I mean, the power of this Solar Guardian with an Ags, with an overwhelming blink just to keep everyone locked in place. It's so difficult to deal with. So now, 9,000 net worth lead for Team Next Level. Down a Rax, but that doesn't really matter when we got a Terrorblade on the map. In fact, he's pretty close to the Disperser as well. So Terrorblade is just about 6 slotted. The Drow, dead for another 40 seconds. Does have buyback, but dead for another 40. And it's a difficult decision. Do you buy the BKB, which you have enough gold for? Or do you save for buyback? Answer, of course, is going to be buyback right now, but it is unfortunate because Drow was so close to that BKB that makes life more difficult. And, okay, they're not going to go for tier 4s just yet. They might have been able to, honestly. But now Fort's going to get dropped, and this is going to be a dead melee Rax eventually. Drow's up in 15. Shadow Demon up in just about the same in 15 seconds now. So they're only going to get a set of Rax. They're going to back up as much as they can, and
Radiant's bottom tower is under
we go again. Safe lane, a set of Rax killed off a while ago here by Runa team. Mid set of Rax now taken by Team Next Level. So top wave pushing for Runa team. Mid is going to be pushing for Team Next Level. And by the way, Roche, it's not going to be, it's 6 minutes.
Dire are scanning. Radiant are scanning.
Oh no, the scan sees till the end. Seeing the till the end, not the biggest of deals. Of course, does have buyback, so there's that. But importantly, they want something more. So they smoke around the right side, trying to see if they can maybe get a core here. It's not going to happen, as the Vision now going to get taken down in the triangle. Dormzy just jumps in there, causing him to cast the Bossman. Already Drow take a decent amount of damage. Turns around, pops the BKB. Can they kill this Terrorblade in time? Answer is no way in hell. Not at all. There we go. There's the Sunder. Gets on top of Alberca as he gets on out of here. You gotta go. I like the play, right? You go, you pop the song. You kill off the Terrorblade who's BKB'd. But Oracle is able to go in, get the false promise, and wait. Never mind. I thought Terrorblade was living up to full. That was so much damage there coming out of Queasy that, yeah, no, Terrorblade dies. Okay, never mind. I was convinced that that was a Terrorblade that lived. Hey, look at the death summary here. Whew. I was fooled there by false promise. I thought with the Sunder and the false promise that Terrorblade was 100% alive. But not quite. So now it's 60 seconds. Terrorblade, no buyback. Bought out for the Disperser to be able to enable that. Now Hex on top of... Yeah, no, they're not going to get it. So backing up, but this should at the very least be a second set of barracks. This might be Megas, actually, from Runa team. We're going to have to see what they're going to be able to find. But a bottom set of racks, they're destined to fall. It's 40 seconds without your Terrorblade. You don't want to take that fight. Okay, how close was UI? Yeah, not even close. 1,500 gold away from buyback. UI got very greedy there. And now we're looking at a level 25 Drow that is bonkers big. So that's going to be Megas. Roar goes down on top of the Void Spirit. Can you kill him off in time? Well, no. Because Norma is going to find his way in. Solar Guardian buys some time. But even still, that's Solar Guardian that has to get popped. That's a false promise that has to get popped here. And still the push continues. Terrorblade's up in 3, and that should be backing up for now. But okay, backs in once again. Dual Razi is just going to move forward. Oh my God, the damage here from the Drow. Windrunner wasn't even in the fight, really. Wind Ranger wasn't even close to that one, but everything splitting around is okay. Well, that's a dead Terrorblade. This is how it gets a problem in the late game. Terrorblade just gets taken down by this Drow, and that's it. They're going to pop GG. No buyback on the Terrorblade. It turns so quickly in this game. And Runa team with the Drow, they buy back. They were not even buy back. They take the time that they need. And eventually, Terrorblade gets 4-shot, and this game just ends. Very, very impressive game there from Runa team. We're just seeing, again, that power of the Naga Siren. We're seeing the power of the Drow into everything else. And it just, there's enough combo breaks. So everyone jumps on top of the Drow. And then you just pop Naga Siren. You pop Song. And then it's like, okay, what are we going to do now? We've spent half of our spells on making sure we get on top of this Drow, but now the Drow's resetting, going to go somewhere else. You're healing from Nikki Cool. You're healing from the Naga maybe. And it's a difficult game to play. So that's going to be game 1 there of Runa team versus team Next Level. Going a solid 51 minutes and realistically pretty good. Pretty reasonably in the favor of Team Next Level for a good portion of that game. But Drow got online. They got the timing that they needed. They killed off the Terrorblade twice with no buyback. And that is how everything went. So game 1 is Team Next Levels. Is Runa teams. Team Next Level is going to have to see if they can fight back, send us to a game number 3 right after the break.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Welcome back, friends, Romans, Dota fans. We had one game, yes, but maybe there's a second one on the way. It's Runa team, it's team next level. You win this thing, you move on into the playoffs. You lose it, you get uncomfortably close to my face. More importantly, you go and you play tomorrow against, what's their names? Again, you move on, you play against Spoiled in the final series of the group stage. So that's what you're playing for, Runa team. They're up a map. We're going to get into those, into pick bands very, very soon. Game one was a story of timings, of Drow versus Terrorblade, of making sure the Drow got all their items, making sure the Terrorblade got all that items. And we can also continue to see just how powerful this Naga Siren is. What's happening in a lot of these games is we're seeing whoever has the Naga, they're able to play some rather greedy picks. They're playing a Drow something, and when Drow gets jumped on top of, well, all of a sudden you song. It's fine. It's not a big deal. You run back up a little bit, you split the fight open, you split the fight up a little bit, and all of a sudden all this engage doesn't really work. So that's what we're looking at. This Naga, I think that if you're going to try to play something with engage, like we did see from Team Next Level, I think you probably ban the Naga out. Just seems very strong right now. And Next Level, for their part, in fairness, that Terrorblade looked good. It was just eventually it's Terrorblade versus Naga, or Terrorblade versus Drow, and Drow 4 shots the Terrorblade in the late game. It's a very difficult game. It's a very difficult matchup to play. So for now, though, Runa seems like, yeah, we don't want to worry about it. You know, yes, we did a hard counter in game one. I'm not even gonna say hard counter, but we did counter the Terrorblade in game one, but we don't want to deal with it now. So they're getting rid of the Terrorblade, also getting rid of the Darkseer. So it's just these very strong power picks early. I don't know. I haven't had a chance to see a ton of the qualifiers that have been being played for Riyadh and for TI. So I feel like I'm a little surprised that this Undying is so high in ban priority, but this could be kind of it's an Eastern European thing. I could just be something that I'm missing. And ever since 7.39, 7.39B, it's been just very much a consistent Undying ban that I just haven't cottoned on to. But regardless, Undying is going to get banned. We're just, again, a lot of the usual suspects. But I think I'm really interested in what we're going to see UI play, because UI looked very good on the Terrorblade. Eventually, it's like, oh yeah, you got 4 shot by the Drow. I'm not totally sure what you want to do there. It really is on. It's on Dorazy. It's on Norma to go and dive on top of that last game. It was on them to dive on top, cause the disruption, and then the Terrorblade can fight. But this game is going to be a Templar Assassin first item. Of course it is. It doesn't make it through the bans, so it's going to get picked out. And a Willow on the other side. Willow has also been one of these heroes that is first pick, first ban in a lot of games. In the Quantum Nemiga, not this past series, but when they were in the lower qualifiers, it has been a lot of this Willow, right? With the buffs that Willow got, where all of a sudden Willow is it's do a lot. Throwing Shade just does a lot more damage. Actually, Shattering Crown done as well. So it's get a lot of damage in the laning stage. It's decent control, gives you this ability to go kind of link up with people and make sure you get kills early on. And it messes around with a lot of how these heroes want to play, right? With Cursed Crown, with Shattering Crown, it just makes it very hard to survive and makes it very hard to play around the fights with you, like just all these brambles on the ground that really mess with you until BKB is out. Even if you dodge all the brambles, which ideally you don't, because you want it as Willow, you want them to be there and do a lot of damage. Even if you're dodging the brambles, that you're focusing on the ground, you're moving around, you don't have kind of the freedom of movement that you would like to have. So Willow has been a little bit higher in there in the pick priorities, not too surprising. But I think Runa team's kind of also realized that, okay, we're going to pick TA. We're probably not going to get the Naga. So we got to get rid of it. The Naga into Willow is a very strong combination as well. You song, you sleep, you fear people away. And it's just this prolonged team fight control. So you get rid of the Naga because you're probably not going to get it, and you certainly don't want Next Level to get it. So this is already going to be a pretty different game from game number one. Certainly the TA is probably going to be not necessarily joining things for the most part until like 14, 15 minutes. Could be a mid TA, and we'll see if that happens. But assuming this is a position 1 TA, sure, we will have probably a lot of farming from both position 1s for a large portion of this game. But other than that, we're going to have to see how this thing's going to go. A decent amount of bonus time of reserve time being used by both teams in these first couple of picks and bans. They try to figure out what exactly it is that they want to go for. And more importantly, here with this ban that we got coming out of Team Next Level, they want to see how they want to protect their next pick. So it's going to be a Tiny that's going to go down. Theoretically, what you're picking here is something that doesn't really like a lot of repositioning, and it's going to be... Okay, never mind. A Tiny doesn't really do anything to Phoenix. Phoenix has the ability to get away, and, well, Tiny already has no... Tiny's like no attack speed, so you get the spirits on it, and it becomes even worse. But maybe they're setting something else a little bit later on. I do like Phoenix into TA. TA can have a decent amount of attack speed, but you slow it down. You remove a lot of refraction charges, and that can be rather difficult. Plus, with the innate, you just start to get some... You really put yourself in this position where you have just a lot of evasion. It can be very hard for TA to go and get on top of the Dark Willow, whomever it is, with the evasion, with all the defensive utility that exists. Now, in fairness, there's an Oracle in the game now. And Oracle does a great job of removing Flame Spirits and Curse Crown and all of these things. And also, again, means you don't take a lot of magic damage either. So you have the situation where this Oracle is a really good solution to everything on the board right now. And I think you want to go... this is not going to be, say, a Huskar, for example. Nothing like that. But I think you do want to pick another core that really does benefit from the Oracle. For now, though, it's going to be Windrunner. We're going to be Wind Ranger coming out, which another one of these things that makes it a little hard. You can go and Phoenix, you force a dive out of the Phoenix early. It's control, and Phoenix is also one of these heroes that spends their HP on their spells. And what that means is, well, maybe you're going to get some kill shots, right? You go, Phoenix gets a little bit low. If they aren't going, if they're not going the Sunray facet, then they want to be low because it means they do more damage. So it means you have a little bit higher shot maybe to get some kill shots than against, I don't know, Terrorblade or something. Sorry, Reduce is probably a better answer there than a Terrorblade. But whatever it is, you go and makes a lot of sense. It's a decent laning support as well. You can actually go, you hit relatively quickly, but you just got a lot of stats. Is the story at the end of the day. So strong enough laning support gives you this kill shot potential. It gives you some control. Once you get the shard, that can be very nice. And a lot of thought going into this next pick as well. It's like another 40 seconds, I think, of bonus time. And okay, first time actually we've seen Ember Spirit today, at least in the series that I've been casting. He's been banned out quite a bit, but it's one of those things also where you get on top of the TA, you get some of the refraction down pretty quickly, and it's a lot of control. It's a backline jumper, which when we're talking about Windrunner and Oracle, Wind Ranger and Oracle, that matters quite a bit. You want to be able to get on top of this Oracle, prevent them from saving things, and that seems to be the story that Team Next Level are going for. You have an Ember Spirit, you have a Beastmaster, you have this Phoenix that can dive in. There's a lot of heroes right now that are they're dedicated to killing Oracle. That is the story. They're trying to kill the Oracle as much as possible, and if they don't, well, it's going to be dicey. But with an Ember Spirit and a Beastmaster, with the Helm of the Overlord, it really should be a dead hero. It really should. It's going to be very much on Oracle. I think Oracle in this game, you're going to be playing Blink. You're going to be playing very far back. And your job is just whoever gets jumped upon, you got to save them. But you are playing in the trees. You are maybe probably not smoking yourself up because it's way too greedy for the Oracle. But you're playing very far back in these fights as you wait for some initiator, which we don't really have for Runa team right now. You want to see some interesting. I was going to say, you want to see some beefy frontliner to go and allow Templar Assassin to get in and make all that happen. But it's going to be Coddle. This is gonna be a core keeper. I'm pretty sure this is a Nikki Cool Coddle. A lot of magic damage, certainly, but we don't have that like very obvious. Oh, Coddle versus Ember is a really good matchup. don't really have that. It's not a tanky boy. It does give you bonus healing, so you do have that going for yourself. And it will lane fine into the Ember Spirit, but I'm a little worried about what's going to happen here, where the Ember Spirit and the Beastmaster just like dive on top of this Keeper and kill him off. And well, it's like, okay, well, you drop False Promise on him, but then it's not on the TA. I don't know. It is nice to have an additional healer with the Oracle to make sure that False Promise gets a lot of healing, but not sure how I feel about this one. I feel like there are better options for what Nicky Cool wants to do, but he's going to go for it, and it looked great in that game number 1. It also means that you can go earn into Orchid and shut down this Ember Spirit pretty early. Orchid is great versus a Phoenix because it means they cannot cancel their dive. So you got some tools into a lot of these heroes. Willow is, of course, not all that tanky, and if they're silenced, they die. At least until they get a Yules or something. So you can see definitely some Orchid play that is going to be very useful in this game. Also gives you a lot of D-push against the Beastmaster summons, so that's not all that bad. With your Illuminate there, with Blinding Light as well. So those are certainly tools. But I do like what Team Next Level is doing here. They're banning out the Axe. They're banning out, probably going to ban out maybe a Centaur or something, like another big, tanky. Okay, it's going to be Kunkka. Same idea. This big, tanky crowd control offlander, because that is really what Runa team needs. They need someone to like stand in front, tank damage, give you some vision, give you some knowledge about what's happening because you're just standing there in front. And then the TA can go find the back line. Then Keeper of the Light can go drop a silence. Then Oracle can play very far back. So we're going to have to see what exactly that is. Runa team, of course, knows that this is going to be a carry. Coming out of Team Next Level, they get rid of the Dusa, which I really like. Medusa is, it's funny, we're seeing teams, we're picking TA kind of as an answer to Dusa in the last patch. But I don't really think that's the case. Yes, it does mean you have a nice lane if there's an offlane Dusa. Obviously, Deuce's banned, and offlane Deuce is not really very much a thing anymore. But you don't take minus armor versus you don't take any minus armor when you are when you're on your shield. So it really is not all that great of a matchup of TA versus Medusa. But the TA doesn't do very well against the Medusa, especially position 1 Dusa. So not super surprised about that one. Ursa is going to be the last ban because that's just a hero. Well, I was going to say that's a hero that hits egg, but actually no, that's a Runa team banning it off Team Next Level. But again, Ursa is one of these things that it's hard to control into this lineup. They can jump on top of Keeper of the Light, Windrunner, Wind Ranger, Oracle, just kill them off very quickly. And realistically, False Promise doesn't really keep you alive against an Ursa in the same way as others because the damage just continues to scale. So I like the ban. And now with 7 seconds remaining, what is our offlaner? What is Alberca going to play? Looks like that answer. Yeah, okay. I was thinking about this. It's like Tide seems decent. You're a little bit worried about maybe the percentage damage from the Phoenix. It doesn't really hit egg super well, but Tide Hunter seems to fit that box of the big beefy frontliner that allows Nicky Cool, that allows Shigetsu to play the game that they want to play. Now, when we take a look at what Next Level needs, they just need someone to take advantage of the chaos. Willow's going to be causing chaos. Beastmaster jumps in. Ember jumps in. Phoenix jumps in. You want something that takes advantage of that chaos. Maybe, I mean, obviously Ursa's banned. I did kind of like this Ursa idea. So maybe something that follows up as well. Maybe a Blink Builder. Probably not going to be PA. PA is pretty much a dead hero. What do you want here as Team Next Level? What's the glaringly obvious pick that I haven't thought of yet? Okay, Morphling. I don't hate Morphling. Morphling's solid. It means you can go and get refraction charges like from the TA. That works out pretty well. It means you go and you actually lane pretty well against the Tide Hunter. Yeah, I like UI. I like Morphling there. You got to be a little careful of the kill shot. It feels like there's always one kill shot that kills a Morphling like every game. Okay. Silver Z thinking about Chain Gang or Double Impact. Of course, Chain Gang was buffed in the most recent patch, so it's actually viable now. That's pretty solid. As Flacco is going for Dying Light. So again, one of the setups where you want to play a little lower. And that also means that you're a little bit vulnerable to this queasy Windrunner. Should also point out that unlike in that last game, this is going to be a TA going Refractor. So you get more damage instances when you lose your defensive instances. Instead of Void Blades, which is the way that Satanic plays it, which is the way that it was getting played in the last series. So you don't quite have as much of that early game laning prowess. You don't have quite the farm speed that you would if you went Void Blades. But other than that, Other than that, it's going to be totally fine. And yeah, we should get into this game pretty quickly. I think I like the draft of Team Next Level a little bit more. There's a lot of chaos. They have a decent amount of team fight. It's going to be hard to kill off this Morphling. It's just like, I think it's a difficult game to deal with a Morph, is the long and short of it. Certainly there are options. You have the Windrunner. They can get a power shot in. The other thing to point out is that there's not really well, actually what I'm saying, yeah, you got a Coddle. There's a very good Vessel Buyer in this game number 2. So now we're loaded into it. It's game 2 of Team Next Level versus Runa team. Runa up a game, looking for a date with the playoffs, and of course Team Next Level looking to send us to game number 3. I do like this Tide pick though. I know I'm kind of not talking about it a ton because, well, I think the Morphling is the story of this game. This last pick Morphling is gonna be difficult into what is quite limited stuns. You have Tide Ravage, you have Shackle Shot, and that's it. No real good solution to what it is that this Morphling is going to be bringing. So a late smoke here from Runa team. They know their opponent knows where they are, and they saw the boar. But are they going to be looking to wrap or just hold the high ground? Looks like for now, holding the high ground a little bit is a Burka. He's on a bit of a walkabout. Doesn't have a ward available to him, but he's going to go try to fight off this Morphling on the bounty rune bottom. So kind of cool there is now. Norma going to pop the smoke on Queasy. Queasy pops the smoke on Norma as well, but this Tide Hunter wrapping around 10 seconds, and they don't want to go too far onto the high ground, seems like. So that's going to be that. Fernand's going to dodge the blinding light, but Alberca runs down to 1. Is not going to be able to steal it. Oh, well, that's something. This great big walkabout that doesn't really accomplish all that much, but they should. Yeah, there we go. This should be a dead Fernand's trying to give it on over to Nicky Cool and will not be able to do so. So first blood to till the end, but it will not be to the mid laner. A little bit unfortunate there. That's a little bit sad. You want to make sure Nicky Cool getting himself up to his first item pretty quickly would be nice. Not going to happen though. And, you know, realistically, if you're just getting your way up to boots as quickly as possible, doesn't really do all that much for you either. But would have been nice to go and give him that instead. Till the end, just going to be able to buy some more resources, some more regen, things like that. And that's not quite as impactful as getting your first bracers or a quicker bottle or a quick Wraithband or something like that. So where does this game go? We talked about how Burka's just his job is to sit in the front line. Not quite as strong. UI can chunk down Alberca quite a bit. And I do like this decision to go Kraken Swell. And we see Alberca going for. If he can get involved in some kills early and really start to reduce the damage that his Kraken Swell is taking, he can actually do pretty well against the UI for quite a while. That can actually be really nice, especially into the Beastmaster as well. So if Alberca can get involved and start to, again, grow these Kraken Swell charges, that's going to be pretty hard to kill the Tide. Of course, that's a big if. That's not a requirement. That's not a guarantee. But can work out fairly nicely. As take a look at the lanes for just a second. Seems like just trading. I mean, mid lane is just trading here. Dilver Z can get a couple more denies, and that's something. But again, Nicky Cool, he's not trying to play the lane. You push it out, you farm camps, you go again. I guess the one thing, the one thing that we're looking at is, well, yeah, okay, even the Beastmaster's doing fine. Yeah, so no real solid laning advantages 2 minutes in, and I don't really expect them to. Maybe eventually it's going to be hard for the Beastmaster to survive against this. Oh, UI getting low, but oh no, they're not going to get him. He's going to be able to morph up in time. So kill shot's not going to find the damage. But yeah, there's definitely some kill potential here in this bottom lane. Alberca slows enough that it's kind of like a guaranteed kill shot hit. And if UI is not paying attention, he's not quite doing what he needs to. Very much is a world where he falls down and we get this like that random kill against a Morphling that occasionally happens. And actually, this is a Morphling that not quite getting the level of farm that he would like. It's 14 for 3 versus 11 for 1. And Tide, again, Tide just, it's a tough lane for, I think, for a lot of heroes. Certainly as once we get our Our Phoenix to level 3. That's going to start to do a little bit more damage. But Tide is not like most heroes where it's like, okay, I need to be able to right-click to be able to go and win this lane. I need to be able to actually be able to CS. You can CS with spells pretty cheaply. So even with the Flame Spirit, level 2 Flame Spirits on the Tide, it's not that hard to make sure you get, maybe a little hard to deny, but not that hard to get your CS. So it's going to be interesting to see where things go. For now, Boot's done. Of course, Nikki Cool's going to be in the urn pretty soon. There we go. There's the kill shot. We've talked about it. There's always that one random death that you take as the Morphling where kill shot goes in from Queasy. Kills off the Morphling. And that is honestly the power of this. I wasn't really thinking of it when the lane started. This power of this Alberca, this Tide. Oh, wait a minute. Flacco. Okay. Not going to land quite, but Flacco had to be pretty careful here. And he's just going to fall down as well with Alberca here. 2 levels. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, 2 levels on Anchor Smash is a bunch of damage, especially when you pop the Gush as well. So 2 kills in the bottom lanes early for Runa team. And this is actually just kind of a scary lane. Didn't really think of it at the time, but the slow that Gush gives you, it's minus armor's scary, sure, but that slow means it's almost guaranteed that a power shot's going to hit. Very difficult to deal with. And with those 2 kills going down early on top of the fact that the Tide's having a pretty good wave, or pretty good lane, it's looking pretty solid for Runa team early on. Is now we're going to see Fernandes have to run away, but that's fine. You know, just trading damage here for the most part. And I think it's hilarious that Nikki Cool is just telegraphing. I don't know what happened in the first series. We can check. But it's kind of funny that we're just seeing Nikki Cool just telegraphing his desire to not play the lane. Now, in the first series, looks like he played a Tiny, and he played a Storm Spirit. May not have been, I'm assuming it's mid-Tiny. Might have been mid-Beast or mid-Snap or something. But looks like he played a Tiny and a Storm Spirit, so he was interested in interacting with the wave, but not this time. Not this time. We're starting to see. I was gonna say starting to see some separation. Not really. So really, just all these kills. That's pretty much the any sort of advantage in the lane at this point is Alberca. Kind of skipping a lot, not getting a Soul Ring, for example, just going straight up to Vlad's as quickly as possible. And oh, that's nice, right? It means you get a little more bonus armor. It means you get some mana regen, some lifesteal. It means it's very good with the TA timing. And realistically, you don't need a ton of stuff here. Especially you killed UI once, you're kind of fine. Squeezy rotating over at the 6-minute timing, trying to get on top of Dual Rezi. Got to be a little careful though with Flacco here. And Dual Rezi, he's got himself an amp damage as well. So he's going to pop that in, dives in on top of Queasy here. Till the end though, is going to try to purge off as much as possible here. Dual Rezi, he does have another remnant, so he's going to be able to get out of here for now. Flacco though, well, he's going to be able to shade out. Looks like he will survive Dual Rezi, taking on a merry goose chase on the bottom side. But yeah, he can just go north as well. So not really going to get a lot done. Teleports out, resets, and that's just going to be a dead Windrunner for not a lot of gain. Luckily, at the very least, really didn't see too much die. It was only this Queasy Windrunner on the amp damage. So that is something. We didn't see the Coddle die, and I think that is truly what matters here. But we are starting to see some separation in the waves. Tidehunter farming marvelously. I would say, talk about how the mid's going pretty well for Nikki Cool, but he's not playing the waves. It doesn't really count. And if you look at net worth, despite him having a bit of a lead there, he's actually behind in actual net worth because, again, getting a bunch of jungle creeps is not worth as much as farming the wave like this Ember has been. So we do have that separation. Of course, the Ember still top of the net worth, though, having himself, well, almost top of net worth, having himself a pretty nice game. And Alberca, it feels pretty untouchable here. It's very hard for him to go and it's really hard for them to go kill him. He's got his Vlad's just about done. Importantly, though, Morbid Mask is here, so he's got that lifesteal now. It means it's just very hard to kill. Holding a point, though, trying to see if he wants to go spend Ravage or just start to farm a little bit more. Is a 5 points spent, 1 point held. Yeah, just waiting for the opportunity. Do you want a 2nd point in Gush? Probably not, but do you want a 4th point in Anchor Smash? Is that going to get you the kill? Do you want the Ravage? Is that going to get you the kill? Well, these are questions that he's just trying to figure out, and a Tidehunter doing this well this early. He's just going to stand in front of things. It's going to be a difficult kill for quite a while. Looks like they're okay. So a little bit of an invade into the triangle of Team Next Level. They're just trying to see what the stack situation is, and they're not going to find a lot here. But Queasy and Till the End are working together. Is there? No, there's not really. Actually, not a whole lot that they're going to find. So it just goes onto the bottom side. But again, this is the situation we've been talking about in a lot of games. This winners match where not a lot of action because there doesn't need to be. Both teams are kind of aware of their timings, and they're just playing for them as much as possible. Oh, wait, no, never mind. Morphling died on the bottom side of the map here. Nicky Cool made a great rotation and just takes him down. And we talked about the power of the vessel. He's not going there super quickly. This is just Brown Boots earn into an Orchid, and you're just killing a lot. You silence out. You find this Morphling, and for quite a while now, maybe for the next 6 minutes, you're going to be able to go and get him down as Queasy has to run away. Norma thought about popping the roar, but doesn't really want to do so. Now gets on top of Fernan's, but we're going to back out for the time being. Importantly, Yawai dying twice randomly in this game is not really what you want. I think he was caught on low agi and pretty much just killed off immediately as Queasy now has to run away a little bit, but good shackle shot's going to keep him alive for now. More remnants are going to go in though, and this Queasy is dead, but buys time for Shigetsu to stay alive. And Flacco, can you kill him? And no, you can't kill him. Not really going to be a thing. He's now tied. Thinks about going in. I don't know if he's enough mana for a Ravage. He might just going to be rooted for the time being. But no, that's going to be a dead Oracle as well. So this is kind of an awkward fight here. Now, Alberca with Nicky Cool will have enough mana to get back if he wants to. Fernandez has to run away. He's dead. But it's all about if you can kill Dual Razzie, if you can kill off Yawai. It's a bit of an awkward fight. The power shot's not really gonna land. I don't think, okay, they're gonna get Flacco down on the backside here. Roar goes, that's just buying time for Queasy to get on out of here. Do we have any stuns? No, we don't. Okay, Beastmaster's gonna be able to get out. Yawai does not die in a random thing, but a couple supports fall here from our lovely Coddle. And oh no, Dual Razzie is gonna fall down as well. That's what we're looking for now. We're looking at 120 gold until Nicky Cool finds himself and gets himself that Orchid, and then all of a sudden this becomes a significant problem. By the way, okay, Ravage was popped there. Man, I guess Ravage was maybe popped on the bottom side to make. Yeah, Ravage was popped on the bottom side to kill off Morphling earlier on. But as it stands, this tower is a difficult thing to defend. Not Nicky Cool, not with 4 points in Illuminate, not with the Tide just sitting in front. So we're now at the situation where Nicky Cool does have to get on that. It's a little scary right now, but Dual Razzie cannot properly. He's only got one remnant left, and you don't want to be in the situation where your remnant end and then just die, especially after you just died. So they get the tier 1 top. They kill off 2 supports in the mid laner, and this game is already going a little bit smoother, I think, for Runa team than game 1. Game 1, it always felt pretty good, as now the Orchid's going to go down. We are going to purge off the Flame Guard, but Dual Razzie, almost dies. Almost falls. He gets himself down to 65 HP. Seems like Fernandes, though. Yeah, he's going to be the one that takes the trade in exchange. And a little bit dicey there, so it's going to be a dead Willow. It's going to be a dead Ember Spirit. And we're seeing the power here of this Coddle. Late game, you get jumped on top of, and that can always be a little bit scary. But in the mid game, you're so much damage. Oh, yep, this is dead. Dual Razzie, I think he should die. Yep, okay, there we go. It's going to pop down with everything else. Yawai is just going to have to run out here. But it's a 4,000 net worth lead at 12 minutes in. And this is following the script, I think, of today a little bit more. You just have teams that are clearly stronger and teams that are clearly weaker. Although, in fair, I'm not giving Team Next Level the credit they deserve. They played Great One fantastic, or they played Game 1 really nicely. But this Game 2 has fallen apart a little bit, just a little bit more. And I think I just like the draft of Runa team. You have all this damage, you have a decent amount of control, you have this Orchid that makes life very difficult for our Morphling for quite a while. And even if it's not the Morphling, it's the Ember Spirit, all right? It's anyone on this game, the Orchid is early enough that it is a very difficult thing. So with Runa team working on the mid lane, they're going to try to go Team Next Level and find Shigetsu on the top side. No easy TPs here. Shigetsu should just die. And looks like he's just going to fall down. No way to get there in time. The creeps try to go and interrupt things, but that is going to be a dead TA. There is that. But it will be some ancient stacks stolen in comparison, I think, and remuneration. That's still a massive kill. Killing off the TA who is kind of, I was going to say snowballing in this game, but not even the most snowballing one, but having a great game, killing him off, delaying his timings. What's he at, by the way? Actually, a little bit slower. Again, we can see, this is where we can really see the impact of going Refractor over Void Blades. Void Blades, you're clearing 4 or 5 camps and a wave every minute. You are really, from like level 7, you are really farming incredibly fast. But if you go this Refractor style, you're spending more mana, you're not farming quite as quickly. And yes, maybe it's a little bit more power as the game goes on. But again, we were seeing these TAs in the previous game with a similar game state. It was at 13 minutes in, it was Dezo Dragonlance instead of Dezo or Dragonlance and like most of the way to a Dezo. Small differences certainly, but this is a TA that's not quite running ahead with the game in the same way that we saw these previous TAs. And maybe dying in the mid game is a little bit more problematic than dying super early on. So you know, give him a break there. But it is worth pointing out. And this game goes later. I do like the Morphling. I think at a certain point, this Morphling is very difficult to deal with. Now, TA, you're not going to kill Dual Razy. He's just not going to die. You need, maybe if Coddle joins the fight. And Coddle does have travels now, so it's a little bit easier there. But only way this works out is if Coddle joins the fight and takes things down there. And then, well,
Radiant are scanning.
that's where life starts to get a little bit more complicated, as our Phoenix is going to circle the map, say, oh, hey, guys, the entirety of Runa team is in our jungle. Go play elsewhere. Don't play there. I say don't play there, but Nicky Cool is elsewhere, and he was on the north side. Gets the silence off on the Phoenix. Kills him off very, very quickly. And with the Oracle behind, it's very, very difficult to go kill off Nicky Cool. So he's going to play around a little bit. And I noticed, by the way, this Beastmaster as well, he's just going straight Helm over the Overlord. This is not some push timing that we had from Runa team, which, in fairness, didn't really even hit. But this is not this, let's get a bunch of auras to defend our position 1 because we're trying to hit like some sort of 20-minute timing. This is the, okay, I'm playing for my own game. I'm going to get a Helm of the Overlord. I'm going to get on top of the Drow, or I'm going to get on top of the Oracle, and I'm going to make life pretty difficult. So that's where we are right now. Of course, really, what we're really looking at, Team Next Level does not want to take a fight up until the point where they have a Manta at the very least here on this Morphling. Without it, Morphling shows up, he dies. The silences are way too strong. So you're waiting for that Manta, and before then, we might see some other small stuff, but really not a lot. And I'm a little surprised here, actually. Alberca on the smoke is we're all in this together, but they're not going to find much. It's all on the bottom side. A little surprised that Alberca is going Blink into Pipe. Pipe's a great item in this, especially in this game. But it's more about the fact that I think the Shard as another way to lock down the Ember Spirit and the Morphling is so impactful. It means that you can just fight consistently, and the Anchor just does so much in these very elusive heroes. So he's not going to go for it, though. Just going to go straight into Pipe as we set up on the mid wave. Are we going to try to get on top of this? So there's the silence. And are we going to pop a Ravage here? Oh, no, we are, but never mind. He just disappeared. Okay. Ember's dead immediately. I thought he got out because the model disappeared so fast. But Ember dies. Ravage is going to be used for it. And now that should be a free tier 2. Maybe. We're going to go for something more here on the north side. Looks like the answer is no for now. And it looks like maybe they don't actually want to go for that tier 2. Instead, though, they're not even going to go for Roche necessarily. It's going to be the TA. TP's out of here. Goes back to farming. He's got his Dezo. He's got his Dragonlance. Blink is about 250 gold away. So I talked about how not farming quite as fast as maybe some of the other TAs we've seen. He's not having a bad game. He's still having himself a beautiful time.
Bounty.
So of course, without Ravage, without Ravage and without your Shard, you're not really trying to go and do too much on this Tidehunter. you're farming, right? You can put yourself in front of things, but you're not this incredibly impactful setup. So you just go and sit there, you make space. I feel like this is one of those games where I do want to see the shard untied. I think that is very useful. But once you get the pipe, it feels like getting a pipe shard. It feels like an Ags in this game is very nice. Just yet more ways to reduce the armor, to play around with this TA to get that AoE slow. Of course, Alberca's not playing this game where he's like dying a lot and you just really need to go full utility, or full like kind of survivability, play at range, which is what the Ags gives you. Just again, get that additional minus armor feels rather solid. As the chain gang goes in, it's gonna root up Alberca a little bit, but he's not gonna die. He's fine. Got a shield root to play around with too, so that's pretty fun. Now it looks like we're gonna go into the pit. Alberca does have 2 points there in the gush. And with Shigetsu as well. I mean, this is going to be a pretty quick Roche. Queasy there playing on the high ground, making sure that he knows if someone from Team Next Level is going to TP in, but that's not going to happen. Team Next Level is happy to split this. They need more items. They need more time. They need this Morphling to be online a little bit more. He's got his Manta now, so at the very least, the silence is not going to ruin him, but he wants a Dragonlance so he can play a little bit more range, especially so he doesn't just go get anchor smashed by this Tide and suffer. He wants a Scotty. He needs those stats. He needs that ability to slow down. And, well, Fernand's going to go try to kill off Queasy and take advantage of the facet. But now Fernand seems he's dead. Yep, he's not even going to get the channel off. Fernand's falls. Terrorize is not really going to do much of anything. And not only is this the Aegis, we're bleeding off a couple kills. Now, of course, that doesn't really give you all that much, but what do we have here? Okay, so Yawai and Norba, they're working together. They're going to take down the first Tormentor of the game at 20 minutes. And Fernand, that's a pretty good shard. Make sure your Cursed Crown has a couple brambles around it. A little bit more annoying AoE is that Norma's going to trade away the dragon. That doesn't feel all that great. That's 250 gold for this this TA that is starting to go and pull ahead of everyone. Still pretty even, only about 800 gold ahead of the Morphling, but at top of the net worth. And continuing to grow up just a little bit more. Now, Ravage is done, or Ravage is up on the map. As Nicky Cool has to be very careful here. Oh, nope, no, he will die. Dilrazi and the Sunray working together. So Nicky Cool off on his lonesome as the rest of the team was on the north side looking for this tier 2. Unfortunately, they will get it, but it will be at the expense of Nicky Cool's life. And you got to be very careful when you're playing a coddle like this. That's 800 gold over to team Next Level. You can often, especially with an Ember versus a Morphling, a Beastmaster, you can just feel like a walking bag of gold. This core coddle. You farm a lot, you have a lot of money, you get a lot of value in the early game, but eventually you just get jumped on top of and you die. It's very difficult to stay alive. I'm getting a little worried about this Morphling. Pretty much top of the net worth, 21 minutes in. Net worth just about equal after that 5,000 net worth lead. And part of that was killing off the Tormentor. You know, it's, was it 2,200 gold or so? But even still, the last couple minutes, even though we're in the situation where Runa team got themselves the first Aegis, this has been a pretty solid setup. A pretty solid way of playing the game from Team Next Level. Is they're trying to go get on top of Dilrazi now. Dilrazi he's now farming some stuff, but he smells some blood here, or he smells a rat. He's back. He's out of here. That's not what he wants to do. So that's not going to work out. Of course, the TA playing very far backwards right now is kind of cool. I do like this. Revenant's Brooch is the item the TA has gone for, and you're going to get an Ag shard behind this. But Revenant's Brooch into a Morphling is fantastic. Morphling is just such high armor that you hit those breakpoints where Brooch just does better. Do it pretty quickly. Now, it's a little bit awkward because Revenant's Brooch is magic damage. It's not amped by the Dezo at all. So your items, there's not a lot of synergy there. You still want the Dezo, right? You blow up some of these squishy sports now. Norma should die here. He may pop up Aurora, I'm not totally sure, but he is very, very tanky as he tries to run away from this thing. What the Vanguard means he's just like taking no damage. And actually, why is going to show up? But it's a shield rune. It's a pipe here for Tidehunter. He's not going to fall down. So I thought Normal would die, but he's built himself into a very tanky Beastmaster in this game. So, Aegis down in about a minute is the timing we're looking at. So you're going to be looking for like your last big move on this Aegis timing if you want to do so. Treating this as roughly a farming Aegis could be fine. But what was on that courier, by the way? Can we see? It looks like it was... Yeah, it looks like it was maybe a point booster on the courier for... Yeah, it looks like it was a point booster on the courier for our Morphling. So not the biggest of deals. It's just, you know, the first part there of the Scotty. Not a full big item or something. But anyway, I would say it's okay if this is a farming Aegis, but this wasn't really a farming Aegis. This was something where Runa team as Alberca has to be very careful here. That's a lot of damage from this Morphling, but he's going to be able to run out in time. Meanwhile, mid lane tier 2 it looks like it should fall down like 1 or 2 more shots. But this was a setup where Runa team has gone and Aurora's going to go down. Okay, this is timed out perfectly. Aegis falls down. It's going to be, well, okay, no, it's going to be a false promise. You're going to try to buy some time here, but you're going to get out? Shouldn't. No, okay, will shatter. Now on the backside, trying to get a little bit more with the Wind Ranger, but they're not going to get it. Where did the Morphling? Okay, Morphling died on the bottom side. Seems like Nikki Ghoul was able to go find the Morphling as the fight happens in the middle. So they trade core for core. But the issue with this Aegis timing is this was an Aegis timing where Runa team lost value on the map. Not necessarily in objectives, but they had a 4,000 or 5,000 net worth lead. Now they're on just about 1. And unfortunately that was perfectly timed from Team Next Level. They got the kill damage pretty much right as the Aegis expired. So Joe-Razi is looking really good on these Spirit Heroes. Even in game 1, looks fantastic. Did a great, they lost, but he did a great job on what he was supposed to do. Kind of an interesting build, though, and not too surprising. But he's got Manta into Shivas, into Ags behind that one. I feel like generally we see something that gives you a little bit more mana because Ags otherwise, like, you kind of run into some mana issues. But as it stands, it's the Dispel, right? It's the minus healing, but just Shiva's just is a big amps damage quite a bit. Is now we're gonna see this Tide get jumped on top of here, and the Tide is supposed to be tanky, but Fernand's does so very much, and yeah, he's just dead. Tide falls down. He's got a Shiva's on the way behind that one, but this was a ton. 2,000 magic damage through the pipe
Bottom tower is under attack.
and through the Essence Ring. By the way, that's just the amount of damage that when you're sitting there in Shadow Realm with your Bedlam going, you do so much damage as this Willow. Really, the Tide didn't. The Ember Spirit didn't even have to do all that much. So Next Level looking pretty good. Not going to say to send us to game 3 just yet, but to kind of weather this timing where the TA and the Coddle were doing so much in the game and making life kind of difficult. Now they're clustered up once again. Ravage is not on the field just... Okay, there we go. Ravage ready right now. Looks like a lot of Team Next Level on the north side. 2 other cores. UI and the Beastmaster on the bottom side. But we're just playing middle. And Roche is not going to be an objective for a while. 22 seconds until we know when it spawns. But up to 3 minutes, up to 4 minutes almost before it actually is going to spawn. So it's not super useful here on the smoke. I mean, I don't even know if they smoked. They're playing around in the middle. It's going to be a TP north side from Nikki Cool as he's going to try to go and defend this tier 2. He's going to not see. He's not going to see Flacco. And Flacco's in a pretty good position to go make this happen. Okay, yeah, he's not going to get that either. So a lot of dodging happening right now. This is going to be a pretty quick Aegis. All things considered, going to be 45 seconds or so, maybe a minute. It's coming in pretty quickly. So this Aegis is going to be ready to play around soon. You do have Ravage up for that one. You're going to try to hold, I think, Ravage for that one, unless a very juicy target shows up. Not like a Fernand's, but we're talking like a Morphling or an Ember Spirit that you can kill. Just because you want to make sure that you have that team fight when Roche pops up, again, very quickly here.
Blessings.
So Flacco drops the ward. And Alberca, okay, does have the shard now. So that's another tool to make sure that you can't have this Phoenix that dives in and dives away. Flacco's courier dies, so that's something. Was he working on anything? No, not really. He got Shiva's on the way, but it's a pretty far away as Roche is roared. So there's Roche on the way. Number 2. A little surprising to see multiple Shivas queued up here. Well, sorry. Phoenix already has a Shiva, or Ember already has the Shivas, and Phoenix has got another one queued up. A little surprising, I think. Generally, you kind of want about 1 Shivas per team. The aura doesn't stack. You get a little bit more burst damage, I guess, but... And I guess maybe Phoenix always does one. The Shivas just for the attack speed slow when you dive through. So, anyways, Shigetsu gets himself the Aegis, another 5 minutes of multiple lives. He got himself the banner as well. Questions, what can we get with this? Because we really didn't get a lot from this last time as Runa team. In fact, they lost about 3,000 net worth on the map. So this is the second Aegis. This is the Aegis you want to do something with.
Dire are scanning.
And for right now, well, he's going to maybe find Fernan's here. Sees him. But is he going to be able to get him? Shigetsu shows on the wave a little bit. Do we have anyone coming through? Okay, no. Just backing up. So, Shigetsu shows on the wave a little bit. He knows there are a couple supports right there. It's a Shadow Realm TP. Not really going to get all that much. And Phoenix gets out as well. So, the supports on the north side, they're not going to get much. This might turn into a tier 2 timing, though. It is wild that our TA got this Dezo before 15 minutes. And now we are 30 minutes into this game, and there is not a single charge on the Dezo. As of course, for now, just playing around with this, with the Tormentor. It's going to go to Queasy. That's a very good shard to get. Gale Force really disrupts fights. But again, this is a Templar Assassin. As Norma is, should be able to get, yeah, okay. The shaman should be able to get things out of here, but it has been 15 minutes where our TA has not gotten a kill or an assist. It's just been farming this entire time, and now maybe he's going to try to get on top. TA gets his way in. This is a tanky Beastmaster, though. Drops the roar. Now is going to be trying to change on the other side. It's a tanky Beastmaster. It is not a tanky TA whatsoever. And here comes the egg right on top of trying to really make this happen as much as possible. Shigetsu's just dead. 100% to the ground. Oracle's going to fall out as well. Stunned, dead. Did nothing you can do. How? That is a tanky Beastmaster. 3k HP, was able to pop Crimson Guard as well. And this is just not what you want. Queasy's going to have to run away as well, but it should just die here on the Cursed Crown. And Dual Ruzzy doing it. Yeah, no, this is... You jump on top of the Beastmaster. You can't kill him with 2 cores hitting him. And then you lose everything, including the Aegis, and that's just that is grim for the game state of Runa team. It's only a 2,000 net worth lead, absolutely, but you don't have the damage now. Only going to get worse. And that was the Beastmaster. That wasn't even the Morphling that's unkillable.
Dire structures are fortified.
So how are they going to be able to take this? 10 seconds until the Templar Assassin is up. By the way, TA, no BKB. So that's one of the reasons why this fight was a little bit more difficult, but he's not getting it. He's going to go into an MKB out of this, deal with the mischance that this Phoenix is providing off the blinding sun, which is just so annoying. Makes it very difficult. But we saw the issue with this TA where you pop refraction and it just disappears very quickly with the Phoenix Egg and the Sun Ray and everyone else hitting him. Like, the refraction is not the safety that Shigetsu would like it to be. So it really does feel like we're at this point where Alberca has to play this game where Alberca runs in. Alberca blinks in, Alberca pops a Ravage or something, even just pops an Anchor. Goes and blows the fight, like breaks the fight open, shows where Team Next Level is, force them to engage on him. And then the TA goes in, goes on the back line, takes the support down, takes down... it's hard to kill a support, though. In this game, we're looking at the situation where it's like, it's hard to kill a support. Phoenix can pop egg. You got Shadow Realm on the Dark Willow. There's no easy just blow up on top of one of the supports, take them down, and win and get the fight started. There is no easy kill for Team Next Level in this game. There's no just kind of obvious explosion. And that is kind of what a Templar Assassin, much as their name says it, what you want to do. You want to be able to get on top of someone, blow them up, take the fight 5v4. So now, as a result of that last fight, Beastmaster and the Morphling, top of the net worth, Ember pretty close behind. And again, this game is not over. It's 13-10, 3,000 net worth lead on the side of Team Next Level. But I just look at that last fight, and this is not a snowballing TA. Yeah, you're not going to get the anchor on him in time. It's not. There's not a bunch of desert charges here. It's just really hard to get the effective damage that you're looking for, especially now that the Beastmaster's on like 30 armor. As now jumps in, Oracle should just die immediately. There's going to be the Ravage, and it's okay. It does disrupt the fight, but you need kills with this Ravage. You don't just need to go and keep an Oracle alive. So Oracle's going to buy back. Your Tide falls. 65 seconds on the deck for that one, and Nicky Cool just has to get on out. He's dead. It's going to be a very difficult survive. It's not at all. It's 4 dead here, plus the buyback. You cannot take these fights. It is such a difficult fight to take for Runa team at this point, and we talked about it was only 3,000 net worth lead, still kind of okay. Now it's 11,000. Roche isn't going to be up for another 2 minutes, so that's not what they can play for. But there are towers for the tanking. 55 seconds, no buyback for the TA.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Anyway, Dire's up into the base. He's just running straight across. Wait, they're not. They're going for tier 4s. Are you? That is a wild call that may just point out. Okay, what did TA? Did TA buy something? Yeah, I guess TA bought something that they saw. It's game's over. Straight up, the game's over. Straight to tier 4s off of the tier 3 tower bottom that they took a while ago. And Team Next Level sends us to game 3. That is a wild ending. All of a sudden, you just can't kill anyone. You run into this wall of a Beastmaster tank. You lose the TA once, and they just run across the map and hit tier 4s and win the game. That's wild there. That's not how I expected that game to go. Like, okay, well, the TA is struggling to kill things, but maybe you're okay. But nope. You run across the map, and yeah, TA, what did TA have? It wasn't like TA bought a massive item, which is the crazy thing. Had a Demon Edge, I think it was the last item that our TA bought. Yeah, about a Demon Edge. 32 minutes in. That's not a massive purchase. You're like, okay, clearly they have this. Clearly they bought out, but they had the read, they knew, and they were able to run across the map, end the game, and that was that. So that's the second game of our series done. We have one more on the way to determine who moves on to the playoffs, who places Spoiled later on tomorrow. For now, it's a bit of a break as we get our players ready to go for this final game in the series. See y'all right after the break.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Welcome back to what is guaranteed to be our final series, our final game here today between Runa Team and Team Next Level. Winner, of course, moves on to the playoffs. Loser, they find themselves having to play East Spoiled tomorrow. Game 1 went very well for Runa Team. They had a drow. They survived long enough till the drow had 6 items. They 4-shot the Terrorblade. Game ended pretty much like that. Game 2, though, a little bit different. Decent lanes, looking pretty solid. And then they ran into a wall. 0 damage done. 0 damage on the Desolator meant that we didn't have a snowballing TA. And with the Aegis, they tried to go kill the Beastmaster in the bottom side of the map. And instead what happened was a dead team, net worth disadvantage, and then they tried to do it one more time. They died. Demon Edge on the TA told Team Next Level that there was no buyback, and they ran across the map and killed the tier 4s and ended the game. Rather a strange anticlimactic ending, but these things happen in Dota sometimes. We're going to take a look at how our draft for this game number 3 is going to go. Terrorblade, Bristle, and Dying are the first set of bans. This is not surprising. This is how these bans have been going for the most part, kind of overall. But when I think about these teams, I think I would like to see like a Tusk or something on Queasy. I've been very impressed with his melee 4s in different tournaments. He really hasn't had the opportunity to showcase that in this tournament. Played a Windrunner, which was fairly good. But played a Windrunner, played a Shadow Demon. But again, I think he's very good at those melee 4s. What I think is really interesting, though, as we work our way through this first set of bans, like, what are the power picks that are going to go and survive? Yeah, last time we had the TA, first pick, didn't get enough damage done, didn't scale, wasn't able to do enough. And honestly, getting the Demon Edge instead of saving for buyback would have been an odd decision. I understand the greed in the moment. You're like, I can go. I'm great. I'm just a little bit more damage. Just a little bit more damage and I get the kill. And then it's going to give me my next item. It's going to be great. But if it doesn't work out, you're like, you got 24 more damage or whatever Demon Edge is. 24 more damage and you lost the game because you don't have buyback. Not really all that great. But for now, Naga first pick. I do like this from Runa Team. I think they have put themselves, they've looked very good. In fact, I don't know that I've seen a Naga game recently that I don't like the hero. It finds value. It has the reel in, which is pretty nice. So you can go and have that soft control. It's not a hard lockdown, but it is soft control. And then you have this song. That means that it breaks apart every fight when it needs to. You can use it aggressively, defensively. It all works out. It's pretty good all the way around. So for now, I do love first picking Naga. I think it was going to get banned in the second phase if it was not picked. Okay, Willow on the other side. Saw the damage. I think once when we saw that really heavy damage that Willow gives, where it's like all of a sudden with the facet, you're doing, what is it, 25% bonus damage on the Bedlam, and you're just melting a Tidehunter. Granted, Tidehunter is technically a little tankier to physical than was magical, but this was a Pipe Tide. And the Willow did like 2,000 magic damage through the pipe. Point being is it can be rather, when it works out very nicely. Pangolier getting taken out. Pangolier is very good into a Naga setup. Right, you just get free debuff immunity, so you can go run through. You can mess with this kind of reset idea, and it just really causes a lot of chaos in fights. Of course, also this hero has been way too good in pro play, in like high level pubs. I don't know what its win rate is right now, but it's not. It has not always been incredible. Put it that way. But point being is that high level pubs, it has been rather strong. And it looks like in general here, Runa Team's just very interested in banning out Dulrazi, which is fair. I think Dulrazi has been very impactful on his spirit heroes. So banning out the Pango, banning out the Ember Spirit, and it's going to be Kunkka in response. It looks like an offlane Kunkka based on the bans. Kunkka just does not want to lane at all. Does not want to lane into a life stealer. So taking that out, picking the Kunkka seems pretty solid. Norma has been pretty impressive on his offlane heroes. And they all kind of fill this similar archetype that we've seen, where it's a big, bulky strength hero that is able to go and cause some chaos. That's kind of the long and short of it. I do like this Death Prophet. Death Prophet has been, we're talking about it in the last series. Doesn't have a lot of bad lane matchups. Gives you a lot of tower pressure. With the facet buff, you do a lot of damage, and especially once you get your Ags up on the field, Ags plus like one defensive item, you're very hard to kill. You do a lot of damage. You heal quite a lot, even with that Spirit Siphon. And it's just this really good all-round tempo hero. So adding that in, and it works out very nicely with the Naga Siren as well. Death Prophet wants some way to get into the fight with their exorcism. We see a lot of prophets get maybe like a third item